national championship is in the balance. 13 seconds left. Florida leads it by 2.
Uzan gonna go.
Uzan, give it up. Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, short.
He walked, he can't touch it.
He can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
Yeah, we crowned a champion yesterday. The Florida Gators win in a very tight, very good game between them and Houston. Pretty back and forth the whole way. Houston had an 11-point lead shortly after the second half started, and it just kept getting squeezed, and then you had some lead changes towards the end. It was a fun basketball game to watch, and I wish the final possession was better. You know, it felt like we had that opportunity like when Villanova won for the last second buzzer beater game winner. But turnover, Florida gets control, they win. I'm kind of with Vic and Moser on this. This guy did not shoot the way that he has for basically the entire tournament. Walter Clayton Jr., he made a hell of a play on that final possession just to get in the way. I would love a guy like that to be on the Nuggets. And here's the thing. I was listening to the promo on the way in, and it just got me thinking about the Nuggets again. And I asked a question yesterday. And I want to see if somebody's got the answer. First of all, I didn't see, and Nelly, you got the text line open like I did. Did you see many people pushing back in the way that we were discussing the Nuggets yesterday as far as, hey, you guys are being way too pessimistic. This is going to get figured out. Like, I didn't see a ton of it.
No, I didn't either. And actually, before we go too deep down the Nuggets quicksand rabbit hole, can I ask you a question about that national championship game?
Sure.
I thought that I was a certified ball knower. I've always thought that I knew ball. After watching last night's game, turns out I don't know ball at all because I have watched that last sequence 10 or 15 times, the final seconds of that game. I genuinely have no idea what happened. The guy goes to shoot the three-pointer for Houston. The Florida defender comes crashing in, and then the commentators go, oh, he walked. He's not allowed to touch the ball. So he stands around the ball, lets it bounce, and then the game's over. What happened? I'm flummoxed.
So let me just watch this again and make sure I got this right. So he left his feet. The second you leave your feet, Nelly, the ball cannot end up in your possession again.
Really?
Yes, that is a travel.
So he was trying to shoot and get the defender to come in and smack him with his hand. So was he trying to draw a foul there, or he just didn't get the look he wanted?
I think that he went up for the shot and he realized mid-shot that this was not going to it was going to get blocked. So instead of allowing the ball to get blocked, he dropped it at his feet, so he can't be the first one to touch it anymore. So he was trying to box guys out so his teammates could get to the ball. Because if he was the first one to touch it, then it's a turnover and the game's essentially over.
Learn something new every day. Thank you. That has been bugging me for about 12 hours now.
Yeah, I think it's almost... That's why when you see guys, when they leave their feet, you know, Russell does this a lot where he leaves his feet and he doesn't know what he's going to do with it. It's like he's not going to shoot, and then he's looking for somebody to pass to, and then they just throw it at somebody. Well, the reason they do that is because if they come down with the ball still, it's a travel. Anyway, I was thinking about this, and I don't know if anybody's got the pushback. I wanted somebody to tell me I'm wrong yesterday. I wanted somebody to convince me that this was the wrong way to view it. But it's hard to. And when you got a team that I have had so much fun watching the Nuggets over the last few years, that it feels like you're walking the plank. That's what it feels like. It's just a very depressing. It's a very depressing way to view the lens of the final part of the season through. Like, this should be the most exciting part when you're heading to the postseason. And you got some 7-game series coming up, and you got the opportunity to knock some teams off. And it just feels like a lot of people aren't there. It feels like the team isn't. Like, the actual belief within the team isn't there either. Like, we're broken. Just broken. And I was thinking about something yesterday because this was brought up on the text line. And again, I first of all, hope this is wrong, but it was an interesting point. If you go and you look at the Nuggets game from the other day and just pull up the box score, even knowing that Jamal Murray is not on the box score, but just mentally add him in. But I want you to go and look at it. Look at that group. And then ask yourself something. How many people on the bench are going to be in the league in 2 years? You remember what happened when the Nuggets, the year before they won the championship? And we looked at the guys getting real minutes with Joker. And we saw like Facu Campazzo and Will Barton and all these different
Nuggets
guys,
legend
right?
Austin Rivers.
Austin Rivers. And after the Nuggets won the championship, I think that summer, we kind of went back and looked at that roster and we said, how many of those guys are still in the league? As far as guys that were coming off the bench. Or, you know, I know Will Barton wasn't coming off the bench, but you know what I'm getting at here. And the answer was like, a lot of them were just not playing basketball in the NBA. They're playing overseas. They were still looking for a job. You know what I mean? And I think one answer is very obvious. Dario Saric is not going to be because he's already got the interest from that European team. I mean, just kind of go through the list. Maybe not totally out of the league, but maybe like toiling away on a roster somewhere. Like, I don't know. But this is the concept of like, Jokic needs help. I don't think there's anything more obvious than sort of the numbers that we brought up yesterday that he's averaged in his last 3 games, 45 points, 12 boards, 11 assists, 62% from the field, 45% from 3 losses.
Hey, guess what? Good. I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is you got a text accusing you of being too pessimistic about the Nuggets. The bad news is here's what they said. You're being too pessimistic. The last time the Nugs limped into the playoffs, they got bounced pretty quickly and the Avs won the cup. So there you go, baby. This bodes well for your Colorado Avalanche. First round exit for the Nuggets. Lord Stanley for the Avs. Let's go.
It is funny. I mean, that's the thing. I'm happy about the Avs. Like, I feel like they're in a good place.
You know that? Okay,
so a lot of confidence in the Avs.
I made a meme. I think it was after the Nuggets lost on Sunday, after they lost to the Pacers, where you know there's that meme of the 2 guys riding in a bus, and one of them's looking out the window, and it's all dark and stormy, and the other side is sunny. So I made that. The dark and stormy side is late season Nuggets losses, and then the sunny happy side is late season Avs losses. Because every time the Avs lose, we're all like, oh, that's cool. Playoffs are going to be here. Well, they're just bored. They're playing with their food. And then every time the Nuggets have lost in the past 2 weeks, we're like, sell the team, fire Calvin Booth.
The difference to me in that is, you know, we were talking about this, and I thought maybe that is unfair of me. That I'm able to shrug off an Avs loss where they played awful on Saturday. Let's be honest. Like, they were bad against St. Louis. And I just very easily brushed that away and said, I don't really care. And then the Nuggets losses are like killing me. So I was taking inventory. I was like, well, why? Why is that? And I think the answer is simple. The Avs don't need those. The Avs didn't need the win over St. Louis. The Nuggets needed these. Like, must have. Potential play-in. Like, if I told you the difference and you winning and losing a basketball game could potentially be you're the 3 seed or you're the 7, there's a sense of urgency that needs to be there with that game. With the Avs, the difference in winning and losing that game is St. Louis gains 2 more points, which puts them 5 points back of you with a couple of games left.
Carl.
It's like, okay, whatever. Now, if the Avs played like that game 1 of the postseason, yeah, I'm receiving that information a lot differently. But these games were necessary. And there's so many times this year where it feels like there's a big game and the Nuggets just haven't risen to the occasion. Like, people wanted to make that about playing on national TV. And, like, they just aren't good on national TV. I go, what does that even mean? I mean, they're not good on national TV. They're not good on national TV because the teams that they play on national TV are good. And that's a problem. Like, this stuff isn't new with them. That's all.
Well, I hope that there's still a shred of positivity left because today is our last regular season playoff push Ticket Tuesday. So we're giving away tickets to Friday's home game where the Nuggets will be fighting for their avoiding the play-in lives. I guess that's a reason to go.
Dude, those are no. Hang on. Those games are going to be fun as hell to go to. You're going to be living and dying with every single breath. And if nothing else, Joker is now like slowly reintroducing himself to the MVP conversation. It took 79 games, but people were just started to scratch their heads for a second and be like, wait, did you say he's averaging a 30-point triple-double? On historically efficient numbers? Okay. Maybe I do need to rethink things for a second. Like, Jokic is playing the best basketball of his life somehow. That's a thing that's happening. And I'm still holding outside hope. Okay, I haven't shut the book here. All I'm telling you is if we're doing this like a pie chart or a percentage perspective, the odds that I have the Nuggets on really making us happy when the postseason hits are like at 10%. It's not impossible. Just, I don't see the pathway to it. And I've been begging for somebody to come on here and tell me why I'm wrong and give me a cogent argument and lay out what I'm not saying.
I know that this isn't maybe the argument you wanted rooted in stats or something, but just watching the Nuggets, they don't look like they're having fun. They look like they're taking out the trash or they're doing the dishes. I mean, when you watch teams that are having fun, think about the Warriors 10 years ago. Like Steph Curry, he'd hit a 3, he'd do his shimmy, he'd bite his mouth guard, and then they were all hopping around and having a good time.
The Nuggets had that a couple years ago.
They did.
Too.
That's my point. And now, anytime they're doing anything, they look like they're struggling. There's just something that's not clicking. There's something that's missing, and I don't know what that is.
I don't know either, but I hope they get it back. And like I said, maybe the only thing that we can truly point to is Jamal's taking all this time off. If he enters the postseason healthy, then maybe a lot of things can change. I don't know, maybe. I mean, out of the last 4 years, Jamal's been healthy once in the postseason. And they won a championship. So you can still bank on that and hope. But we'll see. A lot more to get to here. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Again, if you guys got some sort of answer that I'm missing, go ahead. Please present it to me. So, national championship game last night. We got things back in action after a night off from at least the local teams. So, a lot to get to. Stick around. All right, I got keywords for days today, by the way. This is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday.
Good.
So the tickets we're giving away today is for Friday night's game against Memphis. Okay, so if you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. You can visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. But all keywords today going to be on the 20s for our Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. The first keyword you're going to have for this hour, Moser always complains that these words are too hard to spell. Well, spell this, cow. The word's cow and your first and last name. So text that in, 303-504-0925. It's cow. You can make 3 letters. Go ahead. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Language of origin?
Scottish. I have no idea.
Can you use it in a sentence, please?
Your mother's a cow.
And actually, as we discovered the other day, you can text in a sentence with the word cow in it, and we will accept it. So you can.
That's true.
You can text in that my mom is a cow. I'd prefer you don't, but that will qualify you to win some Nuggets tickets.
You certainly could. Okay, so today, somebody says moo. That will not pass. Sorry, sir. Can't do the sound of a cow. You have to say the word cow. If you actually texted a cow says moo, that would get you qualified. So
I like
that's
the ingenuity, though.
Sorry, I'm trying to shake this. I don't know if anybody else has this thing. If you've been sick within like the last 3 weeks, you have a cough that won't leave. It will be here, I think, until you die. So I will have that every day now, which is a lot of fun.
And also, Brett, I don't mean to air out dirty laundry on the air, but can I ask you, yesterday you said you had the pleasure of hitting the links. I see you're wearing your Adele golf, Adel?
Yes, Adele.
Your Edelweiss golf gear.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what sunscreen is, bro? You came in here looking like a tomato this morning,
Just
dude.
forgot yesterday. It happens. It happens.
Were you outside for 5 minutes? Is that all it took to get that burned?
It was, no, that was a good 4.5 hours.
Wow. Okay.
I'll have you know I shot an 81, which for me, it's pretty damn good. Here's the other thing. I know we talked a lot about the Nuggets. The Avs are back at it tonight as they take on Vegas. Now, I'll give you an example. Tonight is the type of game for the Avs that as they try and it feels to me just do whatever they can to get to the postseason. It feels like they're in that place where it's just no matter what is kind of like up against them, they're just like, can you just get me to the playoffs enough? Because they're pretty much locked in. So you look at the standings right now. The Avs, they're at 98 points. Too far back to catch Dallas. St. Louis, they lose last night to Winnipeg. So they're at 93 points with 3 games left. Basically, the Blues need to win out, and the Avs need to lose out, and that's the only way that the Avs get jumped. Not going to happen. So they're locked in. There's nowhere they can go. So here's the situation. You played a clunker of a game on Saturday. You got a game against a hated rival who is really good. I mean, Vegas, another 100-point season for them. This is a game I think that you need to bring it. And if you don't, then I think it's totally fair to be upset after a game like that. It's a hated rival where you played like garbage the last game that you went out there. You still want to be playing good hockey by the time the postseason starts. This is a game where I'm expecting the Avs to step up and play a good 60 minutes and not have it be one of those like, yeah, you know what, we're just kind of done with the regular season. No, you still got to play good hockey. So tonight's one of them. But I did catch the latest episode of Landeskog's show. And I wish we could play it. I can't because I don't think the audio is going to be enough on this. You need the visual with it. Plus, it's like 4 minutes. But you know what? I'll retweet this if you guys haven't seen it yet. So it's Gabe, and this is the home opener for the Avs. They introduced Landeskog. Landeskog basically says, I always want to be at Ball Arena. Always. It's the last place I want to be right now. He's weeping in the tunnel after being introduced to the crowd. Weeping. Because it's a combination of a fear that he's going to let people down. It is frustration that he's still at Ball Arena with a suit on instead of his hockey gear. It was a pretty incredible watch. In fact, Nelly, I'm going to send this to you. And you can take this. There's about, I think, with about couple minutes left in this. It's pretty powerful. And you kind of get an insight at how motivated he is to get back. And I was always uncomfortable with people that would throw something like this out there in terms of Landeskog and his situation, is that he's being selfish, that he's costing the team, that he's doing all these things. Like, the guy wants to play. He doesn't want to retire. He wants to play. And he's not. The insinuation when people get upset about this is it would basically be like he's just collecting a check and not doing anything. Like he wasn't working. That he was just sitting there being like, you know what? I'm owed this amount of money for the next, however many years. I'm going to take that and ride with it. And I always thought, if you Gabe Landeskog, he's not just going to start, sit on the couch, wait for his check to clear, not actually work to get back. He wanted to play. And God, I think this scene really crystallizes. So go ahead, Nelly.
So I'm scared to let people down, and if I can't get through this and get through on the other side, then I just feel like you're letting people down,
Ball Arena has for so long been one of the places where I've been the most comfortable. Now, for this night, it was a place where I was the most uncomfortable, and I wanted to get the hell out of there.
I haven't had a bad day in a long time. It's a weird one I have one.
It's crazy. It's one thing that this show, when it first came out, it's like, I'm going to watch. Involves a very prominent Avalanche player. It's very important to this organization, and it's a very weird situation. But part of me was like, yeah, I don't want to just kind of watch a rehab process. You know what I mean? I'm sure this thing sucks, but do I really just want to watch? These kind of scenes, I think, give you a lot. I mean, a lot. Again, if you guys have missed it, just hearing that audio there, that was the beginning of it. Was he walks out from the tunnel onto the ice, and they're introducing all the Avalanche players, and Alan Roach did, the captain, Gabe Landeskog, did that whole thing. Crowd goes nuts, all cheering, hey, we see Landy. And he immediately started walking back to the tunnel because he was going to cry in front of everybody. It's pretty crazy. And God, do I hope nothing would make me happier than that guy jumping back in the postseason and just giving them a boost. Texture says, that episode made me really feel for the guy because he's going to be back for the playoffs. Exactly right. That one, I think, more than any other episode, really kind of hit you in a really pulling for him way. Not that you weren't beforehand, but to me, it's like this. Like, this is the stuff that I was talking about. Wrong. I'm frustrated with Gabe for selfishly taking up roster spots and cap space and not willing to step back and allow the team to expand and play. That's something I don't understand. I know where you're coming from, that, hey, if we had a crystal ball, God, do I wish that we could have used X amount of cash to go out and find a player that could really help. That part's understood. What I don't understand is he wants to play. What are you asking him to do? Forfeit the money, cut the contract, and what, sign a small deal on his own until he can get back healthy? It's not how this works. I'm not frustrated with Gabe at all. He wants to come back and play. Again, much like Val, can I make a comparison here? There was a way of thinking with Val Nichushkin after the way that last season ended, that if you had the ability to cut bait and move on from Val, I think most people listening and the Avs organization would have. The frustration came to just such a boiling point that you couldn't envision, through your emotion at the time, a path forward to which this would turn out better. You couldn't imagine Val walking back into a locker room, being accepted by his teammates, and playing good hockey again because of the pain that was felt. And then what happened? The more you thought about it, your options were this. The NHL grants you some sort of waiver that allows you to get out of the contract for free, which was never going to happen. So that's off the table. You cut bait with Val anyway, and you eat the money until 2030. That is not financially feasible. So you're left with one option that I said after the dust settled felt like the best one anyway. And the best option was this. He comes back and plays really good hockey for you. Because we know when Val is on the ice for the Avs are really good. And that's what's happened. I view it the same way with Landeskog. There's no other alternative here because the guy wants to play. So there is no cut bait, you use money, you find somebody else. Best case scenario now. Gabe comes back. Gabe plays good hockey. Like, you could be having a situation like this all over again. Now, is Landy, let's say he does come back, ever going to make, is his play going to be equal to the contract he was paid out years ago? No, I don't see that. But that part of the conversation's been gone for a while. The real thing you need to focus on is it enough to give you a boost? This team's already good. Think about if you can make them better. Like, you could very easily be talking about a Stanley Cup. Not to mention, locker room guys matter. And there is nobody better than Gabe Landeskog. You know, I'm kind of in between, by the way, with the whole salary thing. You know, one person said that Gabe was being selfish. We could have used that money, blah, blah, blah. And then a whole bunch of texters said he's not affecting the cap. His salary is used. That's what the LTIR is for. I still am very much in the camp of there's a strong argument to be made. If I tell you you're running a professional sports franchise, and I forget what his contract was, it $7 million a year? Let's just say it's that. I don't know what it is. I think it's 7. Especially for a hockey club. Hey, you can use $7 million. You go, great. Now you go, you can only use it in the middle of the year, though. It's a much different conversation than being able to sign somebody to a $7 million a year contract over 5 years. I mean, that part, for the people complaining about the money with Landeskog, they are right about that. If you were able to enter an offseason with $7 million that you could plan for over a 4-year contract, you could sign a really good player. Now, they've found ways to manipulate and use the money in the middle of seasons, but you can't plan long term. That's the problem. So I am sort of in between on this. I still find no fault in what Gabe's doing because Gabe wants to play. So as long as he wants to play, he's going to be in the middle of this contract. Okay, fine. But if you haven't watched that last episode, I would. I think that it really shed a light on how much that guy wants back. So we got another keyword we're going to give away here as we still got our contest for the sauna. I'll give you the keyword for today. If you want to enter for another chance to win that sauna, we got a keyword every single day through Friday. So I'll give that to you next. All right, couple things I want to get to here. Number one, just a question out of curiosity. What would you say your consumption of the NCAA tournament was this year compared to others? Mine was certainly lower. And I think a huge part of it is that there wasn't the holy bleep sort of stuff that you're used to seeing in the tournament. And everybody kind of talks about 1 seeds and higher seeds. And, it's so much better when you get the best playing against the best at the end of the tournament. And I've always disagreed. I will risk a clunker of a game if it features, a 1 versus a 12 for the potential upset of what that moment would be. Your most memorable moments of the tournament are always involving teams that, quote, aren't supposed to be there. That's why when a team gets blown out in the college football playoff, I don't get mad about it. I'm like, I want the opportunity. And if the team's better, then the team's better, whatever.
College football!
But I want at least the opportunity for things to go a little bit haywire, go a little bit crazy. I want the chaos. And this was as far away from the chaos as you could get. This is 4 1 seeds competing in the Final Four. Now, even if you get to the Elite Eight, it's a 1-2, a 1-2, a 1-2, and a 1-3. Pretty chalk. And for me, chalk means more disinterest than interest. I still watched, still thought it was a great game. Even the Final Four games were great too. But I didn't have, I wanted to have like a pulling, rooting interest for somebody. It just wasn't there. What were you going to say, Nelly?
I was going to say that's why our drop tournament came through, because we had a 15 seed that had a Cinderella run to the Elite Eight.
That's right.
That caller's damn cat. But I'm kind of with you where I think for me, the first 2 days of the tournament, the round of 64 and then the round of 32, I'll say the first 2 rounds are appointment television. I love watching those. And then I feel like after that, we kind of determine the rest of the excitement level.
Right. I mean, if you really break it down, CSU was the most entertaining of the lower seeds, right?
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, they win their first their opening round game as a 12 over a 5 in Memphis, and very, very easily could have beaten Maryland, which their next game would have been Florida. And God, would I have loved to see that. But that was in CSU, by the way. I know they were a 12 seed. If you're paying attention towards the end of the year, they weren't playing like a 12. They were playing better than that. But still, it's just, for me, when you don't have that kind of stuff, it makes it very, very difficult for me to stay invested in the tournament. So, you can go ahead and tell me. Texture says, I watched literally 0% of the tournament this year, couldn't care less. Well, if you're watching 0%, then you didn't care from the beginning.
But did you see the text that came in immediately following that? Good Lord, why does the morning show have to hate on the tourney so much this year? It's the best sporting event of the year.
Okay, I agree with you. The NCAA tournament is plenty of fun. I didn't feel that this year is all I'm saying. And if it's all based on the personal preference of, I'm not a big chalk guy. I want some nonsense mixed in. Again, I will give them credit. The games in the Final Four were very, very entertaining games. From the Final Four all the way to the national championship, they were very good. I'm not trying to hate on the tournament. I'm just saying the reason why I watch, and I think the reason why the tournament is popular, is because you want to see the nonsense the first couple days, and you just didn't get it. The key word today, by the way, it's chalk behind me. I don't like chalk.
I don't want this picture to scare you on the big board, Brad. A bunch of sidewalk chalk behind you.
You know what? I don't like sidewalk chalk either. I don't like when baby Jamal Kale wants to play with chalk. It's messy. It's stupid. She can't even draw. You know what I mean?
You're not going to let her scribble in the driveway? Come on, Cater.
No, I do it all the time. I just don't like it. It always ends up on everything that you own. If you're wearing a hat, a shirt, shoes, pants, socks, underwear, like it gets on everything. Everything. You got to wash your hands 5 times to get off your hands. Chalk's stupid. Horrible invention. The key word, by the way, for the sauna today, as each day is having a different keyword. This is a brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds and Saunas. We got a keyword every day for us. We're giving one of these away at the end of the week. Keyword today, wood. As in like a piece of wood. Not I would do that. W-O-O-D. So, sure, that. You can text in wood in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is 303-504-0925. The word wood. And if you want to check out more of these incredible saunas, go to getabettershed.com. Texture. The answer is obvious, Brett. With one and dones and transfer portal changes, no one knows who anyone plays for. It's true. It's been sort of trending that way in a while. I thought this year might be different because Cooper Flagg is somebody that was very, very popular. And when the NCAA has someone that is like a preeminent number 1 overall pick favorite type, it usually adds a little bit of something to it. And even that, there's a little bit, I guess, with Cooper Flagg, but not to the extent of some guys in the past, like your Zions or whoever. So that was also tough. But yeah, certainly, we talked about this yesterday. Kansas having 2 players return, the Kansas Jayhawks having 2 players return to their roster next year after, I think, 5 graduates in 7 transfers is a mess. Just an absolute mess. Texter. My daughter is 34. I'm still finding glitter in her old room. That's what I'm talking about. Glitters, chalks. Oh, no! Ridiculous. Unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. It doesn't add anything except for headaches for parents.
You're going to take away baby Jamal Cale's sparkles?
I mean,
what?
She's got, I can handle sprinkles on a donut, something like that. Sprinkles are better than glitter. We'll just start using those. Put it on all your food for all I care. By the way, just quickly want to peruse this. Let's do this together because I haven't looked at this yet. This is Mel Kiper's final mock draft before it starts up in a couple of weeks. So, interestingly enough, first pick is Cam Ward to the Titans. I think that's pretty locked in. Travis Hunter is second to the Cleveland Browns. Not a surprise either. The bigger surprise is going to be what position is he going to play. Now, in his final mock, he has Shedeur dropping to 9th to the Saints, which would be very, very interesting. First of all, him dropping towards like the back end of that top 10 and going to the Saints. Very intriguing. I actually would prefer that, I think, to New York. I think it's a little bit better situation. Now, if you're keeping track of running backs and tight ends and who would be available, he's got Ashton Genty going 6 to the Raiders. He's got Tyler Warren out of Penn State going 10 to the Bears. He has Omari and Hampton going 12 to the Cowboys. Those are basically 3 names I'd love to see. Colston Loveland is 14 to the Colts. So you get down here to where the Broncos are picking at 20. And I think that if this is what you end up with, he's not first on my list. I would prefer a Genty or an Omari and Hampton or a Tyler Warren type. But I would be ecstatic if they got what Mel Kiper's mocking here, Tet McMillan, the wide receiver out of Arizona. I'd love it. I think it'd be huge. I don't think they should be done at wideout. And maybe they looked at the market and they just said, you know what? Nobody's either in our price range or we don't feel like they got the ability to jump in here yet. But you give a big body, I'll tell you what this does. This gives you an insurance in case you can't get a Sutton extension done. It gives you just another huge athletic body to throw to. Again, I give you a Tet McMillan, Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, and Evan Ingram sort of wideout set for you. 4 different options to catch the football. You're in a really good place. Along with if you can find one of these backs at that point, in day 2 of the draft, they can catch the ball out of the backfield for a bit. Like, you're all of a sudden looking at a skill position group that I think was one of the league's worst last year that could very easily turn into a top half of the league type of unit. So I'm down with any one of those. Basically, if you just give me, it's a fun place to be where the thing that fits with what you need is also what everybody wants to see, which is the fun, shiny things like skill position talent. You give me a difference maker that's at one of those skill spots, running back, tight end, wide receiver, I'm going to be a happy camper on that first day of the draft. Like, if you give me Tet McMillan, we're all good. Throw him in the mix, get a running back on day 2, and then just start to fill out the depth. So, 303-504-0925. Remember, we got those keywords on the 20s all day today for the Nuggets. Playoff push, Ticket Tuesday playoff push, whatever we're calling it. The alliterative day. Keywords on the 20s if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Grizz game on Friday. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also, the YouTube. Download YouTube, go to YouTube, search Altitude Sports Radio, subscribe to the channel, and you can watch a weekday live stream 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. along with that Altitude Sports Daily that happens every single day. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
national championship is in the balance. 13 seconds left. Florida leads it by 2.
Uzan gonna go.
Uzan, give it up. Cryer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, short.
He walked. He can't touch it.
He can't. 1 second, and it's over.
Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness. It's a great day to be a Gator. They win the national title.
I thought maybe we were going to have another Villanova moment with a last-second shot, hit a bucket, team wins the natty at the buzzer, and then he decided to jump and then drop the basketball. That's what happened.
Why did they feel the need to go for 3 there when a 2 would have been sufficient? Just tie the game.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes teams just like, if I'm going to take one shot, then why not make it one shot?
Well, you want that one shining moment shot, but extend the game. I mean,
They got stuffed on the perimeter. They couldn't penetrate. They were stuck on the perimeter. Finally goes to start. Not have a good game over. And he muffed it. Had your chance, you muffed it. And that's, boy, to muff it like that on an international level, I feel so bad.
well, it's not as much his fault as it is a great play by Walter Clayton Jr. to sprint up the court to get in his face. Because that kid who muffed it was just trying to rescue a teammate. A teammate got stuck, had nowhere to go. The play was foiled from the get-go. It was a terrible development on the part of Houston. That's why I think go to the rack, go to the cup, get fouled if you have to. But having to – see, this is where the three-point shot, I think, has really hurt the game. Everything's got to be a hero play, and that's exactly what happened.
This is a dumb question. Nelly was asking it earlier. He goes, why didn't he touch the basketball? I go, well, it would be travel. Does that also, I guess I never thought about this. He didn't take a dribble. It was a catch and shoot.
He had 2 hands on it.
2 hands on it. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
You know, when I was a kid playing, I think it was 4th grade, 5th grade, playing widget basketball, I didn't understand the concept of double dribble. And I did it every game. And they whistled for it every game. And I'm like, I don't understand, sir. What are you whistling? What's the problem here? I couldn't wrap my head around what a double dribble was.
You had 15 turnovers, and you're wondering why they keep blowing the whistle on you.
Consistent turnovers every time I touch the ball. I'm like, sir, what is it about me you don't like?
Yeah, that's it. You just don't like me.
No, he says, well, kid, listen, a couple things. Number 1, your face is stupid. Number 2, look at those glasses. How do you even see? Number 3, you're double dribbling every possession. Okay?
I didn't understand.
So you've got a lot
can't
working against you, kid. You got a lot working against. Why don't you go sit down?
I just didn't understand it. So double dribble, for those of you who have not played the game, there's 2 versions. There are 2 versions of double dribble. The one he would have executed last night, if you touch the ball with both hands, double dribble. Okay, you can't touch it again. If you dribble, stop, and then dribble again, double dribble. That, too, is a double dribble.
Yes.
I didn't know that there are 2 versions of double dribble. Like, usually there's just one version of everything.
Vic was inventing new double dribbles, actually.
You can't dribble with both hands either. Okay?
That's what I just said. You can't use 2 hands.
Right.
Like a 4-year-old.
Well, no, yeah, he went
You're like a cat.
But Sharp went up in the air, Vic, and then got stuck midair. See, that's the thing. When you look at that possession, you already had 2 teammates pick up their dribble for God knows what reason. Yeah. You can't pick up your dribble and then get stuck and double teamed on the perimeter. I mean, it's just dribble your way out of it. Penetrate, do whatever, but you cannot pick up your dribble.
Because Moser, looked obvious to me they wanted a 3. They were trying to get something outside. First of all, the second half, shots are hard to come by. My God, that was just
both teams shot crappily. It was a bad shooting
wanted
game.
Houston though, man. I wanted Houston. They've been there a couple times already. They've never won one. Man, I felt bad for Kelvin Sampson in that group. I really wanted Houston to win.
I did too. I really
did.
It's
a good game. I'm with you, by the way, Vic. I would like to have Walter Clayton Jr.
Dude, I told
in
you.
Denver.
I told you. I'm in love with that man.
Plus, there's not enough Walters out there anymore.
Yeah.
You got to have a Walter back in here. I mean, do you shorten it to Walt?
You could. It's appropriate if you
Well,
shorten it to Walt. That's
The
pretty
Nuggets
good.
already had the employ of the late, great Walter Davis, who was just sent to the Hall of Fame last year. But I could tell you of this Walter, the knock on him is, well, he's not that big to be a 2-guard. He's a little too sloppy to be a 1-guard. He's, his shooting
Yeah, can he
is
play
off and on.
basketball, though?
All I know is when I watch him play, he has the clutch gene.
Yeah. If he can play basketball, I don't care if he's 5'2".
Well, he's 6'3". He's fine.
No, I know. I'm just saying, I don't care if you're 5'2". If you can hoop, you can hoop. Don't care.
People are saying that my mic is jacked up. Am I still jacked up?
You're fine now.
Well, you're
Okay,
jacked
good.
up, but your mic is fine.
Okay, just like Vic, yeah. You're jacked up. There's two things going on. So I really wanted Kelvin Sampson. I really wanted Houston. Not the prettiest natty of all time, but
It's a good game.
Florida wins again. Yeah, and their coach, he's only 39 years old. I mean, these young coaches like David Carl here in town, coaching the DU Pioneers hockey team. These guys, they can write their own ticket from this point on.
I keep thinking about this too. It's such a bizarrely different game when you're watching college basketball. Because you guys are right. When's the last time an NBA game finished with two teams shooting under 40%? Does that happen? Does that ever happen?
It was very sloppy.
It's tough. Even Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg in that game, especially late when they needed a bucket in that Final Four game, and they just couldn't find one. He just had a couple of shots. I'm like, God, dude, you got to hit that. You have to hit that shot. If you're going to be number 1 overall pick guy, and I know he's, 19 years old. He's got plenty of time to grow.
Listen to you.
I know.
Look, I know you're 19, but you're a piece of junk. Come on, kid.
I've been corrupted.
Need some tough love?
Because you watch some of the shots that these dudes in the NBA make, that they make it seem so casual, and it's such a difficult shot. And it's corrupted me on watching, this is how hard it's supposed to look.
Yeah,
and
totally.
NBA players are so efficient now. Every time they let a ball go, you think it's going in. It's just crazy.
Hey, did you see how many assists how many assists Houston finished the game with? That tells you how their shooting went.
Yeah, just five.
Five.
Yeah, game.
An entire game, 5 dimes.
Vic, tell me you've done that before, though. On the perimeter, you're up and you want to maybe even a jump pass, something, right? And now you're stuck because you lose the ball, right?
Well, you know what you do? That happens a lot, obviously, because I'm a small man, and so you got big guys coming out at you.
Yeah.
I have a system in place for when that happens.
You jump into somebody.
You either jump into them or you throw the ball at them as hard as you can.
Yeah.
When they're coming at you.
I like to throw the ball at people. I like that move.
You're up with the ball, he's coming at you, you can't get the shot off. Just throw the ball at him or let him block it.
Right.
What other choice do you have?
Yeah. In that moment, though, it's a split-second type of stuff. Poor Sharp, though. He's in midair. He's going oh, no, my God. No, I'm stuck. He lets the ball go, and he's like, somebody get the ball. I mean, it's got to feel like an eternity. I felt so bad for him. Just watching him on the court, holding his head.
You're so right. It was 2 seconds of him surrounding the ball like he was heating himself at a fire, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're sitting there, and those 2 seconds felt like 20 minutes. You're like, somebody rescue the kid, please. It just sucks not to be able to see a shot being attempted for the national championship.
That's how I felt. Now, I got another question overall with the tournament and how we felt about it. Now, I will say, for as chalky of a chalk tournament that a tournament could chalk, the final 4 were all really damn good games. They're all tight, close, came down to the final seconds, all that stuff.
Crazy turn of events late.
Yeah. I still wish we could just throw a random 8 in there. You know what I mean? Still wish that could happen.
Why? It doesn't change the quality of the game. The game's
doesn't.
quality. The Houston-Duke game will go down as one of the great finishes of all time.
Yes, it will. You know what I was thinking about? The team that maybe impressed the most as a lower seed was CSU. I mean, they were this close away from playing against Florida in the Sweet 16.
By the way, the one shining moment, I knew it would be in there. Rather than it be Jalen Lake hitting the 3 to take the lead, it was the big kid from Maryland that made one shining moment. And as soon as he made it, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Damn it, that's going to make one shining moment.
Was that the only buzzer beater of the tournament?
It's the only one that I can remember. Yeah.
I think that was it, right?
That's
as
sad.
far as bucket. Well, that's what I'm getting at, Vic. Like, we just didn't. I'm here for the nonsense of the tournament. I think that's why the tournament is as popular as it is. It's like, yes, these games were really good down the stretch, but you're here for the chaos. And it wasn't very chaotic. There was a lot of higher seeds win. Even CSU, who I think them and McNeese, right, were the two big upsets of the tournament because they were 12s. CSU was a favorite.
Yeah.
They were favored in that first game.
Are we going to crown our own champion today?
Yes, we are.
We only have one matchup, right?
In fact, Nelly, go ahead. We have one final matchup, and it comes down to a 4 seed against a 2 seed. So first of all, Nelly, let's go ahead and do it. Let's start with the 4 seed here, the 4 seed in the national championship game. Who's the winner? Go ahead.
And you know Gabriel Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
I got something on Landy, by the way. If you guys didn't see his last episode, there was
so
a fantastic moment.
I want to talk about it. Can we talk about it coming up?
In a couple minutes.
Okay.
In a couple minutes.
Good.
But that, Landeskog goes up against the 2 seed, which is...
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. Parker Kelly.
There you go. That's your national championship matchup. You decide who wins at the end of the show. We'll crown a champion this year.
Not a
Nelly's
single
got a
one seed
shining
made
moment.
ours? Our 1 seeds were all defeated?
Our 1 seeds are gone.
Yes, the 4 1 seeds were Black Torch, Black House.
Which was a great 1 seed. That was awesome.
That was in the Vic region.
I think his name is Fairbanks.
the Brett region 1 seed was You Like Got Nailed by the King.
Also fantastic.
Great.
The Nelly 1 seed was Moser going ting ting talk talk.
Also fantastic. Yeah.
And then the Moser 1 seed was his stomach growl.
See,
How did those not, how did
those
those not?
folks, those of you voting, I'm not sure we can trust your votes anymore. I'm just not sure we can. I mean,
How
you
did
guys
those
are like,
not make it?
I challenge anybody to imitate Albert Einstein. Good luck.
I mean,
really,
I
good
challenge
luck.
anybody have a stomach growl that loud, that voluminous.
And it just appeared.
Well, I went home yesterday and had some leftover tacos that my wife had made the night before.
What are you talking about? We just had dinner last night together.
No, yesterday I went home after the show and had some leftover tacos. And I
don't know what that means.
Nice.
Oh, it was, you had the demons coming out again? Yeah, how was your...
Hey!
Okay, got it. How was your fancy dinner last night?
We got a lot done.
What was that for?
We talked about your future. And you're no longer under the employ of this company after the show.
yeah, we have a bit of a
We have a big story.
we have a bit of a discussion to have once the show is over. So what are you doing?
Take that L on the way
What
out.
are you doing about 9:59 a.m.?
I think throwing out the F-bomb. I think
Well, you
it's going to
should
be
be-
my exit.
Well, if you should be running out to your car as fast as you can.
Wait a minute. There are, gosh, it is ballsy. I've seen radio stations. I've been part of a cluster of stations that did that. Pulled somebody, you're done. The day of, said, this is going to be your last show before they got on the air. And I go, man, do you trust those
that's
people?
A bad thing to do.
You are playing with fire. Hey, you're going to be fired at the end of the show. Go ahead and say whatever you want on your final day. And you're like, oh, boy, all right. Must listen. Anyway, so if that's the case, going to have a fun couple hours here. Moj, I'm so with you on this. Watch the Gabe episode. What's it called? Clean Sheet, right?
Clean sheet, yeah.
Watch the episode yesterday. Vic, did you catch this?
I did not, but tell me where this scene is, and I'll find it right now.
well,
so
well,
I
no,
can see
I
it.
got it. I sent it to
Yeah,
Nelly already.
yeah.
So we're going to play some of the audio.
Well, send it to me so I can see it as well, so I have a little bit of a feel.
Well,
Okay, well-
we're going to take a break so you can watch it during the
Go
break.
to my
and then-
Twitter. I got it retweeted
Yeah.
right now. So go to my Twitter. So it's the scene, and for me, Moj, it put in perspective. I think for some of the skeptics out there, and I know these are few and far between, but you've seen some of the people that basically have said something along these lines. Gabe, stop being selfish and collecting a check and just hang it up, right? Like, there's been a lot of that from a vocal minority. This should change all of that perspective.
Should.
We'll get to it next. All right, so if you missed it, the episode of Clean Sheet yesterday, we're going to get to the audio of this in just a second because I thought it was really powerful.
All I can say is wow.
Yeah.
I got emotional watching that.
So, Nelly, do me a favor. Start it when he's announced, I think. to the crowd. And that's where we'll go in just a second. Now, it is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. So we have keywords again today on the 20s of every hour with your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Grizz game on Friday. And if you want the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The keyword, as Mo says, you always make these words too hard to spell. Hey, how about pig? Spell pig in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Moser.
No.
Har, 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 har. Hey, who was it? Who was it that said Terry Bradshaw couldn't spell cat if you spotted in the C and the T?
Oh, who was that?
Who said
remember.
that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, Terry Bradshaw couldn't spell cat if you spotted in the C and the T.
I think it was a
Why don't
Raider.
you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got stuff to do.
Former Raider who said that when they were playing the Steelers.
Thomas Hollywood Henderson, a Cowboys.
Cowboys. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Hollywood Henderson was a great linebacker, by the way.
Hollywood Henderson's a great name.
I got to know him
So
when I
good.
lived in Austin.
Did you?
Anyway, the keyword for this hour is pig. So give me that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Now,
Can I paint the picture for what we're about to hear?
Sure, you just watched it.
I just watched it. It's 4 minutes. What'd you say?
Sure, you just watched it now. You can go ahead and say
You're Johnny come lately. Go right ahead. Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and tell everybody
No,
about what you
I
saw?
want to offer just one thing. I want to
Go
paint
ahead.
this just one thing. It's going to be a wave of emotion, all right? Very rarely, and Moj, agree with me on this, please, if you can, because I've been in the television business now for close to 30 years, more than 30 years. Hell, I'm old. 35 years. Very rarely can you capture
used to
raw
be
emotion.
on the news.
Very rarely can you capture raw emotion without the subject basically saying, "Hey, can you stop rolling here? You know, I don't want this out there." At no point did the cameras stop rolling on this. The cameras were there to capture this, and it was allowed to be captured. So this is why it's so hard hitting to me, is because never do you get stuff like it. You don't see it. I mean, you don't get a guy that vulnerable in that position with the cameras rolling. That's what makes it so effective.
Let me also echo this. This guy is the furthest thing on this planet from a fake and a phony.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the furthest thing you could possibly find.
He's authentic.
From that description. This is a genuine dude, okay? This has been incredibly hard. We've been talking about this now for almost 3 years, the whole thing. But to see it culminate on opening night with that was pretty, that was tough to watch.
Well, and here's the clip that we're going to play. It's too long to play the thing in its entirety, so I'll just set it up this way. It's the home opener. Gabe is introduced to the crowd. So he walks out of the tunnel. He's kind of on the ice. He's waving at everybody. He's on the Jumbotron, blah, blah, blah. The crowd's going crazy. This is immediately afterwards where he said he just wanted to get out. He wanted to get off the ice. He wanted to get away from that. Here's what he said.
It's like I'm scared to let people down, and like if I can't get through this and get through on the other side, then I feel like you're letting people down, you know?
Ball Arena has for so long been like one of the places where I've been the most comfortable. Now, for this night, it was a place where I was the most uncomfortable, and I wanted to get the hell out of there.
I haven't had a bad day in a long time. It's weird when I have one.
So, was that the home opener just this season?
That was this season's home opener against Columbus, yeah.
So you hear two different volumes of audio. The first volume is him live in the hallway at Ball Arena after he was announced to the crowd and he came back in, and the wave of emotion that hit him.
That hallway, by the way, so that's right outside the Avalanche room in the hallway where they keep the golf cart and all that kind of thing. And it's dim during the game, it's dim and it's quiet. So that's, if you want to find some solace, that's a place to go find solace. There's nobody there.
Moser, at any point, can I ask you this? Did you notice a camera crew following him?
Not at all.
Nope. I never.
Not at all.
Like, it was weird because it sort of happened without anyone knowing. Normally, when you see these camera crews, there's like an audio person, there's a lighting guy. This was a one-man band where you didn't notice anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who it is. I probably wouldn't. Maybe if I saw the person, I'd recognize, but probably not. I think they've been pretty sly about being around and what they're doing. I think.
Was the team aware of this?
What do you mean? Of him crying in the?
No. That
the
crew
camera crew
would be following Gabriel.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to let people in with cameras just willy-nilly. But
but a lot of this is just him away from the rink. I mean, a lot of this has been.
See, but hang on.
Yeah.
That scene right there, it stirred something up, and I was trying to figure out what that was because I felt that moment in that show.
So at that point, Brett, it had been 2 years and what, 4 months since they won?
Something like that,
July,
yeah.
August, September, October. Basically almost 2 years and 4 months since they won the Cup.
And I think I know why. He's been working to get back. We all know that. But it's how much this means to him to get back. Let's look at it from this perspective. If I told you guys, hey, you're really working to get back to the thing that you love doing. If you can't, don't worry. $7 million a year still is coming your way over the next X amount of, whatever. It's like that doesn't matter to him. He just wants to get back on the ice. That's all he wants to do. And for the amount of people, this is what I was saying earlier, Moj, of Gabe is being selfish. He's keeping his money. He's keeping the Avs from spending that, at least I know what the response is going to be. Long term, I know they can spend it LTIR, but long term, he's keeping people from spending the money. That it's selfish. I don't know. You can watch that scene and feel like he's being selfish. He's like killing himself to get back on the ice right now.
I've said the entire time, but I don't want to hear that stuff, number one, because number two, you want the player. I don't care about the bread, the long-term bread and all that. Listen, the franchise has to do right by the franchise, and Gabe knows that if it ever came down to that. But it's never come down to that because he's trying his butt off, okay? It's a hell of a process. You want the player. And I think, Vic, you can watch this docuseries and understand why you want the player and you want the guy. It's more than just, hey, we're going to get a power forward back into the lineup, and that's going to be kick-ass.
Yeah.
And I don't know what, where he's going to be percentage-wise, Vic, of let's say Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. That game, I have no idea. But he's hustling his bustle. But you want the guy too. You want the captain. You want the bumblebee. You want the guy who can settle things down. You want the dude along with the player.
It's
Forget
hard.
the money.
It's very difficult for me to give an objective answer regarding Gabriel Landeskog. I can't do it because we know him too well. We know him personally, and the fact that we know him, that leaks into any opinion I have of Gabriel Landeskog. So, be it as it may, what I say doesn't matter to most people. I've always been rooting for him to return. I've always wanted him to have that moment back on the ice, even if it's one shift. I don't care. I want him to have that moment. This is a man who, I'll give you a quick story, and Moser, you remember this, 2019. Kyle Keefe and I are doing a charity walk. We walked from Fort Collins to the arena, 82 miles basically. It was a 2-day walk to raise funds for various charities. I had just gotten out of surgery. I was still a little hurt after my surgery, and Gabriel had reached out to me several times on his own accord. He shows up. This guy shows up, and it's early September. They're in training camp, and he walks the walk with us. Just out of the blue. He shows up and meets us and walks a few miles. And just spends time, says, hey, I'm going to meet you guys and walk with you. Fans are like, hey, is that Gabriel Landeskog walking? And it's just stuff like that. It's just, you don't see that. Guys, that doesn't happen.
On top of that, here's the other thing. From a strictly hockey perspective, I'll compare this to Val. If you go back last year, Val, again, mysteriously exits from the playoffs, and everybody's feeling the emotions of that. And I think we could all agree that most people listening right now, including people in the organization, if they were given the option to let Val go, they would have. I think. I don't know that. I would just assume so, based on what kind of the vibe was at the time. And then time passes, and you start to think a little bit more clear. When it's very obvious, Moj, that there's no option the NHL is giving the Avs on the table for, like, here's a get-out-of-jail-free card from the contract. You couldn't get out of it. So you basically had two options. You cut Val and eat the money for years to come, which was not going to happen. Or he comes back and plays hockey. And then you start to think about it. You go, you know what? I know how I felt when this initially went down, that you didn't want him here. Hockey-wise, God, were you lucky that you were your hand was forced into keeping him because he really helps. He's a really good player. And I think the same thing could happen with Landeskog eventually, where maybe he's not the guy, was he making $7 a year?
Yeah.
Maybe he's not a $7 million player, but he can be somebody. Think about what you feel about the Avs now and their chances at a championship and what they are as a team. And then you add whatever percentage of Landeskog he can get to again. From a pure hockey perspective, God, would that help?
Absolutely. I also said before he signed the deal, you remember it came down to the 11th hour and all that kind of thing and all this. Before he signed it, you're not just paying for the hockey player, okay? You're paying for the man himself as well.
Sure.
His worth to the organization, to the franchise, is more than if he parks his butt in front of the net and gets tips on goal. If he goes and retrieves pucks out of the corner, right? Blocks a shot. His value to the franchise is more than that. For some players, their only value is, hey, man, can you play the game or not?
Right.
His value is greater than that. He's superseded the hockey side of things, and it goes into the everything that's involved with it, right? And so that's going to your example and your description 100% accurate, 100% correct.
I really hope that he jumps back in when the postseason starts, because that moment alone is going to be so amazingly cool.
Vic, when this is all said and done, when it's all finally, let's say when his career is over, and I hope that's not for a long time. God, I hope this works, and I hope it's great. I can't wait for that final sit-down. I hope Kiefer does it, by the way, because he and Kiefer are friends, obviously, and Kiefer gets stuff out of him, and it's really cool. But I'm just curious I'll be curious to get the whole perspective on everything in this. From the beginning, when he was drafted as a baby and, made it to the National Hockey League, to where his career ended up. I remember Peter Forsberg. And came back. You recall Peter Forsberg coming back.
Yeah.
And he only played 2 games with the Avs in 2010, 2011. And he didn't do it at home, okay? And I think he wanted to make sure he could so that when he played at home that the fans would be. And I remember he couldn't do it. Yeah, by the way, in his 2 games back, he had no points and he was a -4, Vic. And he's like, look, I'm not gonna put this on the Avalanche fans. It's just not gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
And he just couldn't do it anymore. But I remember we were getting out of the bus in Phoenix, and there were some guys there looking for autographs and that kind of thing, and Peter goes over and he's like, I'm going to go sign. Like, Pete, you coming inside? He's like, hold on a second. He goes, nobody's asked me to do this in years. And you could tell that he just kind of wanted, he wanted to be a hockey player.
Sure.
You know what I mean? He just kind of wanted to be that hockey player that he's always been. And he had been out of the game for 2 years himself, trying to, think of how can I come back? Will my ankle ever possibly support this? And so, that's, again, that's kind of who they are as it encompasses their life. I'm curious to see what that's like for Gabe when it's all said and done, hopefully way down the line.
Forsberg is the greatest. That's a great comparison. It's the best comp for Gabe because they're such weird injuries. They're so obtuse. You can't understand what they're going through. You see them, they look normal.
They're uncommon. Yeah,
they
uncommon.
They look fine. But like with the Forsberg injury, Man, it was the weirdest thing in the world. Couldn't put his foot in a skate. It didn't feel right. Didn't look right. It didn't react right. It was the weirdest thing in the world. His body betrayed him. So that got me to thinking. Some of the athletes locally, who's emotionally their bodies betrayed them and they couldn't do it. Terrell Davis comes to mind after he tore his ACL.
That was awful.
And he was no longer TD. He just wasn't. He tried. He tried to come back from that. Couldn't do it. I'll never forget John Elway's final press conference. I know he was old at the time. But he still had a couple years. He said he couldn't do it. Remember, he broke down and cried. He said, my body won't let me. It just won't let me. I can't do it.
Shanahan wanted him back for a three-peat. He wanted him back. He's like, I physically can't do this anymore.
Just can't physically bring my body out there to do it anymore.
Another guy, Vic, LaFonso Ellis.
Yes, 100%.
Dude, Fonz was – I think people forget how good of a player Fonz really was in his – when he could really play. His knees blew up, Brett, and it'll make you sick.
Yeah.
On
that same team that they shared the court at one point was Antonio McDyess. He had knee injuries that shortened his career. That would have been a brilliant career. I mean, there's a bunch of players. Is
there a nicer guy in basketball than Antonio McDyess?
Yeah, good dude. I mean,
Great dude.
These stories exist up and down. I mean, they're all over the place. Guys who have that ability to shine, who are just extraordinary athletes, and then something goes wrong. The thing that makes Gabe and Forsberg is their injuries are so mysterious. Like, you hear ACL, you know what it is, right?
Right.
You hear these things, you know what they are. Those injuries are like, wait, what's that again? Forsberg's foot? What? I don't get it.
I remember Bo Jackson when he had the hip thing. The only other guy that I ever heard to have like that hip thing was Neil Lomax. Remember Neil Lomax, the quarterback? When I was a kid,
yeah,
he was the quarterback of the Cardinals, and he had to retire because the hip, like, it's not getting blood or whatever. And I'm like, what is that? Like, really rare stuff. Bo Jackson's another prime example, dude. Maybe the greatest athlete on the planet, and his body betrayed him.
We got another keyword, by the way, as we're doing a lot of keywords. This for the sauna. So if you want to get another chance to throw in the entry for that brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds in Saunas, keyword today is wood. WOOD. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Isn't this thing made out of? It's made out of cedar, right? Am I wrong about that?
Well, it's built for the outdoor elements with wool insulation.
Well,
I don't know if you know that.
Read the dang thing. Vic, have you ever been in like a cedar room?
Yes, my neighbor
it's got a cedar interior with
cedar. My neighbor has one of these, and they're awesome. And it smells of cedar.
Do you know how good cedar smells, dude?
Dude, I could sit there and just sniff cedar all day.
Dude, I would sniff cedar as long as you let me sniff.
You put my nose on, I'll never leave the room.
Yep.
Well, text wood to 303-504-0925, and you can maybe get the chance to smell some of that cedar. Different keyword every day until Friday today.
Why is the Nuggets word pig?
Because you said it was too hard to spell for people. So we made it easy.
Well, people have typed in pug, ping.
Well, I can't help them.
Ping, pug,
if you can't spell pig,
you're beyond help.
There's some pegs that have come in. They're misspelling pig.
Wait, like Al Bundy? Oh, peg. Like peg?
Yeah, peg. Like peg leg.
Like the Steely Dan song?
Yes, exactly like that.
Al Bundy didn't know how good he had it. All Peg wanted to do was take his clothes off, and he had no part of it.
I'm like, Al, hey, listen. Dude, let me look at you, dude.
All right, so a lot more to get to here. The Avs play tonight. Big game against Vegas. I want to get to the Nuggets. Stick around.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Really?
People know me.
Well, I'm very happy for you.
I'm very important. I have many leather-bound books, and my apartment smells of rich mahogany.
Something about the smell of wood. I'm actually with you. You know what I got the other day? I got a body wash, pine tar scented.
Bull crap.
I did.
Bull crap.
No, I saw it. I saw it when I was at the store. I smelled it, and I go, yeah, I'm gonna have to smell like pine tar for the rest of my life.
There is no better smell than early morning grass clippings after you mow the lawn.
That's pretty good.
There's no better smell.
Or what are you talking about? Early morning after you mow the lawn? What you be careful.
Well, sort
over
of
there.
little dewy, like a little dewy, like just a little dew on the lawn, maybe, so it doesn't.
You
clog
guys are
up
one of
your-
these people on a Saturday that's mowing at 7 o'clock.
No,
in
no,
the
no, no,
morning.
no,
You're gonna-
no.
I'm talking about just in morning time. It's a fresh mow. It's a fresh cut in the morning.
8:45 in the morning. Just
It's like a golf course. Like you go out to a golf course early in the morning. Yeah, it's a good
You
smell.
know what else smells great? When you water your driveway. You wash your and that
pressure
smell.
My pressure washer's coming out in the next couple of weeks, bro.
Yeah.
I have no idea what this is.
You never watered your driveway. You've never watered your garage. Just water it down, man. Get it going. Give it some juice.
Hose it out.
Drink it up a little bit.
I understand. What's on the driveway though that you're trying to get off it?
Dirt and grime and leaves, crap, and bird poop. I don't know. Hey, I got this new body wash too. It's called Late Night Bar Cigarette.
Late night bar cigarette.
Yeah, you know those like an old lady smoking cigarettes in a bar like at midnight. It's a great smell. Yeah,
I actually
stays with you all day,
dude.
Let me tell you something, Moj. I'm not kidding.
You and Sanford are the late night cigarette smokers at a bar, aren't you?
I pine for the day again.
You're kidding.
I swear to you, when I watch movies of people late night, dirty, grimy dive bars that I love to go to, and they're just like under a neon light with a cigarette in their hand, bowl of peanuts on the bar. I'm like, God, dude, is there anywhere that still exists?
You are Troy.
You
are.
Go to the Midwest, dude.
Let me say this.
Dude, it's illegal everywhere. What do you mean?
What are you
from
talking
the
about?
Midwest. I'm from there.
You go to the
You
Midwest.
can't smoke inside.
Go to Cincinnati and you'll have a freaking pile of people standing outside a skyscraper downtown just smoking them up.
You are Troy Kane's kid. You are. Absolutely.
No,
anyway.
I usually say, government, you stay out and just let everybody live their lives. It's a good call to not have the smoking indoors because I definitely would be a smoker if that's the case.
Do you remember? Hey,
I absolutely would be.
We're old enough. All right, you're a child in this conversation. Moser and I are old enough to remember when you got into a tube at 26,000 feet
again,
and they were smoking.
Again, can there just be one? Spirit Airlines doesn't care about anything, do they? Like, I was just watching the show Mindhunter the other day where they're traveling around and interviewing serial killers, and it's back in, the 60s, 70s. They're ripping cigs on the plane. I'm like, oh, come on, man. An actual glass of whiskey is on the table in front of them on the plane. I go, what happened to us?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Full Sig and Vape Airlines. We'll be traveling today at about 40,000 feet. And the front section is reserved for all you vapors out there. The middle section.
No, vaping, no. You vapors, you wait.
Middle section for all of you cigarette smokers. And the very back, the lounge section for all you weed beeps.
Nah, wouldn't be able to handle the weed smell.
No, the weed couldn't happen.
I don't like
darts.
The weed smell.
Just darts.
Darts is where you end it. I could tell you this, though.
I want to be on a flight, Vic, where I light up a cigarette, they give me an actual glass of whiskey, and I call the air hostess Toots. Is it such an awful thing to ask for? Hey,
the
Toots,
air hostess?
I'll take
talking about there?
Welcome to Misogyny Airlines.
That's all I want.
We're going to be serving carved ham down the aisleway today.
Hey, Toots, how about another whiskey over here, huh?
Yeah,
Hey,
please,
Brett,
please,
there was
we
actually-
encourage you to touch our flight. I mean, come on, dude. What are you
Think
doing?
about this. There was
Jesus.
actually, you're in an airline, you're in an airplane, and it's enclosed. Because if not, you will die. It's enclosed. and they actually have a smoking section. You're in a tube. How is there a smoking section in a tube?
When you were little and your parents took you back to Italy, did they go back there and hammer a dart in the back of the plane?
Dude, my dad was a smoker till he was like 30.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're somewhere over the Atlantic, bro. You got to have a dart.
I still remember, how great was this? You go as a family to Chili's when I was a kid. We have a family meal. We're going out to Applebee's, whatever. Would you like the smoking or non-smoking section?
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, well, Troy's going to pick the smoking section. But I'm looking around, and even as a kid, I'm like, hey, we're all in the smoking section now, buddy. We're all
You can
here
put whatever
together.
you want out
We're
there.
together.
Everybody smells it.
Hey, real quick, last night, let's get back to it real quick.
You sure you don't want to keep talking about Brett's Mad Men Airlines fantasy
No,
over
I
here?
love this. Moj, did you call it Misogyny Airlines? Yeah.
Please.
I want to be on that airline.
Every word you can call our flight attendants, they'd absolutely appreciate
Do
it.
the same thing for the dudes. I don't care. I'm just saying.
Ladies, if you want to touch our male flight attendants, please do up and down the aisleway.
Oh, so
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Yeah.
You're free to roam about the cabin.
So last night, the Winnipeg Jets beat the Blues 3-1. What does that mean for you, Vic? What does that mean for your hockey team? What does that mean to you?
Well, it means that St. Louis is not going to catch you, so you're good there. It also means that Winnipeg is likely to win the division, and it means that you're going to play Dallas.
So it's becoming more clear. Now, Dallas has a game in hand, including a game against Winnipeg. Let's say they win all 5 games, they will get to 115 points.
Yeah.
Winnipeg has 110. So now you start doing the math. Okay, if Winnipeg wins that game, it's in Dallas, by the way. If Winnipeg wins, then the division race is over, essentially. If the Avalanche win a game, no matter what, they're locked into the 3rd spot. If they win a game, or the Blues lose a game, the Avs are locked into the 3 spot. Period, end of story, and you're going to go to Winnipeg or Dallas, and that is it. Period.
They're the 3. There's no question about this anymore. The question that I have now is whatever happens soonest, whether the Avs win tonight or the Blues lose again, whatever. Once you're locked in, do you play the rest guys game? Do you do that?
I was listening to Don Granato, Tony Granado's brother, obviously former coach of the Buffalo Sabres and terrific guy, talking about that. He said, you know what you do in this situation as a coach? You rest the guys that are your hardest workers. Your guys that actually, like, you don't have any worries about them whatsoever busting their hump on every shift. So who would that be?
Nate?
Yep.
Kale?
Yep.
Taves?
A guy, exactly. Guys that you trust the most, go ahead and rest them. Now, the tricky part here is the Avs are going to have a week off, man. Like, really a full week. Their last game will be Sunday, the 13th, this coming Sunday at Anaheim. They will not play until the following Saturday at the earliest because the league finally finishes up on the 17th. That's a week from Thursday. That's when the league's regular season ends. There's plenty of games on that day. And they won't begin the playoffs until at least Saturday, talking about the Avs, 2 days removed from the end of the regular season, maybe even Sunday if it's some sort of national TV situation. So that's where you are. You'll have you're going to have a full week off to rest, practice, which I think is going to be actually invaluable. But do you want to rest your big guns through the weekend and not have them play a game?
And risk injury, right?
Yeah, for a week and a half. I mean, there's probably a little give and take here, and you talk to the players themselves. You get their ideas about things. I'm sure. But listen, Jared Bednar is very smart about these kind of things. He'll work that out with the guys, and they'll come up with a game plan. But essentially, Vic, because of last night, you're locked into the 3 spot. End of story.
Yep. And that's a race where as soon as the Avs get a clear picture of what they've got in front of them, perhaps you can start resting dudes. Is that what you expect? I mean, just sit dudes? Oh, did he just say that?
I mean, he gave like a 2-minute answer, like just 2-minute answer. What happened? I know the text line's not up. What happened?
I'm reading an article.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, let me try it again.
Good God!
Let me try it again.
I'm doing one of these right now. Brett, look at me. Brett, look at me. Ready?
All right, ask me again. Okay. Moser, ask me again as if I never answered it. Ask me again. Ask me again. My reaction to what you said for 2 minutes.
What I said was, Don Granato had a great point.
Yeah, okay, forget all that. Just come to me.
What do you want?
Yeah, this is a great opportunity. If they know where they're slotted, it's a great opportunity for Moser to do the games with his pants off.
I could.
Ow! Anyway, 303-504-0925. I do want to get back to the Nuggets. So we aren't maybe living in the emotion of a recap of the game from the night before. Maybe perspectives have changed. I want to take another look because the Nuggets right now have the opposite of what the Avs have. Every game matters. Every moment matters for them right now. If they want to avoid a play-in spot especially. We'll get to it next.
If you've got an issue, guys, what do? You go get it fixed, right? Bad wrist, maybe your ankle's giving you problems. What about erectile dysfunction? No need to be frustrated. No need to be embarrassed. It's 2025, man. Do yourself a favor. If you have any form of ED whatsoever, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and do it today. Resolve yourself to get your ED treated and change your life because their treatments work at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic where the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%, and you're going to last a long time, dudes. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade. And you ready for this? They've successfully treated, you've heard me say this, tens of thousands of men. It's true. They're all around you, and maybe it's you. So do yourself a favor. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose there in the office. Now, if it doesn't work, your appointment's totally free. But it's going to work, and you're going to be a happier person. Your relationship's going to be even better. You could be there ready to go right away. They've got an expert staff and 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. So do it today. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It felt like everybody yesterday was jumping ship on the Nuggets. I listened to multiple different people on this station talking about the Nuggets and the situation that they're in. And it felt like every single person was kind of like flying, taking the leap.
To be fair, what reasons have they given you to stick around?
It's the thing. I think there's one thing. One thing that is, again, I mentioned this yesterday. If you had to give me a reason as to why the overall sentiment yesterday was wrong in the way that people are discussing the Nuggets, you couldn't point to something tangible. But you could point to one thing that I think is still available, which is Jamal is hurt right now. I don't know the extent of this injury and how bad it truly is, but let's just say maybe the Nuggets are just being extra careful with him so that when the postseason starts, which is all they truly care about, he can be full steam ahead. That would be it, right? In the last 4 years, healthy Jamal Murray has existed one time, and the one time he existed, you won a championship.
Yes.
All the other times, Jamal was either completely out or severely hobbled, and things did not go well. But you can go back the last 2 times. It was the championship year in the bubble. Jamal Murray was healthy, and the Nuggets were very, very difficult to beat.
I just don't trust a hamstring.
Me neither.
And it's hard to trust a hamstring, especially if you just don't know if it's all there. Even if all right, let's say he doesn't play at all until the postseason. That would give him another, almost 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
You still don't know. You still don't know about a hamstring. I do want to give you an update, all right? If you're a Nuggets fan, what you're pulling for tonight as the season, it's coming down to it, man. The Nuggets do not play tonight. They don't get back on the court until tomorrow night in Sacramento. Sacramento won last night. They're playing good basketball. They went to Detroit and won, okay? They're playing really good basketball, desperate basketball. Here's what's going to happen tonight. The Grizzlies are on the road against Charlotte. That's a W for Memphis. Memphis wins. They're going to be tied with the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the other game. The Timberwolves are on the road against Milwaukee. If Minnesota wins, they move into 4th place. They take the Nuggets spot because they own the tiebreaker over the Nuggets. So the Nuggets would move down to 5. Lakers win tonight, then pretty much sayonara, number 3 seed. If the Lakers lose tonight, well, now we got a race again. They've got Oklahoma City. And you saw what they did to OKC last time.
Yeah, maybe OKC, though, will have a little revenge factor on their mind.
The Golden State Warriors are on the road against Phoenix tonight. Phoenix is pretty much done. If Golden State wins tonight, they move into a tie with the Nuggets. But Nuggets on the tiebreaker, so they would not surpass the Nuggets. If the Clippers win tonight, they host the Spurs. The Clippers would move into a tie with the Denver Nuggets. So potentially tonight, the Clippers, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, and the Grizzlies. 4 teams chasing the Nuggets. If those 4 teams win tonight, we would have a 5-way tie in the Western Conference between seeds 4 through what? 9?
Essentially,
8?
You could go from 4 to 7 because Golden State doesn't have the tiebreaker against you. This is just insane.
But when there's multiple team tiebreakers, other things are at work now. Now, if you have a 5-way tie, which could happen by the end of the night, 5-way tie, then the head-to-head stuff takes a back seat. There are other factors in how you do tiebreakers. And I'm not sure exactly how that works.
Is it conference play?
Conference play is a factor. Yes, it's a factor.
So the Nuggets are outside of the teams you mentioned. Forget about the Lakers. They're really good in the conference. But outside of Minnesota that has 31 wins, the Nuggets are pretty damn good.
The Nuggets are better than every other team in the conference record. You're exactly right. They would lose every tiebreaker to Minnesota. They would lose every tiebreaker to the Lakers. Those are the two teams in which
So
they
Minnesota
do not
would
want
go to
tiebreakers.
4. You would drop down to 5.
And then you would have to play Minnesota in the first round on the road.
Yeah. Golly, man. Here's the thing. You sleep for a couple of games.
Yeah.
I was thinking more about this,
This
too.
is
I
the
wanna-
bet
I wanna
they
get
made, though.
Yeah,
They made
I know
this
they
bet.
did. I know they did. But you sleep for a couple of games or you goof off for a couple of games, and all of a sudden, dude, you find yourself from the number 2 hole all the way down
Yeah.
to potentially
You know what?
friggin'
I got
play.
an idea.
You know what? The Nuggets are better off being in the 7th seed. If they end up in the 7th seed, they would play Houston in the first round. Would you rather play Houston in the first round or Minnesota?
No, I'll tell you this.
Houston. But
Hang
no,
on.
Brett. Give me the Nuggets, or give me the Joker numbers from, let's say, the last 5 games again.
He's averaging 41, close to 13 rebounds, and 10 assists.
Okay. If I said to you, hey, Giannis is averaging 41, 13, and 10 in his last 8 games, yet the Bucks are only 2 and 6, what would you say about the rest of that team?
They aren't doing their job.
What would you think about the roster? Giannis is going 41, 13, and 10, and they're 2 and 6. What would you say about the rest of the roster?
That they aren't very good. I mean, what do you? Is
Yeah,
that what you're getting at?
that's exactly right. I don't want to say that about the Denver Nuggets, Vic. I don't want to say, you know what, they're just not good.
Well,
I don't want to say that because they think they are good.
Okay, 2 things here,
But
real quick.
what are we going to do with this evidence that's piled up in front of you? That's all I'm saying.
2 things here, real quick. First of all, I'll tell you where I'm at with the Nuggets. You know what I want as far as a first-round matchup? I want Minnesota. Get over it or don't. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't... The way I feel about this team, I don't
like
want
torture?
I don't want to draw it out. I'm like, you're either going to figure this thing out immediately or you're not, and then you have stuff to fix in the offseason.
I like that attitude.
You know what?
fine
I'm
with
sort
that,
of
too.
I'm sort of there too, to be honest with you.
I'm like, give me the Minnesota matchup, and let's just see
You're
what
right.
you're made of.
I'm done
Let's see
running.
what you guys got.
You're exactly. I have the same attitude now. I'm done just fearing anything. I mean, what is there to fear when you can't? I mean, you can't beat San Antonio. You can't beat the Pacers. Who cares?
You lost twice to Washington and Chicago. I mean, come on, man.
So
Hey.
you're either going to get there or you won't. But here's the second thing, Moser, what you're talking about with the rest of the roster. There was a texter that posed this question yesterday, just never got around to it. And I do think it's interesting. Do you guys remember the year before the Nuggets won the title? So I think that was the year that both Jamal and MPJ were out, right?
Yes. They lost to Golden State in 5, first round.
And you looked at that roster, and we all knew that what was coming. Like, we all knew when the playoffs started, they got matched up with Golden State. We're like, this is going to go badly. Like, there's just no other way around it. Golden State was too good. You were missing too many key pieces that it wasn't going to work. But after the Nuggets won the title, do you guys remember that summer, that glorious summer? We looked at that roster, and we go, that guy's out of the league. That guy's not playing anymore. That guy's out of the NBA. That guy's out. Texture asked the question yesterday, do you think that we could have one of those this year? That we're looking at guys on the Nuggets bench, and 2 years from now, when we look at who was on the bench for them, how many of those guys could be out of the NBA entirely? Because I'll tell you one for sure.
At least 3.
Dario Saric is going to be out.
Well, Dario is a very
play.
complex situation.
Doesn't play.
Let me explain the Dario Saric situation to you. All right, there are reports that there's a European team or two that are interested in his services, which might be true, and he may want to continue and complete his career in Europe, closer to home. Great. He's got an option with the Nuggets that pays him over $5 million for next year. It's a player option. He'd be dumb not to accept it because no European team is going to offer that kind of money. All right? He'd be throwing money away if he didn't. So he'll accept the player option with the hopes that the Nuggets buy him out, and then he can take that money elsewhere. He'd be dumb to say, nah, I'm going to walk from Denver and go play for, you name the team. That team will pay him 1.5. Why would you why'd you throw away $3.5 million? You're not doing it.
You're not going to do Jones.
So the Nuggets, the only way the Nuggets are going to get out of that Dario deal, I'm telling you right now, is to buy him out. Buy out the remainder of whatever contract. That's it.
Great.
That's it. Russell Westbrook owns a player option as well. Now, is there a team out there that thinks Russ is worth more than the veteran minimum right now? Because that's what he's making. Is there a team out there that says, let's bring him in and pay him $5 million, for 2 years, whatever, and just outplay that's the only way he would opt out of that contract. The only way. He'd be dumb to. Why would he opt out? Why would he walk from that money? He's not doing it. The only veteran out there, DeAndre Jordan's a free agent. Vlatko's a free agent. Those are 2 free agents. I mean, I can't believe we're talking about the end of the year roster decisions right now.
Well, I only bring that up because I did think it was interesting because I think you could find yourself in a place that we did before they won the championship, which is you had guys on the roster that were not going to be in the league in a couple years. And I think there's a handful that could fall into that category. And we'll see if they will or not. But, Mose, you were talking about the bench, and that's what I'm getting at. Usually, if you're winning a championship, those questions don't exist. That's all I'm saying.
That is absolutely correct. And we haven't had what did you just say? Last time we had those conversations.
The year before they won.
Was, yeah, I guess 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
But they were in a really difficult spot injury-wise.
Correct. We don't have these conversations very often around here. You're right about that. And it's when you talk about the Minnesota thing. So either rip the Band-Aid off or don't, right? I mean, that's kind of what you're looking at.
I want Minnesota immediately.
I'm driving down.
I want to maneuver the standings to make sure you play against them. I'm not trying to avoid this. Yeah. I think it would be a lot different, and I'd feel differently, Moj, if I actually believed the Nuggets were title contenders. But I right now I don't. Like, if I did, I'd be like, okay, avoid the tough matchup and try and get whatever favorable thing that you can, because you can. If we were talking about, hey, I think if the Nuggets faced off against every team in the Western Conference except for Minnesota, they come out the winners, then yeah, you try and avoid that. I don't think that's the case, so, like, bring it. Bring it.
I'm driving down the road yesterday, and I'm talking to one Keith Moser. Oh, Keith.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we're talking about the potential first-round matchups for the Avalanche, and he's all into it, man. He's all into this and that, and he's looking at Winnipeg and Dallas and blah, blah. He's like, yeah, these are good teams and da-da-da. I said, well, you know, you're right about that. I said, but they're looking at the Avs going, golly, we really have to play the Avalanche in the first round? And you know what? The old
Dallas is not happy with their situation either.
I'm sure they're not. The old man says this, Vic. He goes, well, you know what? Screw it. Get on the ice, and whoever scores more goals moves on. Just do it.
Yeah.
Like, well, we can lament. And this has been me commenting about the playoff system and that somebody who can win the cup is going to get bounced in the first round, and that seems unfair. But I'm starting to be like Brett Kane. You know what? Let's just go play. Go play the games, man. Whoever wins, wins. Yeah, do you want to win? Yeah. Hey, do you want to avoid many? Sure. But you know what? Part of me is like you, says, let's just go do it.
See, but the Avs to me are different. They can't avoid what is going to be their fate in the first round.
You have to accept the reality that you're playing.
You're spending
another
all
great,
this
great
time
team.
trying to avoid fate. Quit avoiding fate and face it head on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what it is? You're not like Moser and I, where we have reached that point in our lives where we see mortality differently. We can taste it. We can feel it. And when you have that vantage point, and I don't mean to be a jerk about this, but when mortality stares you in the face, honestly, this is serious. This is not a joke around topic. You look at things differently. You don't run anymore. You turn around and you say, let's go. I mean, seriously,
let's go.
What are we doing here? Why we're wasting time? I can't affect the standings. I can't change what already happened.
Hey, Brett,
this is the bed.
Are you saying I'm seeing it differently?
Because you're still.
I
in
was
your
the
30s.
first one to just suggest that I wanted.
Yeah,
Minnesota.
I understood. But
I know, but you're just going to play the role of that guy right now.
What? Okay, all right.
Hey, Brett.
Oh, straw man.
Yeah. Hey, Brett. The next eagle that Vic and I make
could be our last.
We bomb a drive, hit a nice Hybe, rolls up onto the green. Maybe you got a 10-footer, you knock it in. You're like, whew, baby, that's awesome.
It's me yesterday.
I know, I'm sure you did. But for us, I would say, you know what? Like, if I go to Vic's place and play, what's that one long par 5 over the stupid creek on the front?
Number 6.
Okay. Like, let's say I bomb it over the creek and I got a long iron in. Maybe I got a nice 6-5 iron in, right?
Well, if you hit it over the creek there, you got a 9 iron in.
Yeah, there you go. Knock it tight. That may be the last time I ever eagle that number 6 of Rolling Hills. Ever. You got to smell the roses a little bit. Hey, get yourself some pine tar body
you're thinking
wash.
of number 9.
And you sit in that shower and you lather your butt up. All over you. Lather with your pine tar and sniff and enjoy life. Bring on Minnie. Bring on Dallas. Bring them. Bring it.
The older you get, the more, I'm telling you, you're just like, screw it. Screw it. Screw you. Screw them.
Who are you guys talking to? Is this to me?
Yeah.
You guys are both staring at me dead in my eyes, and I'm trying to
Screw
figure
it.
out
Let's
who
go.
are you talking to.
Look at you. You're in your cherub cheekbones.
You got most of your life left in front of you. We're about to die.
Get your little baby crow's feet here on the side of your eyeball.
Uh-huh. All right.
It's not fair.
Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Getting it on all the time.
Or I'm not sorry. Or it's this is about facing things head on. No apologies.
Bring on
whatever
Minnie.
you want me to say.
Bring on Dallas.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby. And by the way, with one of these teams, you got a team that can do it. So let's get behind that, Brett, and let's push.
Okay, all right. You guys were yelling at me, and I don't know what you were yelling at me for.
I used to
don't
be
know
in
what I
my
did.
athletic prime not too long ago. Now I'm facing death.
That's a bit morbid, bro. We got some time.
You know what's good for death?
Come on, bro.
Another keyword. We'll give it to you next.
Yeah, that's Yankee dancing right there. You remember the movie Fever Pitch?
Yeah.
And when his boys would come over for the draft of the tickets for the season, and he says, I want to see some dancing for Yankees tickets. Remember that? I think he throws on Hungry Like a Wolf. Hey, give me a sign. Good stuff.
Okay.
Hey, I just saw this thing on TV, Vic. Let's give a shout out to the olds, all right? Real quick.
Can I do the keyword first?
Yeah, speaking of dancing for tickets, we got a keyword
for
tickets right now.
Well, it was pig. What's it now?
Equally as difficult word to spell. Dog. So if you'd like,
dog? 2 G's?
If you'd like tickets to
Like
Friday
Nate Dogg or
night's
Dog
game
Dog?
against Memphis, because it is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, text the word dog and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. If you want the first shot at Nuggets playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. It's nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. So we're having a keyword every hour on the 20s, and it lasts until the 45-minute of every hour. So
If anything,
this one is dog.
It should be bear because you're playing the Grizzlies, but I can go with dog. That's cool.
Vic, excuse me.
Too many letters.
Vic is a perfect example because all of the words today, no more than 3 letters. We've
Love
had
it.
what? Pig.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it's dog because
It was
Moser.
cow in the
Cow. Because
Do you know
every
how many
time
people-
every time we make these keywords, Mo, you always get on our bacon about
you spent-
it's
send-
3
texting the
syllables
word,
long.
Yeah, text in the word serendipity to 303-504-0925.
So no more than 3 letters per keyword because Moser evidently that's anything above that's too much for you.
Do you know how many people misspell Vic and they put a K at the end of it? I don't know where you guys are picking up this K. Like, I need an extra K to make it.
Vic's
It's
Vapor Rub.
VIC and that's it. There's no K.
Vic's
Enough
Vapor
with
Rub.
the K's at the end of Vic. I don't know what you people are thinking. I don't know where you grew up, how you grew up, what you ate for. There's no K at the end of Vic. Knock it off.
I want to give a shout out to an old.
Very Russian.
Yeah, sort of. Hey, Tom Cruise is a weirdie, right? Can we agree on that?
Sure.
He's a bit of an interesting cat, right?
Yeah.
First of all, that dude can really act. Second of all, he makes pretty damn good movies. And I'm trying to think of movies that he's made that I don't like, from Jack Reacher to Top Gun to everything else in
He
between.
had that weird one with him and Kidman, and they're in that weird cult. That was stupid.
Oh, was that? Yeah, that was
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, that
Dumb.
was weird. I mean,
What's the password?
he's a pretty damn good action guy. I'm watching the trailer here for this new Mission Impossible coming out. I don't know how old dude is, but dude is literally hanging off an airplane.
He's doing his own stunts.
No. You don't, no. I'm talking about like a biplane here, right? Like a steerman. And dude's literally going down a valley over a river, and dude's hanging on the plane. And that's really dude. That's not fake dude. That's not puppet. That's dude on the thing, doing the thing.
Hey, one of his most underrated movies came early in his life. All the Right Moves.
Great football movie.
Great football movie.
And what was the name of the school? Ampipe. Remember?
That's right. He
Ampipe.
wanted to escape the Western Pennsylvania.
Yes.
He wanted to get the hell out of there.
His buddy got a full ride to SC but couldn't go because he got his girl pregnant. Remember that?
I'm with the texture here. You can't keep calling these Mission Impossible when it's always possible. It's always possible. It's always possibilities.
Well, it's only possible because Tom Cruise is hanging off a friggin' airplane. Don't.
Those guys kind of drive me nuts too. The I do my own stunts guys. They just want the praise. I'm like, you know what?
Well, he's going to get it from me because he's hanging off an airplane. He doesn't have a parachute, bro. And he's literally 50 feet off the ground doing 120 miles an hour down a riverbed.
Jackie Chan's the one I respect.
Okay. Anyway, I wanted to give it. So somebody says Tom Cruise, this is Guru, is 62 years old. And dude's hanging off airplanes. Give him credit, man. Hey,
62.
Top Gun
That's
Maverick,
amazing.
so he's in his mid-50s doing Top Gun Maverick.
See, here's the thing though. The Cruise, well, forget it.
What?
I was gonna say the society he's involved in weirds me out about him.
Okay,
very
fine.
very much weirds
Okay,
me out.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying, I'm going to go see that movie. Are you?
No.
Why not?
I'm not. You know what? When they start making like 10 movies from one franchise, I'm done. It's the same thing with Fast and the Furious. They made like the second one. I was like, okay. The third one, I was like, out.
I bet.
And now they're on Fast and the Furious 12. And I go, how many times are you going to race a car?
I mean, it's 12 times of cars and women and explosions. I mean,
all those suck. Yeah,
last time
What
I
a
checked,
pain in
this
the
was
ass.
America, dude.
Cars,
I
women,
wanna-
and explosions. Boy, I'm tired of that.
Cars
Oh, you know
go
what?
fast. Vin Diesel go boom. What's the problem,
That's
officer?
it. It's Vin Diesel's just, I mean, please.
Yeah,
There's only one long-running series.
You know what this world has enough of? Cars, women, explosions, steak, and golf.
That's
You
the
know
thing,
what
though.
a pain in the ass.
That's the thing,
My
though.
life sucks.
You know, and Vic's with me on this. Vic, I can tell already you're not a Fast and the Furious guy because you don't care about the cars.
I don't
You
care about cars.
You don't
There's
care.
only
I don't
one
care.
series. Yeah, I don't care about your engines. There's only one series I'll watch that's been, 10 series deep, 10 episodes, 10 movies, and that's the Rocky series. If you give me a Rocky series between two elderly women fighting, I'll watch it.
I actually would watch that.
Sister Jean versus what? Mother Teresa?
I will watch it.
All right. Anyway, last thing. And I was so jealous because I'm an airplane guy, right? So jealous. At the end of Top Gun Maverick, when he's flying that P-51 Mustang, not only does he own that Mustang, but that's him flying it with Jennifer Connelly in the backseat, right? Like, I've always wanted to fly in a Mustang. And dude just gets to climb in his own and fly around.
Great.
And
Well, just quit your job and go do it.
Such a perfect response. Well, then stop derailing the radio show, Moser, and go fly
I
an airplane.
apologize. I saw him hang. I was coming back with my coffee. I'm ready to talk whatever you want to talk about, Brett,
You
including
weren't
the
ready.
Rockies.
You weren't ready.
And then, dude, I see him on this red airplane hanging off, and I'm like, that's incredible. It's amazing. Go ahead.
Just quickly here. This is we're a couple weeks away. I want to throw out a scenario. I think this is ideal. I would love to see it, but Mel Kiper's released his final mock, okay? And I have warmed up to this idea so much over the last couple of weeks. Like, I almost want this to happen. So here's what went down. First of all, he's got Shador dropping to 9 to the Saints, which I think is interesting. And I think is preferable, actually, to what the Giants are bringing to the table. But all these guys that at least I have kind of like dreamt about the Broncos taking, Genty, Omarion Hampton, Tyler Warren, Colston Loveland, all of them are gone by the time the Broncos are on the board.
By the way, he's got Genty going 6.
Yeah.
He's got Omarion. He's got Hampton going top. Where is he?
12.
He's at 12 to the Cowboys.
That means
They
our
got
guys.
Tyler Warren's at 10, Colston Loveland at 14. Like these.
This is the return of the running back. This is the running back renaissance.
Certainly
so to speak.
feels that way.
Yeah.
So they have the Broncos at 20 taking that Tet McMillan out of Arizona. And I'm so in on this idea because I think it provides two different things. Number one, it adds to the offense immediately. And if you guys watch, I'm telling you, go back and look at the highlight reel of him being guarded by Travis Hunter in the CU Arizona game. It's magic between those two. Like
It is.
It was amazing to watch.
This guy fits the Sean Payton receiver profile. Big, physical receiver. I mean, I would not be surprised one bit if that were to happen.
It provides two things, and it's just what you're talking about, Vic. Now imagine this. Tet McMillan, I think, was he 6'4"? 6'3", 6'4"?
I think 6'4".
Yeah.
Tet McMillan, Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Evan Ingram. Think about just that group of guys to throw
6'4",
to.
6'4", 6'3".
And then just super speed, right, with Marvin Mims.
Actually,
you have that.
They officially have Tet listed at 6'5".
6'5".
Woo. I thought he was 6'4". You got 6'5" on there.
He also provides something else. He's insurance in case you can't get a deal done with Sutton after this year. This is the last year of Sutton's contract. Now, they're talking. I've still been kind of on the fence with what an extension for Sutton would look like. He's been very good, but he's on the wrong side of 30 now. And is he worth, something mid-20s over a 2-3 year contract? Maybe. But if you can't get something done, he provides insurance that you at least have another big body there.
Would anybody have issues with that pick? I would not have one bit. I would love that. I would welcome that. Let's go.
You can find day 2. You can get a running back that you're looking for, all that
Plenty
different
of
stuff.
running backs.
Yeah.
In fact, he's got them on day 2 taking a running back.
Yep. It's the Judkins kid, I believe, right?
Quinshawn Judkins out of Ohio State. Remember,
Yep.
they had a two-pronged running back attack for the Buckeyes, and he was the second part of it.
If that's your first 2 rounds, I'll just do this for
you're getting
George Payton.
Yeah, you're getting skill help, and that's exciting for your young quarterback. Exciting. I'm not worried about the defense at all. You addressed the tight end situation. If you address the wideout and the running back situation as well in the first 2 rounds, that's pretty much a home run off season, is it not?
Feels that way.
You got everything you need.
And then you're just filling out depth, right? You're finding maybe a backup corner, backup linebacker, a whole bunch of other spots that you can fill out.
We saw some of our friends from the Broncos last night, did we not, Vic?
Yep.
And I almost wanted to say to them, hey, looking pretty damn good But I really would like to. I wish we were having that dinner, 3 weeks from now to say, by the way, you also killed in the draft too. Congratulations, you kicked butt.
Yeah.
It's looking very, very good for them.
Hey, the Denver Broncos are having an A-plus offseason.
They really are. They really are.
And they've done it just like they haven't been going crazy either. It's just been very specific sort of targets that they've gone after. And I think the 2 things that make the most sense, get younger on offense and get guys who are young with a lot of potential that can stick around for a few years. And defensively is where you could just really pinpoint those 2 spots that they had with Greenlaw and Hufanga.
Isn't it wild when you could feel it coming together? Like, I'll give you a classic example. Do you remember the offseason the Nuggets enjoyed when they acquired KCP and they got Bruce Brown? Do you remember that? And every move they made, you're like, yeah.
That was the year after they got AG midseason.
Yes, exactly. You're like, yes. And you're feeling it come to, it's gelling you. That's the perfect fit. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You're feeling it come together with the Broncos right now.
Well, we just talked about that. There's not a whole lot that they've really taken a swing on and missed. We were going down that list. Remember, you're talking about the most egregious contracts per team in the NFL.
And that the Broncos didn't really have one?
They don't really have one. If you have to nitpick, then you're doing pretty damn good, right? There's nothing that's hurting you. They're in a really good spot. Really good.
That's a good point from Vic, though. I feel the same thing. Like you're feeling just whatever they're doing all feels like it fits and it's becoming more cohesive.
There's no odd piece.
Yeah.
Right? Franchises you follow, they'll make some moves and they'll make a move and you're like, we'll see. It's a risk. What the Nuggets did that offseason, I didn't sense any risk. I was like, yeah, KCP, perfect. Oh, Bruce Brown, oh my God.
Yeah.
Everything was perfect. Perfectly placed.
Yep.
That's how I'm looking at the Broncos offseason. Perfectly placed additions.
In the meantime, I was reading Cody Benjamin from CBS Sports, their outstanding football writer. Well, apparently the Cleveland Browns were all over what the Buffaloes were doing. And it might be a situation where they need a quarterback, and Jimmy Haslam has admitted they've screwed the quarterback situation up in Cleveland.
Well,
terribly.
yeah.
But not Shador at number 2 to Cleveland. That apparently the Browns were like, oh, God, we've got to take Travis Hunter. And by the way, one guy called him, a former Titans GM, called Travis Hunter the biggest enigma this league has ever seen.
He was on some podcast where he says he could play every snap both sides, and I'm like, all right, let's
I can't believe that would be true because
let's go ahead and
the National Football League's going to beat you up, dude.
Let's just take a bite out of the apple. Let's not try to swallow the apple. Just take a couple bites.
Yeah.
Let's ease our way into it.
Here's the other thing. When people talk about Shador, getting kind of annoyed. People keep talking about his arm strength.
Yeah, I've never understood why you would question his arm strength. He made every possible throw imaginable in that offense, and there was never an issue. I don't remember watching a single game where Shador Sanders threw a ball and you're like, oh, man, if it was only on a strike,
he couldn't get it there.
That's what I'm thinking. I not once in watching them this year was like, man, that didn't get there quick enough or something.
Who's saying that?
There's a lot of scouts that think his arm strength's not good enough.
It's that time of year.
Well, that's why
they
saying
must be
Cam Ward,
downplaying it so they can try to take a stab at him in the draft.
It's the argument that they make as to why Cam Ward should be drafted above him. as they said, well, he's got a rocket for an arm. I've always thought to myself, does he put it on the money or not?
Yes.
He was,
Yes.
I think by volume, the most accurate quarterback in college football history last season.
And he hits tight windows. We've seen it.
It's a weird thing to nitpick when I'm like, yeah, but the ball gets there. Like every time it gets where it's supposed to be. You know, and it's not like he's got Phillip Rivers' arm. Remember watching Phillip, but he had the elite ability to place the ball in the right spot. But you could very much tell, like, that's not a strong arm, but he made it work.
Well, hold on a second.
Shador's not that.
The Peyton Manning Part 2. Vic.
Well, that was ugly.
He didn't have a cannon. He got it there.
He got it. But Joe Montana did not have a cannon. But you know what that ball did? That ball hit the receiver in the friggin' hands, and they made every catch.
These are Greg Maddox's.
Absolutely. But by the way, Shador's got a stronger arm than Joe Montana
That's
did.
the thing.
For crying
It's like
out
it's
loud.
not even
What
weak.
are we doing?
They're talking like it's a weak arm. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's always in the right spot. Anyway.
He's a bad cab. He got a weak stick hand.
303-504-0925. Now, again, keywords. Got another one for the sauna that we'll give away in just a second, along with I have results. I have found the winner of our Not Another Bracket contest. We'll announce who that is next.
Do we have to pretend that we like this song?
I do not like this song.
It is. Yeah, I'm over it. It doesn't hit the same. In fact, I'd like this song to be replaced by Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
So that's Luther Vandross, who's awesome, but I've had enough of this. See, you get this. Okay, you're on a desert island.
You're on a desert island. What?
Okay, and you're like, okay, it's just so you're Tom Hanks in Castaway.
Okay.
You and Wilson, and you got this on a turntable. One shining moment. Okay.
And this is the only song I got.
Okay. This makes me. I find a shell. I slip my wrist. I wade into the shallows and let the sharks come get me. Now you're on a desert island, and this hits. You're like, yeah, I'm going to eat me some crab today, baby. I'm going to get me a coconut. Woo! Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, yeah, it's so much better. I mean, it's so much better.
If you're going to have a theme song, dude.
Well, you guys are going to have to stomach One Shining Moment one last time, because at the end of today's show, I have done a One Shining Moment for our drop tournament. It's the recap it deserves.
That needs to happen. Yes, that needs to happen. So we'll get to that in a bit.
That game was not a shining moment. That game was terrible in terms of quality basketball. The end was frenetic and crazy, but the game itself was just choppy.
Well, just a quick reminder, if you guys want this brand new custom-built sauna by Better Sheds in Saunas, the keyword for today is wood. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Because they have that beautiful cedar interior with the double benches.
Oh, sounds so... Double benches?
Double benches.
Oh, Vic.
So,
Vic.
wood in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Double benches, bro. Double benches.
As Vic was talking about the national championship game, we have a winner of our Not Another Bracket contest. Because Florida won last night, Kevin Schur is the man's name. We had the best entry out of the thousands that we had.
Nice,
Kevin. The teams that he has chosen is obviously Florida, that won the national title, but he also chose Florida, Michigan State, Houston, Arkansas, and Duke.
That's a good run, dude.
That is a great run. So he won the grand prize of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at Denver Chop House, the brand new big screen TV, and that catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue.
Way to go out on a limb there, Kev.
So you can check out. Check out where
what?
you finished at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. A big thank you to our sponsors, Evan Williams Bourbon. Bourbon produced the right way since 1783. Also, Brothers Barbecue. From 10 to 10,000 people, Brothers Catering and Party Planning Team can coordinate the perfect event. Visit them at brothers-bbq.com.
Okay, I'm going to, from now on, in our tournament next year, I'm going to pick chalk. Okay?
Do it.
Only because the game is changing.
I asked that yesterday. I go, if you had this Final Four, which was all 1 seeds, do you get to brag about it? Because you are right, but you took no risks.
Yeah, but not
None.
to bag on Kevin any more than I already have, but I think I'm going to.
Hi, I'm Kevin. I want 3 number 1 seeds and a 2.
He won.
I know he won. But
Hey, Arkansas was a big pick for him. They were a 10 seed, and they crushed it.
Yeah, but they had Cal, and they had a great regular season.
Well, did you pick Arkansas?
I don't think
Then
I did.
shut up.
By the way, what's lost?
Kevin's some geek. He's some geek going chalk.
Laughing at you.
Throwing the pigs in there at some point,
You finished last.
Did I finish last? I don't think
You
I
know
did.
what's lost? You know what's lost in the entire tournament?
Birdo
As I'm
finished
looking
last.
at it. We haven't talked about it. The mutton chops on that Juwan Roberts guy for Houston, solid. Just A+. The fact that he threw out mutton chops on national television, wore them with pride, beautiful. That's why I was rooting for Houston, mostly. Well done. Well done, my friend. Too bad your teammate just couldn't get a shot off, man.
I know. We got a lot of ground to cover. Avs back at it tonight against Vegas. Guess who's in town, Vic? Your favorite.
My hairdresser?
Yes, Mark Stone. Your hairdresser and
I
power
got to
forward.
get them together. Mark Stone, meet Mark Stone.
Well, hold on. If Mark Stone cut Mark Stone's hair, is that like some sort of rip in the time-space continuum?
Could be.
I want to get my Mark Stone in uniform for the game.
Actually, kidnap the regular Mark Stone and have the guy come in with his driver's license. Well, I'm Mark Stone. I play for Vegas. Oh, I guess you do.
No, he's on LTIR right now. The hairdresser.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Hey, a couple of things before we get to the top here. Brett and I, Vic, were looking. The Masters, when's the par 3 tournament? Tomorrow? Is that correct?
Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were looking. You could have purchased for $185. The Masters is selling kits of their food to have at your own home for a Masters party. $185 you got. What'd you get there, Brett? A bunch of stuff,
pull
right?
It up again. Yeah.
Did you eat any of that stuff when you were there? Did you have the pimento cheese and all that, or no? Okay.
We did. On our flight home, we took that exact tray with all the assortments, the egg salad, the pimento cheese, had all of that. It's so good.
Okay, for $185. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I give you a little insight on how they make those? You know, they make thousands of pimento cheese and egg salad sandwiches. Do you know how they make those at Augusta National? With robots.
Chef Ramsay.
No? Robots make those sandwiches.
What?
Robots.
I look, I don't think it's not.
How does
all
a
that
robot make a sandwich? It's not like TIG welding.
It's not exactly lasagna. You're making a sandwich.
Yeah, you plop it on bread and you put the bread together and then it wraps up in plastic. I could see how a robot would do that.
You got to put the spread on the. You got to put
those
the
robots
spread on.
can cook.
Have you seen assembly lines, Moj?
Yeah, but you got to put the smear on the bread.
Hold on a
you
second.
cannot rip the bread and stuff.
The Broncos, I believe last year it came out that they are a team that eats the most Uncrustables in the league.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Do you think somebody's individually pinching together some Uncrustables?
Exactly, Moj. These are all robots.
Friggin' AI, man. Friggin' robots, man.
But here's the deal. So I don't think you can do this anymore. I think it's over. But a large hosting kit, which costs $185 that the Masters would send you to your house if you want to like host a party. It's 24 ounces of pimento cheese, 24 ounces of egg salad, 24 ounces of North Carolina pulled pork barbecue, 6 plain potato chips, 6 barbecue chips, 6 bags of the Georgia pecan caramel popcorn, 12 chocolate chip cookies, 25 Masters branded souvenir cups, 12 sheets of Masters branded wax paper, and 12 Masters branded coasters. The only things not included are the bread and buns.
Great.
That's for $185. I think that's a pretty good deal.
I think it's a great deal. The food bargains there are ridiculously low. Now the merchandise is expensive, which is why I brought you back pins. But the
and by the way, I thank you. Very nice of you. Thank you.
I used it.
By the way, somebody stole. I had like 8 of them left. They're gone.
You're kidding. What happened?
I had them at Ball Arena. I had my bag with all those pins in them.
Yeah.
Gone.
What?
They're gone.
I've been
Somebody
using
took them.
Wait, somebody at the
arena. I put it down next to my and it was gone.
But where?
In one of those back rooms over there.
Wow, that's not cool, man.
I know. Hey, I do want to add this. Do you know their media center there at Augusta? All right, so they use it once a year. It is 3 times the size of our radio station with 2 amphitheaters in it, and it's used 1 week a year.
See, I knew Moser was going to get this way.
Moser, I'm giving you perspective.
I knew it. Moser, before this week, I think it was on Friday, Moser goes, no, Vic, I know you were there. You're going to give us some insight on some things. And I was like, the second he opens his mouth about it, Moser's going to want to, like, punch you.
Well, tomorrow I'm going to start wearing all my garb.
Oh, no.
By the way, I
Wednesday,
wondered this.
Thursday, Friday, I will wear my mask.
So you didn't give us a pin. You gave us like a Masters ball mark. Or at least that's what I got.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
So I was thinking about this. I've been using it.
Do you know how much that costs?
$15?
$12.
Yeah. It's not big. But it's nice. It's nice.
It's enameled.
What I was going to say though, I was wondering, is it offensive to use it, or is this supposed to be like a collector's item? Because I've been using it.
Use it. Why wouldn't you use it?
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Where are you going to put it?
That's what I thought. Somebody's
Bend
like,
over and I'll show you.
Somebody said something like, "Hey, why don't you just like put that somewhere? I was like, where am I going to put this?
I got it on a shelf so people can come in. Ooh, let me see your master's ball marker.
Yeah.
Whoopie-dee.
Exactly.
I mean, come on, man.
Anyway, there is a game tonight, and it's a big one against a team that we all hate.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
You're essentially locked up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
7:30 tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs and Vegas Golden Knights.
If you win this game, you're locked into the 3 spot. And Coach Bednar also made it known that, hey, look, man, we would like to measure ourselves against the guys over in the Pacific, and should things fall the way they may, perhaps if we, play good enough hockey, we can get home ice advantage, blah, 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 blah. I think you want to measure yourself up a little bit against this Vegas Golden Knights team. They're 8-2 in their last 10.
Yeah.
But when you look at the numbers, the Avs are 6-3-1. But when you look at the numbers, they are virtually identical. Vegas averaging 3.6, Avs at 3.5. One thing, and goals 2.1 to 2.2. They're identical. But one thing Vegas has been doing as of late, they've been taking penalties. Burn them on the power play. By the way, they haven't scored 4 goals in a game in their last, 4 or 5 games? Get to 4, you're going to win this game. But take advantage. When they put you on the power play, you crank that power play up tonight.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Again, pregame 7 o'clock tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this. All right, so we played a little bit of this earlier. It was about a minute from the new clean sheet episode from Gabe Landeskog yesterday. It was it's all like 4.5 minutes circling around one moment that happened. It was at the beginning of the year. It was the home opener for the Avs where they introduced him to the crowd. So the audio we played earlier, we can get back to it in a second, was him sort of like weeping afterwards because he's frustrated that he's again not on the ice. He's just kind of there. Here's what he said initially, though, when they're announcing his name. Go ahead, Nelly.
I'm staying out there for this is the whole thing, yep. All right, buddy, go for it. I'm going to get out of your way.
And now I walk out thinking like, all right, here come the pity applause, or here come, I wonder what they're thinking, or I wonder wonder if they remember me. But as soon as I go out there and I start waving around, I'm like, man, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to get off. And I remember leaving and I just couldn't figure out where do I go? I'm like, normally during a game that I'm not obviously dressed for, you work out and then you kind of hang out in the players' lounge and watch the game on TV. But I knew there's going to be people in there, and I'm like, well, I'm not going in there. I'm not going in the gym. And I just needed to go hide somewhere. I'm like, I can't find a place to, so I just ended up standing in the hallway.
So he said later that it was one of the first times that he felt this, that he was like, I'm done. Like one of the first times just mentally, something about that moment overwhelmed him to the point he goes on to say he feels like he's disappointing people and he doesn't want to do that and all these different things.
But he also lets you in there, Vic, in a vulnerable moment where he says, what do they think of me?
Right.
Do they remember me? Of course they do. But what do they think of me? And Brent, you brought it up earlier, Vic, about the people criticizing. Well, you should just call it a day and all this kind of thing. I mean, Vic, what would you do if you were in that situation? What would you be doing? Because all these human emotions, he's a human being. All these things well up, they go down, they go all around. It's incredible.
He's had to deal with this for going on 3 years now, right? 3 years. Imagine the loneliness. Like when you're sick. When I was at home sick and I missed the show for a week and you're in bed, you're sick, you don't feel good. But you're not with the boys. You're not doing your daily deal. Imagine just how disenfranchised he feels.
Yeah.
The loneliness creeps in. You don't get to feel what you felt your entire career. I think that's the most troubling part of this. And you saw it eke out there in emotion.
You know what else it was for me in watching some of that? I know this wasn't the intention, and it could be a big reason why he stayed away. I think that he felt in that moment that he was a prop. What's the first thing he said about that? He goes, I walk out there like, oh, here comes the pity applause. Here comes that. I think that bothers him too. And it's part of the reason why he stayed away so much.
But he's still the captain of the team.
Well, I understand, but I think that feeling of, if you're the captain but you're not there, it is probably weird. You know what I mean? Like you say, he's still the captain of the team. In his head, he probably doesn't feel that way.
But what do? You can't walk away from that. If you walk away from that, it's over.
Right.
You have to hold on somehow.
Well, he said, Nelly, a little bit deeper in there. It's like minute 40, minute 45 into that clip. Just play it from there. So I want you guys to hear this. I want you guys to hear this too. Where he was few moments of weakness, but I do have them. That was one of them where something about that moment, he was like, I just want to be done. I just want to be done with this. Nelly, if you got it, go ahead.
I've had a couple of these moments, but this was very strongly like, man, I am so sick of this. Like, I don't take all the other take all the other stuff about like going through adversity or seeing it through or like all these things that I firmly believe in. Like this is just a moment of weakness where I'm like, I just want to be done.
And then it goes into him.
That music is freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Then it goes to him. He's literally weeping in that hallway by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, if you guys didn't watch the episode last night, it's really, really good.
Super good, man. And you know what? To be able to expose yourself like that, you know, and put it out there for everybody to see, that can't be an easy thing. Vic, you talked about the isolation. I mean, let's say you're in the dog days of this rehab stuff, or you had a setback or whatever. And Vic, you're rehabbing, let's say in Philadelphia, okay? So you're 1,000 miles, 1,500 miles away from your family. Your team is wherever it is. It's in Florida, and wherever, and you got to watch it on your TV in your room, or you got to watch it on your computer, and you don't feel like you're a part of the team, and you're isolated for weeks at a time, and you don't even be around. I mean, there's got to be some incredibly dark, tough moments involved in that. Like, why am I doing this, man? It's a fascinating look at what I feel is one of the best captains in sports, and hopefully it has a happy ending. I'm hoping that it does, big time, like everybody else.
Tell you what, I'll tell you why I felt that too. Felt what he said. You play it one more time for me, Nelly?
I've had a couple of these moments, but this was very strongly like, man, I am so sick of this. Like, I don't.
Yeah, pause it right there.
Take all the other.
When I'm flubbing chips, I have been in that place so many times that I am just done.
Because you're deselling.
I'm just done. I don't need this anymore.
Your hands
I'm
are not
tired of putting myself through this.
Listen, your hands are not in front of the ball.
Drive the ball 330 yards, middle of the fairway.
You have a decel,
and it takes me 2 more shots to get on the green. It's just the amount of times I sit there and just go, I am done.
3 things: hands are not in front of the ball, decel, and you're taking your eye off the ball.
And you're looking in front of your ball. That's what I'll do. Keep talking to me like that.
I say, bring it on. You think you're man enough to? You do it.
Brett, I thought I fixed your chipping habits. Remember, you were standing too far away from the ball. I got you up closer.
There's no fixing me, Vic. It's just a matter of it's going to work or not. You don't know. You know what? I should just jiggle a magic 8-ball instead of actually chipping. I'll just be like, that's going to be my shot.
Listen, I got you. Stop. I got you. Hey, seriously, though, what would you?
I just want to be done.
I just want to be done. Another one of these flip chips.
What would you do in his situation? Could you have the fortitude
for 3 years
to go? Well, I mean, I guess it has been. It really started late summer after they won, when he's like, this is the thing. I better really get this taken care of, and then that's what started the whole process. But could you do that?
I mean, don't think I could.
for that long.
Most, I think I would look at it this way.
You have a wonderful,
maybe not. I don't know.
You have a wonderful family. Wonderful wife and children. You don't want for anything. You've done enough in your career, and yet you're going to put yourself through this for 2.5 more years.
No, that's
Holy
what I'm
crap.
saying. Like in the middle of it, I think when he had the setback, that was somewhere in the middle, that it just was like he had to redo something to his knee. I probably would have sat there and been like this. All right, the odds of me making it out of this and playing hockey at a level that I find acceptable within myself are, I don't know what the percentages are, but it's not like 90%. It's worse than that. I got a life I can live that's pretty nice. I got a family that I love. I got a ton of money. I don't need to work again afterwards. And I feel life-wise good. There has to be moments in which you're like, yeah,
Screw this.
Right.
Screw you.
There has to be.
You go see your doctor's face again, like, you know what? Screw you.
Yeah, you and me, our relationship's over now.
Yeah.
I don't need to see you again. Sorry, I'm done. I think there would be plenty of moments that I would have like that.
Yesterday, was it yesterday? It must have been yesterday. When Vic walked in, when Vic walked into the studio, and he had that look.
Just yeah, that look.
You know the face that he had that wrinkled forehead, like you could tell he was in one. And I felt like just going like this. And remember, we were not on the same wavelength for a long time.
Nope.
I wanted to say, screw you.
Would
and
you
your
admit, Brett?
You take your face right back out that door, right back to your little rig, and you scoot it on home.
Brett, would you admit that Moser was at fault at the beginning of the show yesterday for coming in way too happy-go-lucky?
I was dealing with both of you yesterday.
But who was more at fault? I came in with the proper mindset for what the show needed. He came in like typical Moser.
Loud.
Loud.
You know what Moser
Vic,
does? You know what Moser does sometimes, by the way? So Moser saunters in here with like two minutes left in the appetizer. And then I throw it to break. And Moser goes, "You're so loud." And I go, "I'm performing. I'm working. This is a job. I'm working my job. That's why I'm loud."
Mm-hmm.
I think the best part, though, about the start to yesterday's show, Vic, is you were cooking the Nuggets. You were talking about how they're in quicksand, and the more you struggle, the harder it becomes to get out. And then mid-sentence, you pivoted and just turned to Moser and were like, "Can you fix your throat?"
Yes.
Just
Well, do you
completely.
remember the beginning of the show? This was
that's
Moser.
That's kind of your fault, Vic. Like, he can't control the body.
Well, yes, he can. This was Moser for the first 5 minutes of the show yesterday.
I had a frog. What am I? I'm trying to get rid of my frog, bro.
Get the hell out of the room. Get out.
See.
I still don't know. That didn't make it farther than it should.
While we're still in the Avalanche, do you realize that the Av cut him off? That the Avs sitting at 98 points.
There's a couple of different things.
See how it feels, sucker? See how it feels when you're deep in emotion and somebody can't handle their body?
The Avs have 98 points.
I'll tell you something. Do you know what
Manny
before you do this, Moj, before you try and do the sports show again, I got to tell you something that I find the most disgusting setting for the like muffled cough sound, the like one of those.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm at a public toilet and I hear a guy in a stall making that noise,
no.
It's
no,
the
stop
worst.
It. Stop.
It's the absolute. Like, women do not have this. There's no way that when women go to a public restroom, there's another woman in the stall going like this. There's no way that sound is exiting a women's bathroom. Men's bathroom, it's without exception. There is somebody in there that is going.
I don't do farm animal noises in the bathroom.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly.
Not a game I play.
How am I supposed to follow that with a good point?
That's my point. Yesterday, I am rolling. I got A material. And you interrupt every point I make with... It's a joke.
You want me to save it or you want me to do it? You tell me. Do it or save it?
Save it. Save it. We'll get to it in a second. Oh, that sound. Anyway, all right, we'll get to Moser's point in a second.
Stuff a banana down your gullet.
All right.
Will it make the defense right again? Because it's been abhorrent.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same theme. Nice start. Just like a Golden State game. Nice start. Early lead. Joker goes to the bench. Things fall apart. They lose confidence. They can't play defense. They run out of gas. They can't defend at all. And they lose the game. What is wrong with their throat?
I don't know. It's probably...
I mean, this entire 10-minute run, you've been...
I told you yesterday, by the way, you couldn't hear it. I knew you couldn't hear it over the air. It just bothered Vic.
Well, we could hear it, and it was loud.
So funny. That was so funny.
And they lose the game. What is wrong with their throat?
Giving away tickets for Friday. It is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and the keyword for this hour is there is a keyword on the 20s. What do you guys think? Take a guess. We've had the very easy 3-letter words that nobody misspells.
We've done cow, pig, and dog. Cat.
Let's go chandelier.
Cat. The key word is cat. Send that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
My damn cat.
You want the cat?
Can I finish my thought from the previous hour?
Sure.
Actually, the previous segment, my bad. So the Avs are 98 points. With a win tonight over Vegas, they'll get to 100 points. This will be the 4th year in a row that the Avs have gotten to 100 points. Vic, in the history of the franchise, they've never had 4 100-point seasons in a row, ever. Not one time. Now, back in the day, I was talking to Brendan McNicholas about this. I guess you could go back to the days when they had ties. Because now you're forced to go for the extra point.
Yeah,
either
the scoring
overtime.
system jacks up when you compare eras to others. When you change your scoring format, it's hard to do that.
Yeah, it is. But nonetheless, you go back and maybe you throw in 60% the extra point. Maybe you get to 4 straight seasons with 100 points. But this is what's happening, and they have an opportunity to do it here tonight, and that's pretty damn good. Or they have an opportunity to do it against Vancouver on Thursday, or LA Saturday, or Anaheim on Sunday. I mean, they're going to get there, is what I'm saying. And it's going to be an interesting week of hockey here. I don't know what you're going to do in terms of if you get there. If you get to 100 points, if you win tonight, the Blues cannot catch you. You are locked into the number 3 spot because you cannot catch Dallas.
And then you just chill.
And now what do you do?
You chill.
Chill. Just chill, baby.
So everybody chill.
So that's what you do. And I don't know what the coach will have in mind. You want to keep guys engaged, but at the same time, you want to rest some of your big guns. At the same time, you're going to have a full week off next week. There will be no hockey played at all by the Avalanche from Sunday until at least Saturday, maybe Sunday.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a whole week to get healthy, rested. Did you see yesterday that Sammy G was on the ice?
I did.
Josh Manson was on the ice. Marty Natchez was on the ice. Jonathan Drouin was not on the ice. Gabe Landeskog was on the ice.
Yep.
This is good stuff, Vic.
Again, you're ramping up at the perfect time. The unfortunate part about it is one of your toughest, if not your toughest series, will come in the first round.
I know at least one guy on Dallas who's going to go, oh, crap. If 92 can somehow come back for the postseason and is able to play even in round 1, I know 2 guys are going to go, oh, crud. And probably a lot more. That's a big... And listen, Dallas, if Miro Heiskanen can come back, that's a big buoy for them.
Yeah.
I don't know about Tyler Seguin, what his story is, but I think he's less likely. But, these teams are going to get buoyed by having studs come back, perhaps, and it's going to be a big deal.
You know what's lost in all this?
Mm-mm.
And I don't know why we don't make a bigger deal out of it, I guess, because if you think about the team that has foiled more Stanley Cup runs or opportunities for the Avs, Dallas is that team.
Over
Would
the
you
years?
agree?
Going all the way back to
going all the way
99?
back to when the franchise
Sure.
moved here, yes. 2 straight Western Conference showdowns that ended poorly.
Yeah.
How many more examples? There's 2 other examples earlier in the playoffs where they knocked off the Avs. Last year, of course. The bubble, of course.
So in series overall against Dallas, the Avs are 2-4.
Thanks.
What do you mean, thanks? Just giving you information.
Okay, I appreciate it.
But I'm just saying that is that team historically that has given you that sort of haymaker that just got, let's get through it. Let's go.
Yeah, they've bumped you.
I don't think is there another franchise that has caused that much havoc to you in the playoffs?
Well, no. I would say not really. Minnesota has one time. Twice, actually. Twice, Minnesota. Ugh. Vegas once. Sharks, and then it's going back over time.
That's about it. Dallas is the one.
I mean, Detroit.
No franchise
Detroit
has ended
back in the 90s.
Yeah, but no franchise has ended your season more often than the Dallas Stars have.
That is true. Ducks got them one time. That was not fun. Ducks were in their heyday.
It's still, I wonder, they faced off against this team a couple of times since 2019. So twice. Lost both of them. I don't know. Do you think players feel that way?
I don't think
it's that kind of carryover. Like, not historically.
Yeah.
We talked about that with the Nuggets when they faced off against the Lakers the year they won the title 2 years ago. Jokic isn't feeling the pain of that.
The only carryovers last year, right? They played Dallas last year. There's no carryover to the early 2000s when you're losing to them in the conference finals. That doesn't exist to this team. Heck, a couple of these guys weren't even born.
Yeah, but they'll remember last year.
God, that's crazy to know that, Moj. When we're watching Ray Bork and we're watching some of those games, some of these dudes weren't even on Earth. They weren't on Earth.
God, that's right.
They weren't earthed or birthed yet.
What dudes? Nelly was.
I'm talking about Avalanche players.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Dallas is the famous Moser F-bomb game. That's right.
That was in the bubble.
Who told you that?
What the holy
Moser.
Still one of my favorites, too, that one.
I went out into the hallway.
He went out, so he went to where Gabe Landeskog was.
Is that where?
And he just shouted.
Is that where Nas lost the puck in his skates and it resulted in a quick goal?
No,
he wasn't here.
Nas,
He wasn't here yet.
Wait,
Kadri wasn't here.
That was
yet.
2020.
Okay,
so that was the bubble. So Vic, in the upstairs at altitude, you know, when we had the setup there. Remember that, Vic?
Yeah.
Okay. So Jabara and I are doing like a, what do you call it? Like a YouTube, I don't know,
It was
live
like
stream
a watch
thing.
along. It was like a simulcast watch along, whatever.
So I stand up and I walk out of the hallway by Matt's office, and that's when that happened.
Because that's right after they scored and tied it, right?
Correct. And you know who did it? I don't want to talk about it. Why are we even bringing this up? Why are you doing this to me?
Because we're gonna exercise some demons when they play against
Well,
Dallas
yeah, you know what? Bring it on. Let's go.
If there's nothing else from this show, I've just learned one thing.
Hey, accept your collision course and let's get it on. And I mean get it on. I mean get it on. P-U-T-I-T-I-N.
Shh. I want both of these middle fingers,
right,
that I cannot display right now, thrown in the direction of Dallas in the NHL and Minnesota in the NBA. Bring it. Like, let me get this out of the way. I want these teams, for whoever is like the feared opponent or whatever, just go out and prove that you're either worthy or you're not. You know what I mean? I'm not avoiding matchups. Not doing it. Especially with the Nuggets. Like, the Nuggets to me is very, very simply, you're struggling. You have things that are, I would find, huge impediments to success. Can you figure it out or not? And it might as well be the T-Wolves. It might as well be. They've had your number. They got your number. Can you change that or not? And I think that there should be, for them, it should be as motivating as anything in the world to play against Minnesota.
you would think that every time you play Minnesota, it's motivating. And to be totally blunt, they had Minnesota beat without two starters. They didn't have MPJ and Jamal. They had the game won. The game was won.
Yeah.
The game was on a plate. The game was on the waiter's arm, on his hand, delivered to you. Make a layup, and the game's over. Make a layup, and you win the game. And perhaps history changes.
Wait, are you?
And perhaps you're
are you
not
talking
in a
about Game
four-game
7? Or are
losing
you
streak.
talking about the last game
I'm
that they
talking
played?
about the last time you played Minnesota.
It could apply to anything that you're talking about here, Vic. It really could.
The game is over if you beat Minnesota. This whole streak, this 4 games lost in a row, I'm telling you right now, if you win that double overtime game, things unfold differently. That game just killed them.
Yeah, it did. But I also think to this, Vic. Remember when the Lakers fans were saying, well, the Lakers are going to be mad, or Nuggets fans say, hey, don't poke those Lakers because they're going to be mad at you for da-da-da-da-da. You know what I said? And Brett, I think you said it too. So what? Oh, are you going to be mad to come play the Nuggets? You want revenge? So
you remember this?
You
remember
can't
this
beat them.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
I was like, so what? You can't.
Do you remember before the opener? Remember before the opener, that very famous clip from AD? Hey, me and LeBron, we've been having some conversations like, we can't wait to play the Nuggets. And then they lost again.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, have your conversation. It doesn't matter. You can't beat them. And what I don't want to do is say about the Nuggets, oh, yeah, man, they could get some revenge on Minnesota.
This is different, though, Moj. Don't confuse this with what the Lakers were talking about. The Lakers were saying, like, we're going to beat them. I'm not saying that at all.
No.
Here's what I'm saying. I don't care. I want to see it. I want to see how they respond. Like
you want to see who on the team. Here's what you want to see. I know exactly what you're saying.
Who's got the gumption?
Who's got the skin?
Yeah.
Who's got skin in the game? And whoever doesn't have skin in the game, get out.
Do me a
exactly
favor.
right. Like, I want to use this as a litmus test where one of two things can happen. You can beat them, and it would be awesome. Or you can lose, and I can figure out who I want to keep here next year. I can figure out who's made of the right stuff upstairs.
Well, I already know who that is. I don't need to see a series.
Well, I want to see how they respond against them. And
Can I give you what will happen tonight?
But first, before you do that though, can you spell? Do you know how to spell Coliones?
Yes, Cogliones.
Okay,
Cogliones.
Okay,
Huevos.
Hold on a second. We're going with Coliones. Hang on.
Did you just spell Andrew Cogliano?
Pretty much, yes. That pretty much describes Cogs.
Do you have the Coglianos?
Vulgar, usually in plural. It is as a noun, yes.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you think it is. It comes from Latin.
Yeah, Italian's a derivative of Latin.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I just looked it up. I want to know.
How could you be so sure?
Because I just looked it up, Vin. I want to know who on this team has the fight. Who on this team has the guts? Who on this team has the intestinal fortitude to say, yeah, man, screw those guys. Let's go get them.
Yeah.
Because that's who they used to be, Vic. That's who this team was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That's who they were. And they ain't that right now.
Who's got the ovos?
Pure guts.
Who's got the eyes?
Let
me give people some projection of what's on tap tonight, because it's a critical night in the Western Conference. Even though the Nuggets aren't playing, the Nuggets do not play until tomorrow night in Sacramento. I just tweeted.
Eggs in Russian is Yatso, just so you know.
Is it?
Yatso.
I just tweeted the following, and the reaction I got from one fan is, it makes me so mad. I tweeted this. I said, if the Timberwolves beat the Bucks in Milwaukee tonight, Minnesota will move to the 4 seed and Denver drops to the 5 seed. Now, other things can happen to cause 4-way ties, but if that happens alone, if Minnesota, that is true. That because Minnesota wins the tiebreaker. To which somebody, a Nuggets fan, responded, "Go Bucks, Vic, you need to chill out with all the negativity." What's negative about what I tweeted?
Nothing.
You know what? You know who needs to chill out? People like that who are so afraid. And put your pom-poms down for 1 second. Put them down. Take them out of your mouth for 1 second and look at reality. And understand the landscape and what you need to do. Okay? We don't live in this rainbow world you live in. It's a real world out there. Real things happen. And let me tell you what's happening right now. Tonight, Minnesota can win and tie the Nuggets. Memphis can win and tie the Nuggets. Golden State and the Clippers can both win and tie the Nuggets. You would have a 5-way tie. When you have a 5-way tie, all teams with the same record, what happens next? Well, the next tiebreaker is winning percentage among each other in that circle of ties.
Well,
and the Nuggets losing 4 to Minnesota would not help their winning percentage. They would not win that tiebreaker either. So you need those teams I just told you that are playing tonight, you need them to lose. That's not being negative. That's being factual. Understand the difference between the two.
One last time, the key word for the brand new custom-built sauna from Better Sheds and Saunas is wood. So text wood in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We're having a different keyword every day. And the last keyword is coming away on Friday, so a few more chances to get in. Text the word wood to 303-504-0925. So, we're going to find out who our national champion of the drop tournament is in just a moment. We got a one shining moment. We got fact checker, whole bunch. So we'll get there in just a couple of minutes. And reminder to you guys, 7:30 tonight is going to be puck drop for the Avs and the Vegas Golden Knights. If the Avs win, they would then lock themselves into the 3 seed and then be faced with some decisions for the games left on the schedule.
Correct. Hey, real quick, back to football before we get to all the stuff to wrap this thing up. You see Geno Smith talking about the Raiders?
I've not.
Well, he seems to think that the stars are aligning in Vegas. Now, I think that's kind of silly.
For what?
Pete Carroll, him, blah, kind of how bringing everything together, that kind of thing.
Who's he throwing the ball to there?
I don't know who he's throwing the ball to there. Do the Raiders, is there, I guess, the tight end?
Yeah.
Bowers is
Brock Bowers.
Pretty damn good. Do you have any hesitation about the Raiders at all? With Pete Carroll and with Geno Smith?
They'll be better.
Yeah, I think they'll automatically be better. I still think Pete runs a good ship.
I'll give you guys $20 if you don't look. Moser, I feel like you're cheating already. Vic, I'll give you $20.
Moser always cheats when it comes to these.
I'm not looking.
If you can name me the third string quarterback of the Raiders, $20 for you. 20
Aiden
bones.
O'Connell.
He's second string. You're out.
God, I think I remember seeing this dude last year.
Yeah, it's Drew Lock.
Nope.
It's Edie Amin.
No. Carter Bradley. How's that for a
Who's
name?
that?
Carter Bradley. Well, he's a 25-year-old, and he played college football at South Alabama. How could you forget?
We got a bunch of those running around this joint, too.
Carter Bradley seems way too upscale of a name.
My name is Carter Bradley. I like to throw the
Yes.
football.
Carter Bradley is way too fancy.
I like to golf. My name is Carter Bradley. I like to golf with Webb Simpson and throw the football.
What is the least highfalutin name of a quarterback in the league?
Who was the former SC quarterback who he transferred to Georgia, was it?
Keaton Slovis III.
Yeah, Keaton
His
Slovis.
name's Keaton Slovis, and then he also transferred out of Pitt as well.
I think there's a PGA player named Thurston.
Thurston Lovey. I don't know, man. Who's the? Hey, Geno Smith sounds like, hey, Geno Smith.
Hey, Geno Smith.
Hey,
Hey, Geno. Hang on. Yeah, I don't like the name. I don't like the name at all. Len Dawson. That sounds like a guy. It's just like, hey, it's Len.
Good old Lenny.
Just a good name.
Hey, it's Lenny.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
I like those names. See, Gus Farrat. Oh, Carter Bradley is Gus Bradley's son. I had no idea.
You're kidding.
That's what a texter says. Must be true. Oh, yeah. How about this? Bo Nix. I mean, 5 letters.
Okay, quick trivia. Bo Nix is the shortest name, first and last, in Broncos history, tied with another player. Name the other player in which he's tied for shortest name in Broncos history.
Lou
Don't
Dort.
cheat. Don't look at the text line.
Hang on.
Defensive back.
5 letters.
Defensive back.
It has to be
It's a defensive back.
somebody a long time ago.
He played for the Patriots before coming
Ty
here.
Law.
Ty Law.
There you go.
Bam.
So when Ty Lawson played for the Nuggets and Ty Law played for the Broncos. Wait, yeah, I got that right. I used to call them I used to call Ty Lawson Ty Law.
that'll happen.
And Ty Law Ty Lawson.
Yeah, that'll happen. Well, I'm still getting tripped up saying Russell Wilson and Westbrook every once in a while. It's still getting me.
I do that once every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we'll crown a winner of the drop tournament in just a moment. Stick around. Avs in action tonight as they take on the Vegas Golden Knights, and they are minus 129 on the money line on the Circus Sportsbook. That and so much more, including the middle of baseball season, the Masters right around the corner. We'll throw out some picks a little bit later in the week, but you can find that with the best odds for any sportsbook in the game. I promise you. Download the app right now, Circus Sports. You will not be disappointed. Tight money line splits and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. I can't. I got to tell you.
I am way smarter than you, and do not even remotely begin to deny that.
I got to tell you, Vic, that was as heated of a conversation as me and Moser have had in a long time.
About what?
Moser felt like, I can't stand this stuff. Moser's talking to me as if he's the teacher and I'm the student on a thing that I know, which turns out to be dire wolves. Okay? So that's where this started. Mm-hmm. And I said, why are you talking to me as if I am unaware of the subject?
Because you said it's just a gray wolf, and I explained to you that no, it's not.
They changed
the genome.
Yes.
They're being genetically manufactured right now.
Which, by the way, I'm uncomfortable with that entirely.
Oh, you don't want to...
Sometimes animals just need to be extinct.
No, they don't.
My
Man,
genetics
I want a woolly
before you
mammoth
get to
bad.
that crap.
I want a woolly mammoth. I want a pet woolly mammoth.
I've had a cough for 3 straight weeks, and yet you're making dire wolves. How about you
totally
fix my
agree
cough?
with you. We're
fix
wasting
my cough.
all our time with these genomes and these genetics. Fix my genes.
Yeah. Whatever sickness I had is not leaving, and I'm still
Vic,
coughing.
perhaps if Vittorio Giuseppe Rocco Lombardi went extinct 12,000 years ago, they might dig you up and say, you know what? We can do something with this guy.
Who in the hell cares about extinct wolves? Who?
I agree with you.
I do.
Who? Who in this world?
They're going to bring back the dodo bird, the woolly mammoth.
Who in this world decided one day?
What do we
Moj.
gain?
Who decided one day? Let's take care of this atrocity and bring back this frickin' wolf. I don't care.
You want to bulldoze the mountains, so what do you know?
Moser, you're being
it's
silly.
a great point. Give me one reason why we need these wolves back.
Well, it's going to help. Actually, the techniques used to bringing these back are absolutely going to help species at risk right now that are at grave risk of going extinct.
Well, you know what?
We'll be able
then maybe God
their
just wanted them
species
gone. You ever think about that? Maybe they're supposed to be gone.
Or you got Fred, who's out there catching all the blue spotted guppies, and now they're off the earth because Fred's got the IQ of a house mouse.
That's the other thing too. Is we're expected as human beings to be like better than. That's why I've never understood the vegetarians. I get it, health reasons, you want to do that, whatever. But when it comes to like killing the animal, I think we do a pretty good job. Because I'll tell you this: if a lion wanted to eat me, he's not going to care much about how I die.
He's not shopping for you at Sprouts.
Yeah. There's going to be a couple of teeth sank right in my neck, and I'm going to go, oh, that sounds like a pretty awful way to die.
My God.
Leave the wolves. Leave them.
And then I got to read. I don't care about your stupid wolf fetish.
Wolves.
Freaks.
I don't have a wolf fetish. I find it fascinating.
They're going to bring back the woolly mammoth. Why? Why do I need that?
Well, when
Just leave it.
When I come to your house with my pet mammoth and I stomp your ass, now you're going to know why.
I'll never get it. You know what? We need to bring back the dodo bird. They're extinct because they were stupid. Because they couldn't survive.
No, it's because dudes went to their island and ate them all, you moron.
Well, then have a better defense mechanism. You know what's still out there, Moj? Deer. Plenty. Plenty of people eat deer.
All right.
All right.
I'm done with this.
How'd you like being the student?
Yeah, you got learned, brother.
Yeah.
The hell I did.
Yes, you did. You lost that debate.
All right.
The hell I did.
Moj, myself and Vic beat you in a debate by just saying this. But why? That's all we said, and you had no response at all. But why?
Why not?
All right.
Your response can't be why not. You lose the debate if you say that.
I gave you a perfectly rational explanation.
Let's crown a winner of the drop tournament. So we had two left. It's the national championship game. Let's hear these both. Nelly?
And Gabriel Landeskog. He brings all the milkshakes to the yard. Is that how the song goes?
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard. What is this? Why did I just say that?
That went against the 2 seed?
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit, Parker Kelly.
And the winner, with 56% of the vote and the crowned champion of the 2025 Moser, Lombardi, and Kane drop tournament, it is...
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
I think it's insane. I love
that
the
shouldn't have
drop.
won. That shouldn't
I
have
can't
won.
believe that one.
I can't
believe it.
I can't either.
That's like an upset. That's NC State over Houston.
Huge upset.
That's
I can't
Villanova
believe
over Georgetown.
I can't believe the number ones got knocked off.
You know, the one I would have voted for is where all the Avalanche players say what that thing do. When you get a collection of professional athletes to say that into a live mic, you will not find that anywhere else on earth. And the fact that that got dropped in the Sweet 16, you people, you voters, you have no idea what you're doing. You're terrible voters.
But
in fact, I say they're no longer allowed to vote on these things.
Your Black Torch,
I will vote from now on.
Your Black Torch, Black Hawk, Black
Fairbanks.
That
I mean, that one.
That was beautiful.
Do you like getting nailed by the king? I mean, what a line. Anyway, by the way, speaking
Who
of
are
winners,
these? Who was voting? The guys looking for wolf genomes? Who are they?
the winner of our Not Another Bracket contest was
I'm not
Kevin
gonna sit here
Schur.
and have you besmirch science. I'm not going to do it.
So congratulations to Kevin. Big shout out to our sponsors, Evan Williams Bourbon. Bourbon produced the right way since 1783. Brothers Barbecue, from 10 to 10,000 people. Their catering and party planning team can coordinate the perfect event. Visit them at brothers-bbq.com. All right. In tradition, end of the drop tournament, we get our own one shining moment.
And also, let me just preface this by saying that is a very, very copyrighted song. So unfortunately, I cannot feed it to Twitch TV or YouTube. So for everybody listening there, I have a version.
Listen on the radio.
I have a version with just the drops, no music. But if you're listening on the radio or the app, you get to hear the full thing.
Nelly, how close was that race, by the way? That final vote?
It was, what was it, Brett? Like
56%.
So it was pretty close.
Well outside the margin for error.
Should have voted.
Go ahead, Nelly.
No. Come on. No.
It sounds like you were having sex.
I'm tingling a little bit. You're the sexiest I've ever sounded you.
You were?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can.
The band sounds pretty good. I'm not dancing.
Somebody suffer, baby!
Buenos dias.
The guy did catch it with the Trout jersey. Home run.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad.
Schematically, clearly the spirit to compete just wasn't there.
Drop back, do it to the other team.
I got to wish my baby boy a happy birthday today. My beautiful baby boy.
Get off the damn sports radio.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Yeah, with rain.
Suck it, fine bomb.
Still got a little Ferris Bueller in him. I mean, he's got some.
We need a full season of KB.
82 games, man. This is what the job calls for.
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now. Can we get a freaking landline?
Jackson Smith, Nagujuba.
Oh, my God.
There's a couple of different things.
Doesn't sound like you got anything in there, dude. Sounds like you're just blowing your brains out.
Will you shut up? I'm trying to talk to Paul.
Who is there?
My damn cat.
If you don't take an underwear, you don't get the gas.
Let's squeeze. I had some chicken wings, dude.
What that fang do?
All running so fast, multiple running into 50s.
We bring the boom!
When's the World Cup, Vic? It's in America.
This is Gabe Landeskog, and I bring all the milkshakes to the yard.
Tongue.
Oh, I screwed up.
If throwing the football were a sex, then Jim Harbaugh would be sexist.
The opposing reliever, Black Torch. Black Horse, what's his name? Black House?
I think it's Fairbanks.
I really don't give a
Like, I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
That was a thick pick.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
His pronouns is he, him.
I heard they throw, is it tacos, fajitas, tortillas? Stupid ass questions.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win.
Smiles and glory holes.
Google me.
I didn't think it was a specific suck. I thought it was like an all-encompassing type of suck.
You want to watch Little Hose on the Prairie?
It turns us on. Turns us on. Kind of sexy, matter of fact.
We cry because that's when we got our butts kicked.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
After possession, after possession,
after possession.
Right in the butt.
But I don't think they're going to get him on a minimum deal.
Did you say cinnamon deal? What did you say?
I lost a lot, including my golf clubs.
The late great Dave Jackson. No, he's not dead.
Strike friggin' one, dude.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
She can't get enough of me.
When we come back, fellas, I got to tell you about an underwear dilemma I'm having.
Okay. Wait a minute. Well done,
Oh,
Nelly.
Steve.
Well done.
Steve,
I need
great
to ask
job.
you something.
Oh, my God, I'm crying.
The last 40 seconds of that, did you have possession after possession running underneath all of those different drops?
Yep, in the background, though. That was the full unedited possession.
After
That
possession.
is your
after
finest work,
possession.
my friend.
Very nice.
That is your finest work.
All right. So, drop tournament wrapped up. Congratulations to all of the
But I guess the question
nominees.
is, if we had like a drop tournament for the history of this show,
oh God,
do we have all the other drop tournament stuff from the last 6 years, Nelly? Like, how
I
do
think
we
it's saved here somewhere.
Nelly.
How do we gather that many drops during the course of a year, though? That's incredible.
Nelly, can you take what you just produced there, One Shiny Moment? Can you put that out on the internet? Can we tweet that out?
I'll podcast a recap of
Just
everything
that right
today.
there. That thing right there. That is your crowning achievement. When you die, that will be on your. What's that called again?
I'm going to put a speaker on your headstone, and I'm going to put a Bluetooth to it, dude, and that's just going to play across the cemetery.
I think it's the trash can is what you're looking for.
It's going to be on the pile of dirt.
All right. By the way, winner of our Nuggets Ticket Tuesday playoff push alliterative things, Kyle Moore. Congratulations. You are going to the Grizzlies game on Friday.
Are you still on
so
the
congrats.
alliteration hang-up?
You
hate it, don't you?
That's your
I do hate
opus. What's the term opus?
I think it's called trash can again.
Magnum opus?
Magnum opus. That's what that was.
You guys have a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Appreciate that, KJ. Thank you.
I feel horrible, man.
Getting older.
I woke up dog cussing this guy, not knowing it is his birthday.
As a birthday present, my laptop shut off about 2 hours ago and won't turn back on. I think it's just toast now, apparently.
Did the cat also sneak into your bedroom and poop in your mouth?
Are you trying to say I have bad breath?
A little bit.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I can smell it from all the way over here. Happy birthday, Raj. I love you.
That feels offensive. That's the first time you've ever told me that I have bad breath.
It's not.
It's fine. It's fine.
Like on the stage of halitosis, I would say it's like in the kind of more in the 5 to 7 range.
I brushed my teeth. I used Listerine this morning before I left the house.
It might be something, more of a medical conditioning that's kind of deeper than just what is happening in your mouth. Happy birthday, Raj. I just completely made that up. Your breath has never been a problem.
What on earth is going on?
There's plenty of people at this.
Oh, yes.
There are plenty of people at this station that work here that do have some of those issues.
Blindside. You just T-boned me in the first 2 minutes of the show.
Isn't that the worst, though, when somebody just gets inside your melon? I mean, I'm going to ruin your show for the next 2 hours.
Oh, I can tell after the conversation that you and I had about Google Chrome tabs. As the show open is happening, Coach can't get his golden retriever squirrel mind off of it. Let's dial in here. National championship game was wild at the end. Houston had this thing in the bag. They choke at the end. They've got possession. You've got a bucket to tie, a 3 to take it over. And you leave your feet. And you violate the cardinal rule that you're told as a 6-year-old. You leave your feet. The kid has to spike the ball into the ground.
But could he not have retained the basketball?
No.
Because I heard it is because he put it down with 2 hands to begin. You can begin a dribble with 2. You just can't repossess with 2 in the middle of a dribble. Like I've seen it in the NBA where guys are shooting a jump shot and then they go straight to the ground and then they continue their dribble. Could he not? I mean, where is it in the rules that would have been a travel or a double dribble?
He rose with 2 hands on the ball to go take a shot and realized I can't get this shot off. I have to put the ball on the ground because if I come back down with possession, I've traveled.
I understand that part of it.
Right. So what are you missing about the play? KJ, fill me in. What are we missing here? I think this is very straightforward basketball play.
You explained it correctly. Without somebody else touching the ball to recover the possession that is not the player who was attempting to take the shot, he doesn't have that ability to come back down and then also touch the ball because it would either be a travel.
So you can't have a jumping dribble? You're not allowed to have a jumping dribble?
No.
Because that's what it would have ultimately functioned as.
No.
A jumping dribble.
He went up with 2 hands to go take it. No, you can't. What are you trying to like conjure up here?
I've seen this in the NBA.
It's a different league. We already talked about it with the shot that beat CSU.
Gosh, somebody's in a bad mood because their breath stinks. Jeez.
What I don't understand. Like it feels like everything this week you're trying to figure out the hidden meaning behind it. It would have been a travel. It's very clear. The kid left his feet, 2 hands on the ball to go take a shot, realized he couldn't get it off, and then had to put it back on the floor. And if he touches the ball again, it's a turnover. It ends up being a turnover regardless, but I don't know what you're missing here.
He could have just kept dribbling. Why couldn't he have kept dribbling? I heard Vic explaining it this morning, that if you use 2 hands, then that's a double dribble. That's only if it's in the middle of your dribble, not if you start your dribble. You can start your dribble with 2 hands all you want. It's that the double dribble rule would come into that you repossess it in the middle of a 1-hand dribble with a second hand. Therefore, you're not allowed to continue to dribble.
Wait, so Coach, are you saying that this guy should have taken it, dropped it, scooped it with 1 hand while also jumping back in the air? And
no, he should have kept dribbling. Once he made the mistake, he could have kept dribbling and then thrown up a shot. I just saw
he left his feet.
This happens in the NBA all the time.
Rising, also different league, and I just said that we have established that the NBA and college basketball are different. We saw that with the CSU play. We saw that. What I don't understand, what is happening with your head right now?
Down. continue to dribble. You know where it looked really familiar?
I can't fix him today.
Everything that happened.
He walked in broken, like my laptop.
Okay. All right. Just trying to bring some sanity to the show. Everybody else is just excusing this kid for, I think he made a bad play, which is him being indecisive to shoot the basketball, because he looked like the Denver Nuggets without Jamal Murray at the end of a game. That looked really familiar. Watching the final possession of the Houston Cougars national championship bid for the first time that they would have won it in their school's history.
You got to feel for Kelvin Sampson, man.
Did that not look like the Nuggets' end of game scenarios without Jamal Murray?
Oh,
it looked identical.
It so did, man.
It's like, no, I don't want it. No, don't give it to me. No. It looks like any time that Nikola Jokic gets blitzed at the end of the game, there are 4 other players like, no. The problem is the Houston Cougars had 5 players that had 0 interest in being the guy. And sometimes you just got to say, you know what? I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to be the guy today. And you know what? I might be the guy that misses this shot. But if you miss that shot, are you better off by launching that thing up and possibly drawing contact than what the heck happened there, where you made a bad play worse?
Yeah, you're better off launching that thing and just hoping that somehow you get it past a guy who's attempting to block it, and maybe someone crashes to the board, and with like 2 seconds, 3 seconds left, you can get a tip. And you are better off shooting that. And also, like, you had time that if you airballed that thing, granted, sports happen at full speed.
Well, especially Houston with their tip-in dunks.
Right.
I feel like anytime there's a ball hanging around near the rim, it's like, here comes freakish long athlete. Yeah!
Have you seen the practice video of what Houston does for, like, loose ball scenarios?
No, I didn't see
Those
it.
There's a video
athletic, though,
of their practices where Sampson just throws a ball into a dead area of the court, and it is a full-on melee. Guys are the ball gets kicked around. It goes off.
Like they play
it goes
that way,
off
man.
the court.
That makes sense.
To the door, like as you're walking in from the hallway, and guys are beating the living crap out of each other trying to get the
It's
basketball.
like the movie Hoosiers, man, where you see a guy go through the glass of the fire extinguisher.
It's exactly that. It's
shred
one
it
of the
up.
coolest videos I've ever seen.
Shoulders just bleeding. You check back into the game with shards of glass in your left shoulder.
So at that point, like just launch it and hope that someone can come up with either a ball that hits the rim, the backboard, or because there were 4 seconds to go, you airball that thing. It did look like a panic situation. What you do have to realize that even at that level, right? Even at that level, still kids. Still kids. A couple of teenagers in there.
All right, I need to go. I know I'm in the band from the text crew, just like Vic Lombardi, who talks about it on a daily basis. I need to know 303-504-0925.
You don't want to know.
Am I absolutely crazy, or is there anybody else that's out there listening right now that think that you could have just continued to dribble because you did indeed throw the basketball down while you were in the air and you have the ability to continue your dribble? Has anybody ever seen that play? Because I've seen it this season in the National Basketball Association. Could you have done that in college basketball? Please let me know.
Brutal finish for Houston there. Brutal. Ends up being a really exciting Final Four. After what we thought was a very chalky tournament, and it was a chalky tournament. NIL, if this is what we get in Final Fours, I'm in. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with transfer portal rules, not having guys sit out, and you being able to bounce as a free agent from team to team. It's going to take a while to get used to. Don't get me wrong. There's going to be a lot of times where you have no idea who's playing for any team that's on the court, let alone your alma mater. You won't know. But if that's the Final Four we get, if those are the games that we get on the final weekend, as compared to a 1 going up against a Cinderella 7 that gets blown out by 32 points, I take that finish any day of the week. It ends up being a really, really good basketball tournament.
Call me negligent. Call me a bad follower of college basketball. The one thing that this NCAA tournament just lacked, and it's surprising that in the era of NIL, name, image, likeness, it lacked, was a lot of superstar power.
Yes.
Like even these two national championship teams, like there were some nice little moments here, but there wasn't like the must-watch player on really either team. Like Houston was a good collection of the parts, but it wasn't, I have to watch that guy. Cooper
if Duke
Flagg
gets through, it's Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, Cooper Flagg felt like he was the only with like undoubted household name in the entire NCAA tournament.
If Duke doesn't,
am I right in saying that?
I think you are right. If Duke doesn't choke away a 6-point lead with 30 seconds, that point is no longer valid. But they choked it away.
Matthew from Iowa, the great state of Iowa, 100% could have dribbled. Not only that, there's no way the refs get in the way and blow the whistle in that moment.
You're banned from the text line. Hit the X button. Talk about your tabs. Get out of there. You've been banned.
I just took away a tab.
Dan Orlovsky had something to say yesterday. There was an argument on ESPN, and the delightful thing about having Coach Sanford here is that even though he's way off base on the travel thing here, and we get that, we know that. What he knows is ball, and he knows football, and
Not the round one,
and he knows patting the ball. Does patting the ball make you a bad quarterback? That on the other side. Coach Sanford is trying to poison Scott Hastings, who I hope will call into the show and describe the end-of-game scenario between Houston and Florida in last night's national championship game. But right now, it's a playoff ticket Tuesday as well as a 2K Tuesday. If you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way to do so is by signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The tickets that we're giving away right now are for Friday night's game against the Memphis Grizzlies. And your first keyword is Ja. J-A, Ja. That's all you got to text in to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, Ja. J-A. to 303-504-0925. That keyword goes away at 10:45, so you have 25 minutes to text that thing in. Your next one will come up at 11:20 this morning. So I hope that Scotty, as you just got off the phone, is looking at this thing and will end up calling in and giving us an explanation. I don't think he can pick up that basketball, man. I don't.
He can pick it up and pass it. The stupidest thing that he did is sit there and look at it as the last 2-3 seconds are expiring. And anybody wants to tell me that I'm stupid or I don't know sports, whoever that player is, he might be a superstar or whatever, that was stupid sports. Dumb sports. The dumbest.
That is dumb sport.
Dumb sports. It's like blood sport, but it's dumb.
I'm not saying it was. Samson called it. Kelvin Sampson called it an incomprehensible play, which it is. It's incomprehensible.
The heck is he doing?
What happened.
He's sitting there boxing out.
Just throw the ball at the hoop. You've got 4 seconds. Hopefully someone comes up with an offensive rebound there. Speaking of doing odd things with the ball, here's Dan Orlovsky.
Patting the football has been around for a long time. Some of the great quarterbacks in the NFL have patted the football. Dan Marino, John Elway, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Matthew Stafford. It matters for some, and it doesn't matter for others. So the ones that it doesn't matter for, they have a couple traits. One, elite arm strength or a lightning quick release. That's a player like Aaron Rodgers. Elite arm strength, Josh Allen. Or they play with remarkable anticipation and ball placement. So the patting the football is nothing new. It doesn't matter to most guys. Now the ones who it does matter to, average to below average arm strength. Yep. Or it takes you a long time to see it happen in the NFL, to see the window open or shut. Or you have average anticipation and ball placement. That's when it's going to matter. I do not think Shedeur falls into that group for the most part. If you want to have a conversation about arm strength, we could probably have that one. That would be the only moment. Or quick game. So every quarterback does it because this is a timing mechanism. It's like an indicator. Quick game meaning like 1, 2, 3 and throw. You don't want to do 1, 2, 3 throw and then have a very long release. Then guys will jump it. But I think this is more often something that or nothing than something.
As a lifelong quarterback coach, the ball padding conversation has always been something for me that's more of a pet peeve. Something that I just always like, I wish I could get rid of that. But some of the best quarterbacks that I've ever coached, namely Jordan Love, big time ball patter. And it is a bit of a timing piece for them. It's a rhythm. It's just like sticking out your tongue like Michael Jordan used to do. It really is. And ironically, Jordan Love, if you watch him, if you Googled him right now, there's plenty of times where you'll see that he'll pat the ball with his tongue out with both feet on the ground. And I tried my tail off for 1 calendar year to coach all of those 3 things out of him. And yet I was unsuccessful. And here he is making what? Second most money, third most money in the National Football League at any position. Shedeur Sanders is not going to have a problem being an NFL quarterback because he pats the ball. It's a crazy argument. You know what that argument's coming from? People that have never played the position of quarterback and have never coached the position of quarterback. It's also hilarious to me to even consider the fact that people are saying that Shedeur Sanders doesn't have enough arm strength and, the fact that he pats the ball, it's going to become a problem all of a sudden in the National Football League for him. We're watching Jordan Love right now against the Cowboys in the playoffs last season, and he is patting the heck out of the football and jumping with his tongue out. There you go, Raj. Yep, there it is. Ball pat, tongue out, jump, dime. NFL game.
Is this all just... Is this conversation popping up because I've seen him kind of tumble down some some draft boards, and Kuiper's
Media.
most recent one.
Media people.
Kuiper's most recent one has him down at 9. Are we just trying to find things that are wrong with Shedeur Sanders and talk yourself out of, because he's not in last year's quarterback class, that he's not good enough to be a top 5, to be a top 10 guy?
The thing about Shedeur Sanders is he has all the physical attributes, in my opinion, to be the top quarterback drafted. The guy that I just can't wait. I can't wait for the fall, man. I'm talking about when he's drafted. I'm not talking about he's going to fall in the draft, but Cam Ward. The more and more that I've talked to people, and I've talked to assistant general managers in the current National Football League that sat in his meetings at either the Senior Bowl or at the Combine, and they said that he has such an incredibly massive chip on his shoulder that it comes across as combative, confrontational, and he put off a lot of people in terms of his process that led to what's probably going to be him being taken overall first. But I think that Cam Ward is more of a possible miss prospect than Shedeur Sanders is. But I do believe that Shedeur Sanders, like most quarterbacks, needs to be put in the right situation.
New Orleans is it the right situation?
I still see Vegas, man. I still see it. I don't see how new general manager
Tom Brady now having the ear of anyone who's making a decision there.
Yep. Spy tax there. I think that Shedeur Sanders is a Las Vegas Raider, and I think it's horrifying for the division because I think he's going to be really good there.
That division in terms of quarterbacks would be nuts. So if he is as successful in Vegas as he has been, let's just keep it to his years at CU. You now have a true number 1 quarterback in Las Vegas for the first time. Like, would you really call the Derek Carr thing a success with the Raiders? He did get him to the playoffs once. You call that a success? Or is that middle of the road?
Middle of the road.
Okay, so won't call it a success. First time that we've seen a truly successful quarterback in a Raiders uniform in nearly like 2 decades is what it feels like. Mm-hmm. You've got that paired with sophomore year Bo Nix, who outperformed expectations.
Who was the
last
last
year.
Really good quarterback for the Raiders?
Rich Gannon? I don't know.
Gannon was sweet.
At the end of his career, Gannon? Find me another awesome quarterback. And was Carson Palmer good enough for you? I think he was more middle of the road when he was a Raider. I can't remember. It's just off the top of my head. When's the last great one? I can't remember it. Bruce Gradkowski? That guy? Nope. That, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes. It's the best quarterbacking division. It goes from being the best coach division in the league to both the best coach and best quarterback division in the NFL. And that's worst case scenario for you as a Bronco fan right now.
NFC North. Pretty salty quarterback division.
I don't know who J.J. McCarthy is yet.
Yeah.
I
And
can't
Caleb
say
Williams.
that. I don't know
Caleb
who he
Williams,
is.
the jury's out.
Yep.
Jordan Love, after year 2, jury's slightly out, I would say.
I don't think the jury's out on Jordan Love. I think he's the truth.
I mean, obviously I do.
I think he's the truth.
But Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, and J.J. McCarthy, that's pretty strong. But there's some question marks. Who else has got a... I mean, it's
the AFC East
West.
is a no. AFC North right now is a no because who the hell's the quarterback in Pittsburgh or Cleveland? You've got 2 studs in Cincinnati and Baltimore, but two unknowns. AFC South is a hard no.
Hard no.
You can argue there's one quarterback in the AFC South.
AFC East is getting a little salty these days. If Drake May is on the continued descent.
Who's the quarterback for the Jets?
That's the only one, right? You have Tua Tagovailoa. You've got...
You can't give a green check mark to Tua. You can't do that.
I mean,
the guy can't stay on the field.
Yeah, the last couple of years hadn't been.
What have the Dolphins even done? Do we think Tua, because of what they did to the Broncos? What have the Dolphins done? They've done nothing.
They haven't done anything.
They haven't done anything. AFC East is a no. You have one bona fide stud. You have one bona fide stud.
Josh Allen's good, and I would argue that Drake May is on his way towards being a really good player.
The Giants, if they make the selection,
NFC East,
Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Dak Prescott, and could it be Shedeur? If Shedeur goes there,
becomes
That might become your number one quarterbacking division in the league. NFC North is jury out, but very close. What is J.J. McCarthy?
Pending the development and revelation of two of the four quarterbacks.
Jared Goff is, you can't call him a stud, but I would take Jared Goff on the Broncos. I'm not saying I would take him over Bo. I love the future of Bo. But like if Nix wasn't here and Goff was available, I'd say, sure, why not? Come on down. You've been perfectly fine. NFC South, Tampa Bay, Baker, good enough. Michael Penix, jury out, but looks good. Carolina, second half of Bryce Young's season last year made you think, all right, they didn't bungle that number one pick. And New Orleans depends whether or not you can get a quarterback this year. So they're not close. The NFC West is a no. Kyler Murray, I still think, is middle of the road. San Francisco doesn't know whether or not they're going to re-sign Brock Purdy. LA's got Stafford, but he's long in the tooth. And Seattle can Sam Darnold be Minnesota version of Sam Darnold? And that is a huge question mark. Your AFC West, the best quarterback division in the league.
Worst quarterback division, NFC South?
AFC South's pretty bad.
Titans,
NFC South has Baker, Bryce Young, Michael Penix Jr., and Derek Carr. Or a quarterback to be drafted this year.
AFC South is Trevor Lawrence.
Question mark in Indy. So Anthony Richardson. CJ Stroud, good.
Pretty freaking good.
That's a lock. Tennessee, who?
That'd be most likely Cam Ward.
Cam Ward. So I think that's probably your worst.
Who's the fourth?
Cam Ward, Lawrence, Richardson.
Richardson, jeez.
And Stroud. AFC South's the worst quarterback division in the league. Right? NFC West is question marks all over the place. You've got too many studs in the AFC North to make Pittsburgh and Cleveland, those two crap quarterbacking situations, drag you down to the bottom of the lake.
Are you hearing all this about Jackson Dart as the future quarterback?
I have.
Of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Does that not feel awfully similar?
Feels Mason Rudolphy.
Or Kenny Pickett?
Yep.
It really does to me. It's kind of like we're not really going to draft a quarterback, but we're going to talk ourselves into this one late in the first or in the second round.
Who do you think that comes from? Does that come from Tomlin?
It might be just the overall defensive-minded head coach that says, we don't really need great quarterback play.
Right, but if I'm...
But you know what then Mike Tomlin ends up doing? Keeps firing offensive coordinators.
And he's a one-and-done every year now. Ever since
firing
Ben was
quarterbacks,
gone.
firing offensive coordinators.
If I'm Tomlin, I'm pounding the table for a legit starter. I know I can get it done with Kenny Pickett. I know I can get it done with Justin Fields and Russell, or get it done saying I can have a winning season and get to the playoffs and be an afterthought.
You know what could move the needle a little bit? Mike Tomlin's personality, cultural fit with Shedeur Sanders and moving mountains to get there. Because I don't know that it's going to require you to get to pick 3. But if the Steelers can if Shedeur slides out of pick 6 and is still available.
All right, so if he gets past Vegas.
I don't think knowing Kellen Moore, I don't know that that's a great fit. Kellen Moore.
Why isn't it a good fit for Kellen? Because you do, Kellen
He's
very
my neighbor.
well, right? Like that's a Boise State guy. You know him well. Why doesn't he fit with Shedeur? Because that's the latest mock from Kuiper. He's got Shedeur going 9 to New Orleans.
You look at Kellen Moore's success as a coordinator in the National Football League. It's come from really, really good runners of the football, power players. Thinking namely Jalen Hurts, certainly in the one season he was with the Eagles and won a Super Bowl as the offensive coordinator, and Dak Prescott. Powerful throwers, guys that can go run the ball, physical. You can design red zone schemes to run your quarterback to score touchdowns. And then the other success, I'd call it inconclusive success, but there was times where the numbers were really good, is when Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator for Justin Herbert in the Chargers organization. I don't see Shedeur as a comp to any of those 3 players. A lot more of an abstract passer. Color outside the lines.
I like the term abstract passer.
Is that the first time it's ever been used? I just don't see it, man. I mean, one thing I'll say about the Boise State offensive system is there is a lot of hardcore training of the quarterback. You do this with this footwork and the ball's out at this time. Every single time to this player against this coverage, when this nickel defender does this, that ball explodes out of your hand. Is that exactly who Shedeur is? Probably not. Can he do that? Yes, he can.
What you're screaming to me right now is look at who Ben Roethlisberger was all those years in Pittsburgh, man.
Mm-hmm.
He did have a good running game. He had a great defense every single year, but a lot of those plays, it felt like Ben was in the dirt drawing things up with a twig.
Yeah, he looked like my son Griffin when he gets the kids menu and a couple crayons, and he starts coloring outside of whatever.
Crayon or crayon?
I say crayon.
Crayon? I think it's crayon.
I don't like
Crayon?
to
Settle down just a little
I don't
bit.
like to add a syllable for something that doesn't.
I do like
doesn't
removing
deserve,
syllables whenever possible.
Doesn't
I'm
deserve
cool with
a
that.
second syllable.
It's like when I remove my T's and Moser and Vic get mad at me with mountain instead of mountain.
Currently, Steelers sit at what, 22?
21, one pick
21.
behind the Broncos.
Probably a pretty big jump.
It's a big jump. Because you're saying if he falls outside of 6, the Jets are a possibility. The Saints are a possibility. We've talked about San Francisco. Like, if Shedeur starts falling, do you maybe look at San Francisco and say, hey, come sit behind Brock for a year, and then Brock's going to go get paid by somebody else, and we'll deal with you for 4 years, and then maybe we will pay you that, I don't know, 5 years from now, $75 million contract on an average annual basis, whatever it's going to be at that point. He wouldn't go at 12, wouldn't go at 13. He might go at 14. I don't see some like crazy precipitous fall for him. I think there's a greater chance that he's gone by pick 3 than he's available by 9. Pittsburgh's not going to jump up. I could see San Francisco making the jump way quicker than Pittsburgh just because of where they are in the draft. They're 10 picks higher at 11.
The 6606 from the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. And I know I was banned from this. Just said, Jarrah trades Dak to Pittsburgh. 4 picks, and then take Shedeur.
That's very fair.
I think that would be a really smart move.
It's a great thought.
You want to get cheaper quick? How many picks do you get for that, though, for Dak? How many first-rounders do you get for Dak?
It also assumes that you're going to shed a lot of contracts. So Pittsburgh's got to be willing and able to take on, it's the largest quarterback contract.
What's the delta between Shedeur and Dak? That's the thing. Because Dak Prescott's a damn good quarterback, man. He is a good quarterback. He hasn't ever gotten it done in the postseason, but he's a really, really good quarterback. And those things, as we're looking at it right now, look at the top of the draft. It's so hard to find that dude. There's so many teams that are searching for years, decades to find Dak Prescott. And you're going to give up on him just because he hasn't gotten it done? Jerry's done crazier things.
That's the only way that this would make sense, is because you got Jarrah. And Jared Jones does what Jared Jones wants to do.
If that's on the table and Deion gets a hint of that, if I'm Deion Sanders, dude, I am working every back channel I can do to get into Jerry Jones's ear and go and make this deal.
Well, it's a weird situation because you hit the reset button on your coaching staff, parting ways with Mike McCarthy for Brian Schottenheimer. And it just feels like Brian Schottenheimer is a weird fit for an established team from a roster perspective with an established quarterback.
A brand new head coach who's lame duck to get Dak into the end of his contract, and then you kind of hit the reset button.
Right. And even with that, I will say that Brian Schottenheimer was in the building at the Cowboys, so it wasn't like he was brought from the outside in, but he's not really intimately associated with any really good success for the Cowboys organization. It almost would make more sense for Jarrah to kind of hit the reset button and find his quarterback. And I still think if there's some way that Shedeur Sanders ends up in Dallas, oh my gosh, that would be wild.
One more time, it's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. If you guys want to be the first to get a shot at playoff tickets in each and every round, the best way to do so is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Just go to nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. You have 5 more minutes to text in your first keyword to get a chance to win tickets to Friday's game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Your first keyword is JA, J-A, with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. That is JA, J-A, 303-504-0925. That keyword goes away in 5 minutes.
One of my favorites is squirrel.
Those spring temperatures are telling you that spring is all the way here. And as this weather continues to heat up, the sports action heats up even more at Circus Sports Colorado. In fact, I just opened up my Circus Sports Colorado app and noticed that tonight's game, Avalanche hosting the Las Vegas Knights, Avs are 1.5 goal favorites in that contest. A slightly meaningless game for the Avs. I think that might be a fairly large spread right there. So Vegas has always been a bit of a problem. But if you're looking for any opportunity for playoff futures, for NHL, for the NBA, props on your favorite players and more, Circus Sports has got you covered. Make sure you do what I did. Download that Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a 2K Tuesday and a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your first keyword is come and gone. Your next one is coming up during NFL Notes at 11:20 today. Before we get into Gabriel Landeskog and what he said on the documentary, and it ended up being one of the more heart-wrenching portions of the documentary, you just got off the phone with our basketball gospel, and that is Scotty Hastings. What did Scotty have to say, Coach?
Yeah, Scotty wasn't my road dog like I thought he was going to be. I thought he was going to have my back. He told me.
I was so nervous he was going to have your back and just be like, dude, Raj and KJ are so wrong. I was so nervous about that.
Yeah, so the way that Scotty talked about is once you commit to the shot.
And this is the Houston, Florida endgame scenario.
Yeah, once the player, and I've drawn a blank on the kid's name because there weren't very many superstars in the NCAA tournament this year. But once he left his feet in the decision and commitment to shoot the basketball, the pivot foot, whichever foot would have been established as a pivot foot, leaves and you leave off 2 feet. That if you do change your mind midstream and pound the pumpkin.
Emmanuel Sharp,
great player. Bad moment. But you decide to pound the pumpkin, repossessing the basketball would immediately trigger a travel, according to Scott Hastings. I agree. I don't really agree.
There were two situations that could have worked out. And one of them was what Sharp did, was throw the ball into the court, hope that someone grabs it and picks it up and chucks a miracle shot and hits it at the buzzer. That was one of them. The other is continue the shot, even though there's an awesome closeout at the end.
That Scotty pointed to that. He's like, that closeout came out of nowhere.
Right, flew at him.
And he actually talked about how this situation, being caught in between jump shooter mode and dribble the basketball mode, is something that Michael Porter Jr. at times has struggled with when people do close out, because he doesn't necessarily have the lift that he maybe had when he was prior to some of his injury history that has come his direction.
Yeah, Clayton flies at him from the block and ends up having to throw it into the ground. What you would hope to have seen as a Houston fan is he tries to chuck up a shot, it airballs, you get an offensive rebound, you still have 2.5 seconds to throw something up, you tie it, you send it to overtime. But yeah, it would have been a travel had he picked that ball back up. The other thing we were watching last night was the Gabe Landeskog documentary. Him coming back, and it feels as though this thing is a foregone conclusion. He's coming back. Tugged at some heartstrings yesterday.
So I'm scared to let people down, and if I can't get through this and get through on the other side, then I feel like you're letting people down,
Ball Arena has for so long been one of the places where I've been the most comfortable. Now, for this night, it was a place where I was the most uncomfortable, and I wanted to get the hell out of there.
I haven't had a bad day in a long time. It's weird when I have one.
That's all about him being introduced at Ball Arena and not being able to play. The home opener not being
What
able
year
to
was
step
that?
The 23-24, or this year's 24-25 season.
So just because he's the captain, still wears the C. He was
Still
announced
on the
as the
roster.
captain.
Yep. Still going to be announced at that first one. Will likely.
What's this program on? Is this on TNT?
Yeah, I would assume that at the end of the April 12 game when they do Jersey Off Our Back, I would assume that Gabe is part of that, where he'll walk out and give a jersey to a fan because he's still on the roster, still the captain. Still, again, I'm expecting him to play in the postseason. To see him on the verge of tears, man, I was not ready for that.
Well, Raj, it gives me even more of all the feels from where we were at with Open Skate when Gabe Landeskog went full tilt boogie with the Power Play One group. That was a major hurdle for him to overcome. And you hear Gabe Landeskog talk about that Ball Arena was someplace that he had always felt like home and felt so comfortable. And yet now it's become a bit of a house of horrors because it's been so long. And that building is associated with what has been so elusive to Gabe, and that's getting back on the ice with his teammates. And yet you and I, which I feel very privileged to have been there that day, were there in a day where just happened to join open skate that day, and Gabe Landeskog's out there getting it. We're like, oh, this is different.
He filled in for Nathan McKinnon. We saw a video from Jesse Montano yesterday showing that Landeskog was taking McKinnon's reps with the first line at practice, and that's another good step. That is 5-on-5 type of stuff. Looks when they don't have many practice days remaining. He has been cleared for a 3-game conditioning stint with the Eagles if both the organization and Gabe decide to do that. So we talked about yesterday how ticket prices are soaring out there for the Eagles and their upcoming home weekend games on Saturday. I think he's going to be playing in one of those. He has to test it. He's not going to be able to test it at the NHL level, unfortunately. I fully expect him to be back for game 1. And that type of emotional outpour, I'd be shocked if when he comes back to Ball Arena for game 3 and there's cameras fixated on him. When he is on the ice, and he should be in the starting lineup for that game, because if you don't, you've missed something. You've missed a big opportunity for when you announce the starting 5 for game 3.
The old shot in the arm.
You need
the entire
that's
franchise
real,
in the building.
That's real.
Heck yeah, it is.
He should be in the starting lineup for game 3. When the cameras fixate on him after that announcement, I would be shocked if there's not a tear or some watery eyes before that game.
How do hockey coaches make decisions for starting lines?
Typically, it's your best players, man.
A lot of times, though, it's not. There's a lot of times you start your third line.
Yeah, if you want to set a physical tone, like if you have a line
that'd be a reason why.
You'll see Washington did it for a long time. They throw the Tom Wilson line out there, which is get the puck deep and hit the living crap out of anything that moves. There are times
skate and smash, baby.
Yes. Typically, you want to put your best guys out there. At home, much like during the game, you get the opposing lineups starting 5 before you have to put in your own because you get last change. And if there is, if the visitor throws out their 4th line, maybe Bednar doesn't put out his first line because he sees that they're trying to match up perfectly. Maybe you throw out your 2s, your 3s in that situation. But it's typically best players go out there to start. But if you do want to start a hot line or a line that is more physical than your top line, you've seen coaches do that in the past. Bednar is not really that guy. Start McKinnon. Start your best players. Get them on the ice as much as humanly possible. That's not a defensive zone situation, right? You win that, you're automatically on offense.
Yep.
You're 100 feet away from the goal. That's how you want to start those things. And Gabe should be starting game 3 with Nate.
Are there any things that, Raj, we as followers of the Colorado Avalanche should be watching for in the coming days, week, with regards to Gabe Landeskog and whether he will actually be...
The biggest thing is the Eagles.
And there's nothing tangible that we know in terms of him on the ice in a game.
No, there are tangible things. He's been okayed. Like the team has applied for that loan consideration.
It hasn't happened.
Okayed.
It's we don't know that it's happened until it's probably hours before he skates for the Eagles.
No, but if you're asking if it's tangible, they literally got the okay from the league. They have made the steps to get him on the ice with them. He has practiced with the Eagles. When the Avs were gone over the weekend and they were on the road, Gabe didn't go on that trip. Gabe was practicing with the American League team.
What do you think he's doing now?
He's probably going to be part of morning skate, right? I would be shocked if he's not part of morning skate right now.
So with the Avs in town.
Shocked.
If the Avs are in town, you're part of the Avs morning skate. And then Eagles, I don't know when they're next. I think they might be in town more this week. Then you just stay here in Colorado and flip-flop between who's in town.
Yeah, there's no reason to put him on the flight to Southern California.
No way.
Why? There's no reason to do that. You have a week off in between the 13th.
Why even have the need for more anti-inflammatories, man? You don't need those.
They play...
The anti-inflammatories, man.
They play 2 games. They play Friday and Saturday against the Vegas AHL affiliate, the Henderson Silver Knights.
They're not golden.
No, they're the Silver Knights.
Oh, man.
I think you have to make it to the NHL to have a gilded knight.
I want to play against the Bronze Knights.
The Bronze.
Can you imagine?
That's the ECHL version of
I would beat
Vegas.
the brakes off the Bronze Knights, man. They got no
the
shot.
Pewter Knights. The Gold Leaf Knights.
Oh, and then the Pee-wee, the Tin Knights.
The old Timu Knights. The Tin Knights. That's funny. That's a good one. Yeah, Friday and Saturday, both games at 7:00. So there's a possibility he could play in that. But that's tangible. You ask me if that's tangible, man. They have applied for it, and they've gotten the consideration for the league that if he wants to play 3 games with them, he can do it. And the Avs finished their season on the 13th. Oh, sorry. Did I get those? Yeah, I got that right. The 11th and the 12th, they play against Henderson. I thought it was San Jose.
Why are our minor league hockey teams not like a smaller Avalanche? Should be like a Squall.
Squall?
A
squall happens
that rain?
Squall happens at sea.
Oh.
Doesn't it?
I don't know.
I think a white squall happens at sea.
It won't rain.
Maybe a blizzard? Could you take a blizzard?
Yeah, blizzard
would you
work.
take a snowball?
I like that.
Would you take a slough?
I like snowball.
The
Colorado Snowballs, the minor league team of the Colorado Avalanche.
The snowballs.
Slide.
A slide.
Yep.
What are other snow-based things that we could do? A flurry.
Mm-hmm.
I do think squall is a little more seafaring. Coach.
Seafaring and rain.
Yeah,
rain.
We don't like rain. You can ski on rainy things back out east, but you don't do that here.
Yeah, with rain.
I hear you, Coach. I hear you.
For the record, a snow squall is a sudden, moderately heavy snowfall with blowing snow and strong gusty surface winds.
Squall winds.
Yeah.
Squall can do it. You get it.
I know I've had a little off show in terms of the old intellect. Hasn't been a great day for me. That was a strong moment for me in this show.
I'm one of those good weather man.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude 92.5. 2K Tuesday coming back in the 11 o'clock hour with old JT and In Sync. 303-504-0925 on the Shout Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Get your 90s and 2000s song requests into KJ, and he will make sure that he plays them throughout the show. Coach, I need to give you my heartfelt congratulations. You are the Altitude Sports Radio winner of our bracket contest.
What?
Not another bracket contest. You finished first overall out of anyone here in the office. Number one.
Dude, this is the first thing I've won in my life since 2014 when I won a Fiesta Bowl. It's been a rough 10 years since then, man. Is this the beginning of a change? Got some momentum now. I got Uncle Mo just jumped on my shoulder. Life's really going to start going my way,
With
baby.
a total score of 121, your teams were Michigan State, Florida, Colorado State,
not bad,
BYU,
solid,
and Tennessee.
Pretty good.
Pretty solid. Number 1, you. Number 2, Vic Lombardi. Number 3, DMac. I fell off the page. I was third worst. I finished only ahead of Steve Nelson and Brett Kane. I finished with 85 total points.
So you as a hockey man,
35 total points.
You as a hockey man beat a band nerd in Steve Nelson and a
milker
and a Nebraskan.
A Nebraskan baseball player
doesn't even know how to spell.
Well, you know what? You chose the best team in the tournament in Florida. And I think they came away with like 63 points or something.
Shoot, although they look like they were beatable multiple times throughout the tournament.
I've now learned, this is the first time that we've done this not another bracket contest in our history. This is new to us. So I now have my data for next year. We said that it's a better thing to choose the higher seeds. I don't know about that.
Well,
I don't know about that.
In a year where the NCAA tournament had 4 1 seeds in the Final Four, it was clearly not a better year to pick lower seeds. You're better off just picking the better teams that are going to most likely be in the tournament longer.
Congrats to our overall winner, Kevin Schur. Kevin Schur, the best entry out of thousands. We had almost 3,000 entries. He had Florida, Michigan State, Houston, Arkansas, and Duke as his 5 teams. He won a grand prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at the Denver Chop House, a brand new big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. You guys can go check out where you finished at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. A big thank you to our great sponsors, Evan Williams Bourbon. Bourbon produced the right way since 1783, and to Brothers Barbecue. From 10 to 10,000 people, Brothers BBQ catering and party planning team can coordinate the perfect event. Visit them at brothers-bbq.com. Congratulations to Kevin, and congratulations to you, Mike Sanford, who won. Well, you won nothing. You won nothing.
Where would I have finished in the entirety of the bracket challenge?
Not another bracket challenge. Even close.
I mean,
292
out of
like nearly 3,000.
It's pretty good.
Still not close. 292 is a coach. That's an NIT invitation.
I finished 5th out of 130 in my other bracket challenge at Valor.
You want a cookie?
Mm-hmm. Actually, I got 10 racks out of the deal. Just kidding. But you know what? Bands will make her dance.
I have something coming to you that has to do with the Ovi thing. You bought me a Bash Brothers t-shirt. I've got something Ovechkin related for you very, very, very soon. I'm very excited about it. You said that the Colorado Eagles should be renamed the Colorado White Squall. What about
Snow Squalls?
The Snow Squalls. What about the dire wolves? Do you see this story?
What's a dire wolf?
A dire wolf is an ancient or prehistoric wolf.
So it doesn't exist?
Not anymore. It doesn't exist. But it's a 200-pound dog, essentially. And it's been extinct for, 10,000 years in the last ice age. And now they have crossbred DNA of a gray wolf with, it's either DNA that they found of a dire wolf, or they know the genome of the dire wolf, and ridiculously smart people are Jurassic Parking this thing back to life.
You what? What the heck does this have to do with sports?
I think they could be found in the general area here in the Rocky Mountains. You could be the Colorado direwolves.
They've been dead.
They're now
for
back.
generations.
There's 2 of them. They cloned 2.
But where?
I don't know, at a Dallas-based lab.
Then the Dallas minor league hockey team could be the Dallas Direwolves.
I think that would be awesome.
It's a good alliteration.
Are you not as... An actual thing that was made up by Steven Spielberg happened, right? Is a Spielberg movie, Jurassic Park, originally? I think. Can't remember who directed it. Maybe? Question marks?
I mean, they're making a huge deal out of a
They cloned two things that have been dead for 10,000 years, and that doesn't blow your mind?
No, I'm very unimpressed. Right now, I mean, they're saying that this company that is responsible for this DNA, modification, that this dog could grow to be 6 feet long and weigh 150 pounds.
That's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
Beethoven weighs 200. The heck, man? It's a big deal about a 150-pound dog.
Oh, my God.
Thing will rip your throat out.
So we want to create killers?
The company literally
This sounds like Jurassic freaking Park.
The company literally came out with a statement yesterday saying that by 2028, they think that they could have a woolly mammoth walking around. Jurassic Park is actively happening in our lifetime. And it's not when I'm like 90 and I'm about to croak. I've got another 60 years left of this. If they're doing direwolves and woolly mammoths right now, what's going to happen in 2085? That's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
Ever?
Name something cooler.
All right, it's your
your
birthday, man. I'll let you have
cool.
some fun, man. I'll let you have a little bit of fun. Direwolves, the Dallas Direwolves.
I'm with you.
It blows my mind that you don't think this is like the most groundbreaking thing that's happened in your lifetime.
I'm not a nerd, man. I'm just not a nerd. I don't get into these types of things, man. Now, if we were bringing back velociraptors, yes.
They're on the precipice. This is how it starts. It starts with a mosquito that's entombed in amber. It starts with the direwolf. The velociraptor's like 25 years away.
Gosh,
at this point,
I would totally. Even though I know the outcome of Jurassic Park,
you're looking at a real dinger mascot.
I would
an
really.
Actual Stegosaurus.
I would go to Jurassic Park.
After all those videos, seeing people get decapitated.
Yep, I would go. It'd be a blast.
You used to think it's fiction. It's not fiction anymore. Fact or fiction, the Nuggets fall into the play-in by the time the week is over. By the time the evening is over, they go on the road to Minnesota because if the Timberwolves win tonight, you flip-flop with them. You become the 5 seed, and they're the 4 seed. Not only do you have to play the Timberwolves, you have to go to Minnesota in round 1 if the playoffs were to start the very next day. Again, assuming Minnie wins this evening.
This isn't great. Nothing about this is good. But I have been angry enough over the course of Sunday and Monday, yelled in the microphone enough yesterday about it. Just going to go with the very, very poor take with awful logic that I'm just going to choose joy myself. Because if this basketball team hasn't necessarily chosen joy for a while, who's to say they can't? And they can finish this regular season the right way and actually go into the postseason with a semblance of healing. They're going to get this thing done. They're going to be the 4 seed when it's all said and done.
I heard the morning show discussing this, and I want to pick your brain on it. We spent most of yesterday talking about how I am always a proponent of the path of least resistance when it comes to sports. I don't buy into the myth that to be the best and to be the champions, you have to beat the best. I don't think that's true. You have to beat whoever is in front of you. And if that means you can play a lesser team on the way and it's easier for you, or a team that's injured, you take that 100 times out of 100. I did I wouldn't call it a study, but a run through of the Avs championship history and went, they haven't really had to go through anything in terms of like beating the very best teams since 1996. When they won their first one, you kind of had to go through all of the best teams. In 2001, you didn't. In 2022, you did not have to go through the best. So beating the best does not mean you automatically are. Just beat the guys in front of you. Look at the Nuggets. You had to play a play-in team in the Heat in the NBA Finals. Was that the best? No, you didn't have to beat them.
It was the best in that stretch of the postseason that year.
So I always look at path of least resistance. Now, the morning show went, Well, if they look this bad, why not just play Minnesota right away? Just get it done with. If they're and the thought process behind this and what it felt like was, well, if they're going to lose, let's just do it early. And I hated that thought process.
I do too. Still have Nikola Jokic. You still have the best player in the NBA. Why choose to just put you out of your own fan misery soon as possible?
Hate it. Because if you're going to come at me for being a loser's mentality of, I'd rather go through the 8 seed, the 7 seed, and the 6 seed if I have the ability. I know it's like mathematically impossible to do that, but I want to do that if that's the case.
Raj, can you talk dirty to all of us fans that want to know the path of least resistance? Just to give us some type
I have no idea what it is. There's too many teams that are tied in a half game away. I don't know what it is, but the path of most resistance is going to Minnesota in round 1.
Which,
if you want,
after tonight is potentially a reality.
It is a reality. And we'll get into the tiebreakers in a little bit. But if you're the Nuggets and you have Nikola Jokic, you have the best player on planet Earth on your team, you are at all times in what is a championship window. Is the window as open as it was a month ago, 3 months ago, a year ago? No, it feels as closed as it has been since you hosted the Larry O'Brien Trophy. But when you're in that window and you're looking out of it, you owe it to yourselves to give yourself as much time as possible to get right. Can they get right this season? We have no freaking clue. But to give a little bit of positivity, right? They're the only team to have beaten the Oklahoma City Thunder twice this year. And that is the team that everyone looks at, and maybe you don't, Coach, but I still do. And that's the big scary monster in the West, is the Oklahoma City Thunder. But you've proven that you can beat that team. So why would you not give yourself the opportunity as a fan? Why would you beg to go against a team that owns you right now in Minnesota? That absolutely owns you. Owns you on the court, owns you in between your ears.
Jeez.
Why would you want to go to them when you could possibly avoid them?
Dude, you are
and have the chance of being right by the time you see Oklahoma City, maybe in round 2.
Raj, when you look at this behind you over on our beautiful Jumbotron here in the studio.
A half game separates 4 through 8 seed.
Dude, you are a bad 2 days away from being the 9th seed. Or the 8th seed. That is insanity. A team that was making their residence in the 2 seed.
Well, they were the 2 seed as late as March 18th, and they were 6 games away from being in the 8 seed back on March 18th, which was then held by the LA Clippers.
Doesn't it feel like just about a week ago we were having the conversations about the 2 seed? You are now 5 full games behind the Houston Rockets for the 2 seed. My word.
April 1st NBA standings. I can find that for you right now. A week ago is what you felt like it was, right, Coach?
Yep.
Let's take a quick look at the Western Conference as I'm Googling actively here. On April 1st, the Nuggets were 2 games out of the 2 seed behind Houston and obviously Oklahoma City, who has paced the Western Conference ever since November 25th of this year. They've been in the number 1 spot. All right, so April 1st, they were 47-29. 5 games away from being in the 8 seed. Again, held by the Clippers on April 1. 2 games out of the 2 seed, 5 games out of the 8 seed.
I guess that's what a good old-fashioned 4-game losing streak does to the standings.
At the worst possible time of the year, man.
Jeez.
But for some reason, and I don't think they're dead. I think they're in a terrible spot right now. I think that they look like they're not having fun and that they are discombobulated and they're obviously not healthy with Jamal Murray not playing, and Michael Malone let us know that it should have been a day-to-day injury, and now we have no idea like if he's actually going to be back for game 1 of the playoffs, right? We go from that into going, well, let's just get this over with. Like take Old Yeller out behind the barn now. Don't enjoy the last week with the dog. Go put it down. How are we getting into that thought process when all it takes, and we've seen it, is a healthy starting 5. And you can have a fighting chance.
How about the offense for the Denver Nuggets?
Avoid Minnesota at all costs.
The only team in the National Basketball Association's Western Conference that averages more points scoring than the Denver Nuggets are the Memphis Grizzlies.
They're just as bad defensively.
You're worse. You are 0.1 points worse than the Memphis Grizzlies defensively. Defensively, the list of teams that are worse than you are the Utah Jazz with all 16 of their wins.
They're going to be selecting 1, 2, or 3 this year.
The New Orleans Pelicans, and all 21 of their wins.
Another team that is in the running for a top 5 pick.
That is it.
Not great, Bob. But does it mean that you should beg to go to Minnesota in round 1? Hell no, it doesn't. Avoid that team. Give yourself as much time as humanly possible to be healthy and to start clicking at the right time. Because if you just want to throw that to the wind in the middle of Nikola Jokic's prime, how are we getting there? Come on.
I'm going
a 4-game
straight
losing
Oprah.
streak can't get you there.
Hey, KJ, do you give me permission to be Oprah?
I sure do.
I'm going to manifest and move, baby. I'm going to manifest that the Nuggets are going to find their mojo. They're going to be like Stella, and they're going to get their groove back at the end of this regular season. And I have zero basis of which to make that proclamation. But I'm just going to manifest it, and here come the Nuggets. They're going to be fun basketball. Big smiles.
All right, Coach.
It's going to be awesome.
Your next keyword to win Nuggets tickets is coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through KJ's NFL Notes, the very best from the National Football League. But before we get into that, it is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday, and your second keyword to text in today is health, 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 to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. We will give away a winner, a pair of tickets that were given away for the Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies on Friday. One more time, health, to 303-504-0925. KJ, what's first?
Mel Kiper released his final mock draft before the 2025 NFL Draft, and his top 10 goes as follows. Cam Ward to Tennessee. He has Travis Hunter going to Cleveland. Abdul Carter going to the Giants. Will Campbell out of LSU going to the Patriots. Mason Graham to Jacksonville. Ashton Genty to Las Vegas. He has Mimbo going to the Jets. Jalen Walker going to the Carolina Panthers. Shedeur Sanders going to New Orleans, and Tyler Warren going to Chicago. Here's Mel Kiper breaking down why he has Shedeur falling to number 9 overall and what could happen if Shedeur were to fall farther than that.
All right, Mel, we got you. Mel Kiper, the one thing I do agree with him on is his take of Shedeur Sanders as his QB1 in this draft. I think because of that, and from what my eyes have seen with what he's done in games, I don't see him getting out of the top 10. I just don't. I don't see it as a possibility. I think Ashton Genty ends up being in the top 5. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. See, like the New England Patriots put Ashton Genty right next to Drake May and have it all. They got a defensive-minded head coach, obviously, in Mike Vrabel. And I still think that Shedeur Sanders goes number 6 to the Las Vegas Raiders.
I believe it's 2-3. I think it's number 2, Travis ends up going to Cleveland, and I think number 3, and Schefter did say there's a lot of signs that are pointing that Cleveland is going to take Travis Hunter. Said that yesterday. I could see that happening, and then for some reason, the Giants and Shedeur feel like it's going to happen. That you're going to plan for that future. He's your dude. Don't pass up on it.
Do you hate it for Shedeur?
No, I don't.
I don't either.
I don't hate it.
I don't either. I like the big market, massive market.
I would hate it if it was Cleveland. I would hate it
if
it was
too.
Tennessee.
Do you think, Raj, that Travis Hunter as a Cleveland Brown makes the Browns cool again? As a franchise? Are they
No.
They're not a tenable franchise.
No.
Okay.
He doesn't make them cool again. The only thing that makes the Cleveland Browns cool is a quarterback. That's it. They're not cool with Myles Garrett. That defense was good 2 years ago. It wasn't cool. They weren't cool with Jabril Peppers. They weren't cool with was it Gordon, that the wide receiver that couldn't stay in the league?
Josh Gordon.
Josh Gordon. No, the only thing that makes them cool is finding the quarterback. And I think if Travis goes there, he plays for 5 years, he doesn't re-sign, and they either franchise him or he ends up going to free agency or they trade him.
When the heck do the Cleveland Browns find the quarterback?
That's why they should be drafting one this year.
But do you want them to take Shedeur Sanders?
No, because I want to see Shedeur go somewhere that he's...
It's the ultimate catch-22 of the Cleveland Browns and drafting a quarterback within the first 10 picks of the draft.
Baker was their guy.
It has not gone.
Baker was their guy.
Baker's he's a top 10 quarterback now in the NFL. Would you agree? And then let him go. Top 15 for sure. But I mean, 2 years in to the Baker and Tampa experience.
You know me. I like Baker Mayfield.
I did too. Can't argue with the results.
He's just a winner. He can piss you off, but he's a winner.
He actually puts up numbers too.
He got the Browns to the playoffs, dude.
And then they said, nope.
What a hell of an accomplishment.
And then the Haslam family said, nah, we want the guy who loves a good solid massage over here.
We're going to announce our winner of our Nuggets playoff push tickets coming up at 11:45. Again, one more time, 303-504-0925. Your word is health. H-E-A-L-T-H, health.
As in what the Denver Nuggets need desperately to manifest and move straight into the postseason.
KJ, what's next?
The Denver Broncos have a few players of interest stopping by Dove Valley this week. Today, Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end, is stopping by. And later this week, Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins will also be stopping by. He visited the Texans yesterday, and he's visiting the Bengals tomorrow, according to Ian Rappaport. A couple of other guys who have visited that are kind of going under the radar: DJ Giddens, running back out of Kansas State; Jaden Blue, running back out of Texas; Cam Miller, quarterback out of North Dakota State, which played Colorado if you watch week 1. Ephraim Chisholm III, wide receiver out of Eastern Washington; and Jalen Walker, linebacker out of Indiana.
You could say linebacker.
Linebacker. Respectfully, all these players, I think you guys would agree, they're like depth pieces for the Broncos. Do we think the Broncos will actually work out the guy they want to draft in the first round?
Oh, that's a tough one. I will say this:
Whoa, hold on. KJ, kill the NFL notes music.
Uh-oh. Got something coming.
Breaking news from Shams. The Denver Nuggets have just fired head coach Michael Malone.
Are you serious?
I am 100% serious. This is from Shams' official account on Twitter. 2.9 million followers. Shams. The Denver Nuggets have fired Michael Malone.
Wow, and wow. The timing of this. Was there something going on inside of that locker room, inside of that building, that we even alluded to yesterday, where this was beyond repair? Because the product on the floor, Raj, it has felt that way. I'm stunned. So this is a head basketball coach that won an NBA title less than 2 years ago.
I told you yesterday, what can the Nuggets do to save both Calvin Booth and Michael Malone's jobs? How can they finish the year to make sure that those two guys are back by the time next season starts? The answer, clearly, was already broken. That's stunning. And the reason why I posed that question yesterday was because there's one easy thing to do to shake up the mojo of a roster. When you can't make moves, when you can't do anything until the postseason, when it feels like the team doesn't enjoy playing basketball anymore, feels like it might not be responding to the words of its head coach, and that's what it feels like right now, that Malone, has he lost this group? Is his message getting through anymore? That's why I posed the question. Again, breaking news if you're just joining us, the Denver Nuggets have fired NBA champion head coach Michael Malone.
The news comes as you and I were just talking about salvaging what is remaining of this regular season.
That's what this move is doing.
Because
from the front office and ownership, that's what this move is about.
And the rest of this regular season is going to very clearly dictate the terms of the playoffs. And what I always say when it involves, whether it's an athletic director at a school and a head football coach or a head coach in any other sport, there's always typically some type of internal strife between athletic director, head coach, or in this case, general manager and head coach.
Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by Altitude TV's very own Nuggets analyst Christopher Dempsey. Demps, breaking news. The Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone just 2 years removed from winning the Nuggets' first NBA championship. First, thanks for joining us. Second, your immediate reactions.
Shock, just to be honest with you. But look, if we draw back and get the 30,000-foot view of this, earlier, I think right at the beginning of the season, you had, multiple reports that there had been a little bit of tension there between Coach Malone and General Manager Calvin Booth, to which Calvin Booth did speak to some of that in an article that was written by Ramona Shelburne earlier this season, and did acknowledge that there was some tension there. Now, look, it's a long way from, tensions about whatever that would have been about earlier on to letting a person go. So, there's more to the story as we learn more about the details of the meeting that they had that resulted in them letting Coach Malone go. Look, I would say this. Obviously this part of the season when the Nuggets are in the midst of a 4-game losing streak, from their longest of the season, they just have not played, especially defensively, the way that they have wanted to play, basically the entirety of the year, and tensions come along with that. And, the question in circumstances like this is, organizations go one of two ways. One, it's you kind of batten down the hatches. You say, okay, we have issues here, but let's figure out solutions to these issues together in a way that we're all walking forward together. And then there's, the alternative, which is kind of like, all right, we think we should be in a better space, and maybe maybe we're placing that responsibility on you, and that costs coaches their jobs. We see it all the time, but Raj, I'm very, very shocked. I got to say, right prior to the playoffs, to hear a move like this.
With Michael Malone being let go today, is certainly coming from a coaching background. It's never an easy day. And you look at the legacy of Michael Malone, and I want to ask you this as somebody who's followed this franchise for a long period of time, where does Michael Malone go down in terms of greatest head coaches in the history of this franchise?
He is the greatest. He is the greatest head coach in Nuggets franchise history. That is exactly what he is, and I think that's even why it's even more jaw dropping to me that this came down this quickly, this late in the season. He is, look, Michael Malone's legacy with this team is a legacy of toughness, is a legacy of kind of fighting through adversity, finding a different way to win basketball games in Denver. Prior to Michael Malone, the only way anybody had ever won games in Denver was to really just run the legs off of every other team, right? You hear it all the time. Take advantage of the altitude, run. But what the net effect of that in the playoffs was they never got to the level that they wanted to in the vast majority of their playoff runs. Well, so Michael Malone comes in. Obviously you have Nikola Jokic is a big deal, Jamal Murray, but certainly a system that allowed this team to be able to play slow if it needed to play slow, but also could play fast if it needed to play fast. That also executed in the half court, which is what these teams weren't necessarily always doing, especially in the playoffs over the course of time. And then those things, and then obviously you raise the defensive profile of this basketball team that allowed it to be able to win its first and only NBA championship. And so I just think that there's, for me, nothing but good things from the Michael Malone experience, from what he's been able to do in his time here in Denver.
In the immediate, again, we are joined by Altitude TV's Nuggets analyst Christopher Dempsey. If you're just getting in with us, the Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone after 10 seasons and a Larry O'Brien trophy, just a handful of games before the Nuggets get into the playoffs this year in the middle of a 4-game losing streak that could see them tumble all the way into the play-in if they don't figure this thing out. In the immediate, Demps, does this mean that they have chosen Calvin Booth over Michael Malone? Is Booth safe? And 2, who's the interim head coach going into the postseason?
I would guess the interim head coach would be David Adelman. I think he's got a bright future. I think he's going to be a great head coach. And, maybe that plays out here in Denver over time. But certainly he'll be the interim in this period of time, leading this team into the playoffs, and hopefully, obviously, riding the ship here in these last 3 games, maybe getting them into a little bit more solid footing as they go into the postseason. The question, it's a good question about Calvin Booth. I would honestly, when you see these moves, usually the general manager almost never goes anywhere. So,
Demps, I got to stop you right there.
Yep.
Shams 15 seconds ago, and this is confirmed. This is now confirmed, not only from Shams, but from within the organization. Calvin Booth's gone as well.
Gone as well. Okay, there you go. Wow, this is what a day, man. What a day. This is really wild. Really wild.
Debs, the timing of this.
Yeah.
Some of the season remains. The decision to move on from both general manager Calvin Booth and head coach Michael Malone just a mere 23 months after hoisting a Larry O'Brien trophy. What does that tell you about what is at stake for the remainder of this season? Is there anything salvageable for this season?
Boy, I think for what ownership is telling you right now is that they think it is, and that this is a very, very strong message from both Stan and Josh Kroenke about what they think this team is capable of still, and the lack of confidence they had that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth could lead them back to an NBA Finals and back to a championship level. So I think for them, if I'm reading between all these lines, they think the roster is good. Outside of whatever other adjustments need to be made to the roster, which is just kind of par for the course. But by and large, the core is a core that they like. The core is a core that they feel like could still and should still win and should still be playing to a higher level. And they are now going to go about the business of finding the individuals who can shore it up around them to be able to get this team back to an NBA final.
That is Altitude TV's Christopher Dempsey, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. The Denver Nuggets have fired both general manager Calvin Booth and head coach Michael Malone ahead of their Wednesday evening game against the Sacramento Kings. More on that on the other side. Demps, we appreciate your time, brother. Thank you.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Denver. Coach Sanford here. You need to get away? A couple of us might need to be getting away after the news that just broke here in Nuggets land, but I got the perfect spot for you. The next 5 days, 41 degrees, 47 degrees, 48 degrees, and 39 degrees, and sunny. Spring skiing season is upon us. So get up to Loveland Ski Area. That's your 5-day weather report. You got to get to Denver, to Denver's best ski area, best getaway. It's right now they have an incredible deal going on with 2025, 2026 passes at the lowest price that you can possibly get, and you get to ski the rest of this remaining spring season for free. Passes also include bonus days next year at 30 partner mountains for the next season. Closing day is coming up May 11th, so you have a good month left. So the sooner you buy, the more free skiing you'll enjoy. Visit skiloveland.com to get yours today.
We'll give away our Nuggets ticket winner on Friday, and when you go on Friday, April 11th, to see the Memphis Grizzlies take on your Denver Nuggets, it will be for the first time back in Denver without general manager Calvin Booth, without, for the first time in 10 years, head coach Michael Malone, as both head coach and GM have been fired by the Denver Nuggets with 3 games remaining in the regular season in the middle of a 4-game losing streak. The Nuggets purge their GM and their head coach, Michael Malone, out. Calvin Booth, out.
Sports is big business, Raj, and I've become a part of it myself, and days like this are never easy. I think even lots of Nuggets fans right now are thinking back to memories of Michael Malone as the head coach of this franchise, thinking about the parade, sideways ball cap on, bling on from the players. But the reality of the situation is there were some symptoms, there were some signs that were too blatantly obvious at this point in time. The Kroenke family, and Josh in particular, made the decision to move on, and I think it is with the blessing of Nikola Jokic. And I think that's going to be an interesting storyline for us to cover.
It is the storyline.
Where is Nikola Jokic at in all of this decision-making? Because I don't think Nikola Jokic is the type of personality nor the type of figure on this team to dictate the terms. But did it get so far away from where this team needed to be that Nikola Jokic also was getting to the point of frustrations, to the point of we need a new voice? That's what happened.
It is the storyline. Whether or not Nikola Jokic was made aware of this prior, whether or not he was given the option to say yes or no to it.
It had to have been that, Raj.
And if it wasn't, that should sound alarm bells in your head.
A lot of questions right now are coming up. I mean, our text thread is just getting flooded with information, even talking about Jamal Murray. Like, Jamal Murray is going to sit out in the playoffs as a result of this. Frankly, I think it might quite frankly be the opposite. I think Jamal Murray, this might be a shot in the arm for Jamal Murray. And one thing that I've noticed.
A shot in the arm for Jamal Murray, the 2 dudes that pushed for him to be back are gone now. You can make the argument that this firing is because of the Jamal Murray contract. That's one of the biggest things in here. A shot in the arm of Jamal Murray? Jamal might be the next guy gone as a result of these firings.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's A, B, and C down the road.
I believe that Jamal Murray and Michael Malone's relationship has been severed. There appears to be a lack of connectivity that you once did see with Michael Malone and his the Robin to the Batman and Nikola Jokic. It would not surprise me one bit to see a resurgent Jamal Murray here down the stretch and potentially in the postseason.
I don't know how you're trying to connect those 2 dots, man. Those are the 2 guys that grandstand, or at least Malone, certainly having Jamal's back, and Malone is a player's coach. If one led to the other and both were going, Jamal and Michael Porter Jr. are the 2 guys that are now on the chopping block. Because what this is, it's not just about salvaging this season. And that is part of this. Part of firing him with 3 games to go before the playoffs is, can you salvage anything by injecting a little bit of energy into that room, maybe just getting a different voice? There's something like a head coach bump. That's part of it. But the other part is this. What you did after the championship clearly hasn't worked. In the middle of the greatest player in the history of the franchise, maybe the greatest player that will ever wear a Nuggets uniform. Ever. It clearly hasn't worked. We're getting rid of you. And if you think that ends with just those 2 guys, I think that's just the beginning. This is the start of retooling the entire roster around Nikola Jokic.
It's going to depend on what happens here for the next it could be 3 weeks. But if this thing does show life, if there is life in the decisions that were made were with Nikola Jokic in mind to salvage this season and get into this postseason, you won't see an entire recreation of all this.
Here is the full statement from Josh Kroenke, the vice chairman of Kroenke Sports and Entertainment, on the Denver Nuggets relieving both head coach Michael Malone of his duties and general manager Calvin Booth. It is with no pleasure that we announce that we have relieved Michael Malone of his head coaching duties effective immediately. David Adelman will assume our head coaching role for the remainder of the 24-25 season. This decision was not made lightly and was evaluated very carefully, and we do it only with the intention of giving our group the best chance at competing for a 2025 NBA championship and delivering another title to Denver and to our fans everywhere. While the timing of this decision is unfortunate, as Coach Malone helped build the foundation of our now championship-level program, it is a necessary step to allow us to compete at the highest level right now. Championship-level standards and expectations remain in place for the current season, and as we look to the future, we look forward to building the foundation laid by Coach Malone over his record-breaking 10-year career in Denver. There is no amount of gratitude that we can properly convey to his contributions since he joined our franchise in 2015. It is with our utmost respect that we would like to thank Coach Malone for the most successful decade in Nuggets history, setting the all-time wins record and helping deliver Denver our first championship. This more on Calvin Booth. I want to thank Calvin Booth for leading our front office for the past 3 years and most importantly, helping put the final pieces in place for the roster that delivered Denver and our fans their first NBA championship. Calvin's knowledge of the game, his passion for scouting, and his long history as a player and exec in the NBA helped lift our organization to new heights, which we will continue moving forward. We are grateful to Calvin for his 8 years with the Nuggets and know his place in Nuggets history as our first championship-winning GM will be honored for years to come. That statement from Josh Kroenke.
The firing of Michael Malone, released here by Shams Charania originally. The stat associated with this is that this is tied for the latest coaching change within the context of a season in NBA history, matching Hubie Brown in 1980-81 from the Atlanta Hawks. That's why this feels so sudden, so mind-blowing, and you're feeling all the emotions right now. The one thing that I will say, Josh Kroenke, listening to this statement, you have to trust the decision makers in place. And this is an ownership group that did bring a championship for the first time to this franchise. Because I do think this is a decision made with now in mind. And that was in that press release, Raj, over and over and over again. There was clearly some type of infighting that was happening between Michael Malone and the decisions to employ the roster and Calvin Booth and the decisions to populate the roster. And enough was enough. And it was time to sever ties and move forward and move on. And it would not surprise me one bit if this does lead to an improved product on the basketball court ASAP.
Right. I mean, that's the plan. But I don't think this is the last of the moves. I think if you're firing the GM and the head coach, right, that's now a new vision. That is now someone coming in with a completely new idea of how to maximize Nikola Jokic. And I would be shocked if ownership went through that process to get a new guy in, and their vision is the same as Calvin Booth's, because that would then make no sense. The core of the team is about to drastically change.
How?
You don't fire by trading, likely.
I mean, we're talking about contracts.
Again,
These are contracts
likely trading Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr.
Who wants those contracts?
You'll have to give up first-round picks somewhere along the way. You're telling me that Jamal Murray and MPJ are untradeable contracts? Come on. Come on.
These are max contracts.
They're not untradeable contracts. That is what the future of this team will be, unless somehow this spark brings them to a championship this year. And I think that's a wild jump. I hope that's the case.
I believe
that's
a
wild jump.
I believe that's going to happen because I think this core is good enough. And I said it yesterday, time and time again, that something is off. Something is awry with this basketball team. There is a complete absence of joy. You see no enjoyment of the game of basketball when this team plays in the last month or two of the season. And frankly, it's felt that way since the 23 campaign. I think that this team's going to get a shot in the arm, and I think it's going to be the authenticity of a head coach because you have the pieces in place that are competitive to be the best team in the NBA, and I believe that to be true. And I think that we saw in real time a tug of war.
Are you telling me that you think Michael Malone is more to blame than Calvin Booth for this situation?
I think the tug of war was to blame, Raj, and that's why both lost the jobs. Because there was a clear tug of war that was distracting the franchise from getting accomplished what it could and should get accomplished. And that's to compete at the highest level for another NBA championship.
Think 4 months in the future for me right now. 5 months in the future for me.
Russell Westbrook's not a Nugget.
You didn't need to fire the head coach and the GM to make sure that doesn't happen.
I'm saying the tug of war was to the point.
If you believe that they're firing the greatest head coach in the history of the team, and they're firing a GM again who made some bad decisions, but was part of the reason why you put the final pieces to win a championship together. If you think that they're firing those guys to get rid of ancillary players, a veteran on a vet minimum deal, I don't think you're looking far enough ahead, coach. I think you need to zoom out a little bit. This is the first of many. Does it mean that it doesn't mean, or does it mean that they're done for the season? No. I think this can spark them to some success this year. But this is the first of many big time changes.
The core is good enough. Mark my words.
Again, breaking news. The Denver Nuggets have fired general manager Calvin Booth, head coach Michael Malone, with just 3 games remaining in the regular season. Don't go anywhere. PhD is coming up next. They will be talking about it for all of the next 3 hours. DMac, Polumbus, and Scotty Hastings. You will not want to miss it. Michael Malone and Calvin Booth fired from the Nuggets.
Well, it's a shocking development. Stunning. As Michael Malone and Calvin Booth are out. And it's interesting how the Nuggets organization has sort of framed this. Nuggets relieve head coach Michael Malone of duties, will not extend Calvin Booth. I am absolutely stunned. It's the latest coaching change since forever. And we're here to react to it and get your opinion on it. And you can call. You can use the voice of the people on the app. We're paying attention to everything you can imagine. So a fascinating day to get your reaction, Tyler.
Boy, look, we all knew there was going to be some big-time changes at the end of this season. And if you would have put me on the spot yesterday, I would have probably said, yep, Calvin Booth, GM, gets fired at the end of the year. Michael Malone probably survives. That's probably what I would have said yesterday. Yeah. And then when we get the news today, Michael Malone was the first domino. That was the first one that fell. And then it was just about 10 minutes later we got the news about Calvin Booth. I don't understand, to be totally honest with you, the timing of it. I really do not. Something's going down. I don't know what conversations were had behind the scenes. I guess my big surprise of it with Michael Malone, and gosh, you would have thought, like, dang, he's done a lot around here. Just 2 years out, they like maybe do it in the offseason right now. Why right now? Why right now?
Well, there must be something logically going on right now that they think they can solve that they couldn't solve heading into the playoffs. So in my opinion, this move right now is because they do think they can win using a different approach. The Calvin Booth, maybe the will not extend Calvin Booth is just simply...
That's just semantics.
Yeah.
Don't get caught up, or at least I would not get caught up on that. He's out.
Right, but I think it's for probably different reasons than for Coach Malone. I think it's he's being held accountable for past decisions, and Malone is being held accountable for decisions that could still be made for the rest of this year. Scott Hastings, your reaction?
Well, my phone's been blowing up. Sorry I'm a little late. I've been 3 calls, and one of them I didn't answer because I was on another call.
Okay.
Just in the last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Shocked at the timing, not necessarily surprised.
Talk to me. Why?
Well, I mean, you had a team that with aspirations, and, we argued yesterday, probably the best player in the world and should be the MVP just on numbers alone, and the team's playing beneath what they think they should play. So if they think the team's playing below the standard that they want and think they should be at, it's one of two or both reasons. One, a lack of depth and talent. That goes to the GM.
Yeah.
A lack of hearing the voices in the locker room and on the bench. Now that goes to coaching. So, listen, I told Eddie Sutton back in the day, he says, Scott. Everybody can do their coaches, imitate their coach's voice, right? Scott, what do you think you're going to do with your life?
Okay.
I said, Coach, I want to be a coach like you. He goes, Scott, let me tell you. There's 2 kinds of coaches, those that are fired and those that are going to be fired.
Yep.
And we've all heard that now. So, listen, he got a good run. He's still got years on his contract. There'll be a lot of openings. Malone will be back on a bench, but
let's go through this then real quick. What decision that Malone has been making do you think they want corrected and not him to make anymore? It's funny, I'm not trying to say this in a weird way, but we were scheduled to have the Michael Malone show.
Was it?
That was supposed to be today.
Would it be funny if he called?
I would love it if Michael Malone called. Let me just tell you real quick my opinion. I really like Michael Malone.
I do
okay?
Too. I've known him since he was 19.
I'm a fan of his. I like how he's handled things. I like the relationship that we had. So I would welcome the opportunity to talk to Coach Malone anytime he would want to coach. That being said, one of the things that I was talking to Dan about like before the show is, well, what's the big question you would have to ask? And my question was going to be, my big question today was, What's the hardest decision you're going to have to make going into the playoffs?
See, real quick before Scott answers that, and I don't disagree that is in theory, a possibility here, meaning they think they can actually get better but they could solve something by getting rid of Mike Malone. Maybe that could be true. There is another scenario though. There's another scenario that something happened that just flat out pissed them off enough, right? And it has nothing to do with whether they think they can salvage something in the playoffs. And Stan and Josh Kroenke, I don't know, but I wouldn't write it off as simply as they think they're going to win in the playoffs. It could also be, this feels to me like an anger move. This feels to me like something, okay, that was the final straw. I'm just done.
Scott?
Well, let's go back and do Rockies history. They got rid of Clint Hurdle, brought in Tracy, right? And the team responded to, hey, this is part of my fault, and went on and I think made the playoffs that year in Tracy's first year. There are bumps. A lot of times you'll see bumps from guys who then, as a player, you take responsibility of a coach being fired, that this was on me also. And you'll see a bump. Well, you got 3 games to bump to get yourself a home court advantage and maybe a playoff series, and who knows, a bump's right, good enough you can win a series or 2, who knows. So I think that's what you do. We thought it was late in the season when Jenkins got fired in Memphis. We were on the show going, oh, my God, you got 3 games left now, not 20 games, right?
Oh, it's stunning.
It's stunning. I do think there was a disconnect. I don't know if we talked about it on the show, but I know you and I talked about it. We were at the game when one game Mr. K was sitting on the edge of the bench with a notepad.
I did not know there was a notepad.
That was a month ago.
Okay.
Well, I thought I saw him writing on something.
Okay.
But you saw him on the bench, right?
I did see him on the bench.
And everybody
yes.
was like, even the security guard thought, said, well, I didn't know.
I was wondering if Deron Holmes actually knew who he was sitting next to.
I know, right? That's right.
But yes.
So I don't think this was, I got PO'd at you last night in a bad conversation, snap decision. So I think there's been some investigation. I don't think you get to the status of Mr. K's at by making snap decisions on anything, business, personnel, anything. I think he's a plan, and enough is enough. I just got off the phone with a guy who actually was at the game Sunday. He goes, Scott, it was pitiful. I mean, it just felt like there was no heart in the building from the team. That might have been the straw. And if ownership was in the building and saw that and didn't see that extra, oomph that you wanted, well, then that becomes the coaches take the fall on that, rightfully or wrongfully. I've said a million times, NFL, quarterback and coach get way too much credit, way too much blame. Probably the same thing in basketball.
Well, we're looking for you for your response because you'll generate a lot of questions, too, that we can talk about and get into this. I think one thing that stands out, of course.
And I wish my flight was at 12:30 instead of 1:30.
What is your schedule here?
I was going to stay till 12:40 or so.
Okay. So you're getting on the team plane.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be interesting. And Andy and I are going to do a podcast tonight, so if anything comes up, I'll let you know.
Well, it'll be fascinating to see who's surprised. Is anybody surprised? And obviously, you start with Nikola Jokic because I don't think for 1 second Nikola Jokic was angling to get Michael Malone fired.
Nope.
I don't think that for a second. I think he likes Michael Malone. I think he probably loves Michael Malone. Like for whatever reasons, for whatever relationship reasons, he probably loves the man. That being said, pretty hard to imagine at the very least he doesn't get a heads up and arguably a signature on it, right? What that looks like, I don't know. I'd be shocked if Nikola Jokic was surprised by it to the degree of I wasn't aware that this was going on. Who else?
Do you think Jokic was part of the decision-making process?
No. I don't think he was in the decision.
Informed?
But do I think he had a conversation? I'd be absolutely shocked if there weren't a conversation, either right before it happened or after.
I think there's a big,
somewhere in that line.
Do you think he was informed in terms of we want your opinion before we do this, or he was informed like this has happened, we want to let you know?
Man, that's a good question. I honestly, I don't know. I think it would be before, but I don't know.
I think it'd be insane to tell him afterwards. Insane. You don't inform Nikola Jokic via Twitter. You don't inform him via media, whatever. He is told beforehand. Now, then the only question is, in my opinion, not if he was told beforehand. The only question is, was he asked beforehand?
I'd be shocked if that was the case. I'd be very, very, very surprised. That being said, I'm shocked right now.
Yeah.
I'm shocked right now. Shocked. Listen, bumps in the road, okay. You take a deep breath. You get it together. This team has shown a lot of guts and toughness, and there's some amazing players on this team, championship players. 3 games left? See, to me, that's why this indicates there's something philosophically they wanted to see happen that wasn't happening. That makes more sense to me because I don't view this as an organization that's just giving up on this season. I just don't.
But here's my question. And you could be right. I'm not dismissing it. I'm not at all. What's going to get changed?
Well,
what's going to get fixed? That's why I'm not so sure you're right on that.
I can give you some theories.
The delivery of the message will be changed.
All right, that's fine, but that's pretty generic. That's not as simple as an X's and O's. That's not as simple as playing time.
Let me ask you something. Have they been babying Jamal Murray? Is he not really that hurt?
Well, if they have been, the question is who has been babying him, and I have a hard time believing that Michael Malone would be the one that was babying him.
Michael Malone is a staunch defender of Jamal Murray, always has been. Calvin Booth fought tooth and nail. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know that. I think Jamal Murray and it was very, very closely tied to Coach Malone. I do. I'm not sure about.
Do you think Murray knew before this happened?
No, listen, I think we've been pretty accurate and consistent with what we've been saying all year. This team will go as far as Jamal Murray takes it. We already know what we're going to get out of Jokic. The question is what Jamal Murray will be with this team, and there's no real way around it. I mean, there's a lot of interesting things that have been going on. The use of Russell Westbrook has been pretty fascinating, and where he really fits with this team. Listen, I was a big fan of Russell Westbrook in the beginning, and I don't dislike the guy, but you saw the press conference, what happened recently. And we were telling you there's a disconnect. We weren't lying on this radio station about that. We were spelling it out for you because we've been there. We're watching it. We're telling you, and you know it kind of played itself out on the court, didn't it? Over the past 4 games.
Well, you also had from the beginning of the year having to only play him 18 minutes a game to 34 minutes a game. And then I think, I think if you'd have kept him at 18 minutes a game all year long, now he's just a true role player. But now you've started him, 15 games, 17 games?
Westbrook?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you haven't been starting him the past 6 or so games when you easily could have. He's been coming off the bench. Jalen Pickett started the other night.
That's just one game.
Westbrook's not been starting for 4 or 5. We can go look at it, but it's been several games in a row that Westbrook hasn't started when he could have because the Nuggets have been hurt this whole year.
Yep.
The starting rotation has been in together starting 21, 22 times, something like that. All that being said, hey, man, I'm not going to dismiss maybe something else happened.
See.
I'm not gonna dismiss it either.
And I just got to say this, and I'm not judging anything that happened, but I would think a dude that just won a championship 2 seasons ago, a dude that for the most part has been not for the most part, I think just has been extremely well respected here in Denver by the organization, by everybody. I would think that dude probably would have earned the right to just go out in the offseason. And that's why I think something happened.
Well, I don't. I think you got ownership that thinks you can still salvage the end of this year, and that's why
Could both things possibly be true?
Here's what could happen, and that doesn't mean there was a meeting with Stan and Josh and Michael Malone said "F you." That it doesn't have to be that. It could be we're sick and tired of Calvin Booth and Michael Malone bickering. We're sick and tired of it. They're doing it again. That's it. That's the final straw. That could be the something.
Yeah. Yep, that could be too.
Hey, boys, we told you to knock it off 3 months ago.
Well, and they got into a situation where you can't let one go without the other.
Right.
How about this? I wonder if we can come to an agreement on this. That this move right here, right now, is not a move because the season's over. This move is to help save the season.
Yes.
Do we all agree on that? Or do you think this is this year's done, we're moving on?
I think I'm closer. This year's done.
Wow.
I think it's to save and see if you can salvage the end of this year. That's what I'm thinking. If you're done,
I don't know what the hell.
out.
What's David Adelman going to fix? What's changing? Nothing's changing. It's over.
It's a different. Well, just to play devil's advocate, it's a different voice. It certainly shakes things up, and it can impact rotations and preparation. It can. You know, Adelman's a great guy. I mean, Adelman is destined to be a head coach in this league.
Dad's a Hall of Famer.
So this is not going down to. I mean, it puts Adelman in a really complicated, difficult situation too, because I'm sure he was close, as all the coaches were, with Coach Malone. Fascinating plane ride that you're about to be on.
Fascinating plane ride. Fascinating pregame presser tomorrow.
The Calvin Booth situation, I do think it's, even though it's happening at the same time, I do view it slightly different. Because Calvin Booth is totally about the future and past decisions. What, Scott, do you think just wasn't connecting with whatever Calvin Booth was doing as a GM?
Well, I think they looked at the depth of this team, and you know, I think Dan put up the stats yesterday of what Joker's done in the last 6, and you're, 2-4 in those 6, something like that, or 1-5 in those 6. And what you've seen is you have no depth. Well, and we talked about this yesterday. The depth on your team is added by the front office. That's it. Now you could say, well, maybe some of the depth that you did have needed to be played in the first 30 games instead of the last 20 or last 10. Could be true too. So I think when they let them both go, this is a way of saying it's both y'all's fault. It's not just one of you. It's a lack of talent and a disconnect with the team lately. The message isn't getting as through as clear as I told you. The guy I talked to was in an NBA team or with an NBA team today, said that he'd heard there was a disconnect between front office and staff. And so that's probably playing out. And that voices, stop just bouncing off the wall. Rolling your eyes.
The Jamal Murray contract situation is something we talked about quite a bit over the summer and how long it was taking. How big of a role do you think that factored into whatever's happened today?
Well, if it played a huge role, I think we know where Stan and Josh were leaning. Meaning, if it played a role and they're frustrated, they were probably leaning towards not wanting to do the deal in the first place.
I think it's a deal you almost have to get done, but do you do it then? Could you wait it? I don't know. Listen, I think a lot of stuff's going to come out in the laundry. Like I said, I got on the phone right as soon as I heard and was trying to say, okay, see if I can find out anything from anybody else. I was told that a whole lot of the front office and ownership, maybe it's just ownership's front office, will be in Sacramento. Well, not many times in the NBA do you have in a regular season game, still big game, have an ownership going to show up at Sacramento. to be honest, no knock on Sacramento. I'm sure it's a lovely avocado town.
It's not.
Yeah. So that may be to address the team, to be honest with you. Well, listen, would you guys, either one of you, say this season has gone satisfactory? Would you say this season has been a satisfactory? Do you feel satisfied with this season?
Of course not.
Yeah. I think they're trying to salvage something.
I don't, but I also didn't think that it was necessarily over. I mean, I was taking it like one game at a time. I wasn't sitting here like, oh, well, this is certainly going to happen next.
Well, like I said,
I will tell you this. The keyword of the hour for our Nuggets playoff push Ticket Tuesday giveaway, which is tickets for Friday night's game against Memphis.
Ooh, monster game.
The keyword is Elvis. So you've got 25 minutes to text Elvis to 303-504-0925, and that's what we do. And so we'll give away 3 different keywords at 1220, 120, and 220. And we wish you the best of luck on that. I feel like there's something else I should read here, Dan. No? Something else? I know we're doing something, some sort of sponsorship, but we'll get to that in a little bit.
Insty day.
Interesting day.
What is today?
Tuesday.
April 8th. A day that will live in infamy.
It's not since 1980-81 with Hubie Brown in 80-81 that this is tied for the latest coaching change in NBA history.
Yeah, but were they in a playoff chase?
Oh, I have no idea. That's a good question.
I think that changes things radically.
80 and 81, they did not have playing games, so.
But you would have 8 teams make the playoffs? I don't know in 80-81. How many teams?
8 each.
Would you have 8 each that late?
But there's no play-in. You didn't have, 10 teams vying for it. For 8 spots, you had 8 teams. So he was in Atlanta in 80-81, wasn't he? Was that Atlanta?
Don't know. Shams did not give us the details of the standings nor the team.
If it was Hubie, was the other record holder.
Hubie Brown 80-81.
Yeah, so that was probably Atlanta.
Okay, let's get your reaction to this huge news as the Nuggets have announced that Michael Malone has been relieved of his head coaching duties and they will not extend Calvin Booth. Massive, massive change for the Denver Nuggets, and we're the best place to react to it. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. So I want you to get back in the game. I want you to feel better. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you get down that path. Their success rate is well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's $99. You get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, a medically advised a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. With 5 locations, they're here to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. The Nuggets have relieved Michael Malone of his duties. They're not going to extend Calvin Booth. Josh Kroenke. I want to thank Calvin Booth for leading our front office for the past 3 years, and most importantly, to helping put the final piece in place for the roster that delivered Denver and our fans their first NBA championship. We are grateful to Calvin for his 8 years with the Nuggets and know his place in Nuggets history as our first championship winning GM will be honored for years to come. With Malone, it is no pleasure that we announce we have relieved Michael Malone of his head coaching duties effectively immediately. David Adelman will assume the head coaching role for the remainder of the season, which only has 3 games left to go. There is no amount of gratitude that we can properly convey to the contributions since he, Malone, joined our franchise in 2015. It is with the utmost respect that we would like to thank Coach Malone for the most successful decade in Nuggets history, setting the all-time wins record and helping deliver Denver our first championship. Why now? Why now?
Does this feel a little Doug Moe-ish when Doug Moe got let go? Except they did it, after the season. But, I mean, Doug Moe had just become the winningest coach and, had a pretty good team, had a lot of injuries he had to deal with, and also they just let him go.
I think sometimes we just get caught up in the moment, right? And Nuggets fans have been frustrated with the way this season's been unfolding, especially here of late. And you're like, okay, they're making moves. We're doing something. And then sometimes you just got to take a step back. And like you hear that statement. Guys, we're talking about the best coach in the history of the franchise, okay? He just won a championship 2 years ago.
Yep.
This is by anybody's definition, I don't think you could even argue that there's a better coach in the history of the franchise. 2 years removed from a championship. This is a freaking tough, brutal business. Professional sports is a brutal business. I don't think Michael Malone thought he was on the chopping block. I'm sure he was aware that, hey, things could get dicey. But right now, right here, today, I would wager Michael Malone woke up this morning thinking about nothing but the playoffs and without even on his radar.
I agree. To me, this was shocking. Now, I'm not saying that something can't happen at the end of the season based on how the season wound up. It is, ironic that we were talking about that Celtics documentary. We were talking about this on the air in how a loaded Celtics team literally quit on their coach, Bill Fitch. Robert Parrish admitted it, meaning they had a chance to win, and they just quit on him during the playoffs. I'm not saying one thing has to do with the other, but if there is a sense that you still are in some sort of championship window and something can be done to help you get there, it's on you to make the tough decision. And that's where the more that I process this and I'm landing on this, the more that I feel there is stuff behind the scenes that I just don't know, that we don't know, that they think can change this late to have them win this year.
I need to ask a dumb question here really quick. And we're getting caught up in the semantics here a little bit, but okay, Mike Malone was fired. Calvin Booth was told we're not going to extend your contract. Does that mean that Calvin Booth is still in the building until the end of the playoffs?
No.
Well, then he was fired.
Well, I guess.
Because if they're not extending his contract, then he would be in the building.
Well, but it also, we'll see you later. You're not going to be extended. I don't think
we'll call it good right now.
I don't think many people would say, well, I'm going to stick around until this thing finally ends. He can go out now. Now he's got a month head start to find a job for next season.
I agree. It's just the semantics of the way that it's phrased makes it a little bit confusing.
What are the breadcrumbs we should have been following?
Well, we talked about after that San Antonio game. I thought that was a statement of, here's our bench. Here you go. I think maybe all year. Here's another breadcrumb. Joker scored 60 and you lose.
Joker's averaging over 40 points with a triple-double in the last 3 games, and you're losing. It's never happened in NBA history. How about that one?
Well, there you go. Then that's another reason, right? Don't you think? I think you got a guy putting up all world numbers, and you can't win.
Were you surprised when they announced? Because I was another shocker for me. Pre-game, Jamal Murray. Hopefully he's ready for the playoffs.
Yes.
I'm sorry. What? Hopefully he's ready, Tyler, for the playoffs.
See,
we thought he was going to play that night.
I don't know. Is that the coach calling him out?
It might be the coach making excuses for him. It might be the coach saying, hey, man, this guy is really hurt. And there may be some eyebrows like, is he? I mean, do these games matter or do they not matter? What are we doing here? You can't tell us they really, really matter and then they don't really matter either. Boy,
I guess we know they matter now.
I'm going to keep going back to it. I'm watching that Celtics documentary. Kevin McHale played an entire season with a broken foot.
Broken foot.
A season. Never mind in the playoffs, which he did too.
And help ruin his career quicker. Never the same.
Gabe Landeskog, who we planned on talking about today, without a doubt risked further injury playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs when he really shouldn't have been. No way he should have been doing that. Listen, man, do these games matter or do they not matter? Are they important or are they not important?
Well, see,
what are we doing?
I think ownership said they do matter, and that's why they did it today.
Andy Lindahl wants to chime in. Is that right? All right. I'm happy to have Andy there. Mr. Lindahl, what's good?
Well, I'll be honest with you. First off, I'm happy you guys get to do this on air and try to process it in live time because I'm glad I get time to think about what the heck is going on. But look, DMac, Scotty, you're there every game. So I'm going to ask you. And normally, Scotty, is something I'd ask you off air, but it's that kind of day. Joker's agent was in town, last week? 2 weeks? It was very recent. A lot of people tweeted out Joker's agent was here. Could it be that something was said while Joker's agent was in town?
I doubt it. I mean, agents will visit their clients, throughout a season and show up at this guy's game.
Do you mean, Andy, are
game.
you suggesting, hold on, let me just interpret here. Are you suggesting that Nicola didn't say something about how he was feeling? His agent was the truth teller to management about what was really going on with Nicola. Is that what you're...
I'll go ahead and say it, and I'll reiterate it on our show. I'm not going to put anybody in a bad spot, but I just find it, Scotty, I know that your agent visits, but he also visited at a time when it had to be frustrating. Things were not going great. It's not been a great last 2 or 3 weeks. And I I've never seen anyone ever tweet, holy cow, Joker's agent's in town. And I guess it's just something I was like, well, that's weird.
Well, then I'd ask this. So the agent was in town. Was ownership in town? They're not always here.
Was the same time that Stan Kroenke was on the bench? Because that was about a month ago also.
3-7 in their last 10, by the way.
Wasn't that about a month ago that Kroenke was on the bench?
I don't even know if it was that long ago.
Okay.
Yes, Andy.
I'm just saying, it's been a weird 2 weeks with things that we're not used to seeing. And maybe there's absolutely nothing to it. But I'm just trying to figure out, as you guys are talking about, why with 3 games left other than everybody wake up and now you're all on notice. That's the only thing I can think of. So
appreciate it, Andy. You're the best. We'll talk to you later, my man.
Later.
Okay.
The ownership makes changes, and we've talked about it. The starting five is a very talented group when healthy and can compete whatever. That being said, I don't think you make changes unless you think that there's still hope in salvaging something. And you do make changes when you think the hole's deep enough that it's time to climb out. It's time to get out. And maybe they just thought that. If they thought that coach had lost the locker room a little bit, they're going to make changes. This happens to be 3 games left. If they thought, Calvin hadn't supported Joker well enough in the last couple of years, thank you for winning a championship. Sorry. See you later. So we will see.
You're about to get on a plane with the team.
Yep.
Wow. What time is your flight?
Well, we board in 43 minutes.
Okay.
Is that right?
So you'll be done for the rest of the show. So you can report back during Nate and Andy, I suppose, about that.
Could be an interesting
plane ride. Well, I do wonder, has the team been addressed? Like, was the team gathered?
I guarantee you they've been talked to.
Well, they might not have been together. Like, they might be addressed on the plane.
Well, because usually what they'll do is they'll meet at the facility and either practice.
Oh, okay.
or walk through at Ball
Okay.
Arena, and then
Bus.
head to the plane. They own bus. They take their cars to the airport.
Oh, they do take their own cars there.
Yeah. This is in the Broncos.
So this is a maybe, maybe not situation. They may have got together. They may not.
I'll be surprised if the team hasn't been talked to.
Okay. All right. Well, boy, a lot of questions.
And if they haven't, then I will be surprised if as soon as we land and check in, there isn't a really big come to Jesus meeting as soon as they land.
We're looking for reaction from you, all of our other altitude personalities, and Scott. Happy travels. Hey, don't forget the keyword is Elvis.
Elvis. And I'll be on the show tomorrow. If I hear us learn anything, I'll let you know.
If you want the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is signing up for Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. So that ends in 5 minutes, but we have another keyword at 1:20. Kaz will join us at the top of the hour. And with all the breaking news, we have it covered for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What's going on? I don't understand.
Our boss man, Kevin, was just showing us a tweet from Vic. Says about to sit down with Josh Kroenke, which our understanding is that's happening like as we speak.
Okay.
And Vic will be jumping on with us shortly after that. We will have the full audio of the Vic Lombardi, Josh Kroenke interaction here as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay. Kaz will join us after 1 o'clock for his reaction to what's happening. Nate Kreckman will join us here shortly. We're looking at the text line, and hey, the voice of the people is a great place on our app to sort of see what you've got to say with the unbelievable news that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth are both out with the Nuggets. Stunning news. Stunning news. It's the latest that's happened in a season since 1981 with Hubie Brown. And I understood, and we've detailed, hey, man, it doesn't feel so great. Look at this. And we had the Russell Westbrook thing and bum. Okay, fine. I wouldn't have guessed this was going to happen in a million years.
You know what's going to be fascinating? The national narrative, because we're dialed in. We know what's been going on the national stage. You might not be as dialed in to the struggles of late, and you're just looking at it like, what? Well, like, think how crazy we thought Memphis was. And other people are going to be looking at this like 3 games left. The dude just won a championship 2 years ago. Ooh.
Nate Kreckman joins us right now. Nate, what's your reaction?
Well, I believe the national narrative is how does this impact the legacy of LeBron James?
The most important part of it.
Let's not forget that part of it, guys.
Yes.
What does this mean for the Lakers and their title chances right now? I think is the only national narrative that matters. I'm stunned today. Not the Calvin Booth thing. Writing was on the wall. No surprises there. Firing your championship-winning head coach with 3 games to go in the regular season before the start of the playoffs is wild. That is nutso stuff. Like this is some of the most stunning Denver sports news I've ever that I can recall
ever.
Like this is crazy.
Okay, why? Then that means the timing matters.
Yeah.
Why do you think they chose this time? What's your theory? What's your opinion?
Theory is here's my theory. My theory is Jamal Murray's not coming back. All right,
like not coming back for the season or coming back to the Nuggets?
This year.
This
year. He's not returning from this injury.
Okay,
is my theory. Which, and I could be dead wrong about this, but Jamal Murray's hamstring injury is very real. The likelihood of him playing again this year is pretty small. They were going to get bounced anyway because they're going to get bounced anyway if Jamal doesn't play. And the change was going to get made, so why wait?
So you don't think this is a play because we think we can win with a different strategy? This is a house cleaning move.
That's what it feels like to me. This feels like we were going to do it anyway, so let's just do it right now. And let's get out in front of this entire thing. We've got a coaching search that we need to start to engage in. This doesn't feel like a fire up the troops move. That doesn't feel like something that you do with 3 games remaining when you could potentially be in the play-in, where you have got to kind of get your legs underneath you before the start of the postseason. Andy and I spent a lot of time yesterday just talking about changes that could be made right now. I do think defensively this team needs to simplify some things, okay? I'm no X and O genius when I watch basketball, but if I can figure it out, Josh and Stan Kroenke can figure it out as well, and I'm sure there's probably a directive to David Adelman of we need to simplify some things. Like, first off, we need to not be switching and letting everybody hunt Michael Porter as often as they want. You can make those kind of cosmetic changes going into the postseason, and maybe that will help you out a little bit right now. But is this a move to go and charge in and win an NBA championship? That feels like a massive long shot to me.
Yeah, there's another angle, and I'm totally with you. I do not think this is schematic reasons to go win a championship. But, look, man, Mike Malone did just win a championship 2 years ago.
Sure did.
He is, by anybody's definition, the greatest coach in the history of the franchise.
Yep.
Logic probably would have told you it would have been a little bit more simple to say goodbye in the offseason, right? And because it happened right now with 3 games left, it's my opinion, and I'm the only one on the show that feels this way, I think. It's my opinion, something happened, right? Now I'm not saying that Michael Malone went in there and said F you to Stan or Josh Kroenke, but it could be as simple as, hey, we told you Calvin Booth and Michael Malone to knock it off. Stop bickering. Stop fighting over all this nonsense, right? Do you see any of that? Because I just think it would have been so much more simple for a guy that you really do respect to just fire him in the offseason.
Here's what I'll say to that. I don't think you're totally off base right there. Now, as for like did something happen? Was there a smoking gun, an incident? That I have no idea of.
Right.
But think about this, guys. Like all of the injuries that have happened here, really collectively, and we're going to focus a lot on what's happened over the last couple of weeks, but think about the last several months of this team, the amount of injuries that this team has dealt with, changes to the rotation, all the different starting lineups that they used. At one point, our buddy Dan Hyatt told us they had used a different starting lineup in 13 consecutive games. Well, one of the things that happens there is that then requires you to go deeper into your rotation and then pick and choose which pieces of the team you're going to emphasize. Well, we got to think about the Game of Thrones of all of this. Like, Booth is going to have his guys that he wants, and Malone is going to have his guys that he wants. Like, I couldn't help but notice Zeke Najee's barely seen the floor over the last couple of games. I know it's stupid to think like this all would have happened over Zeke Najee, but I'm just using that as an example of something that's indicative of a bigger problem over there, in that this coach and this general manager have not been aligned on the roster and who should be playing and who should be getting minutes and who should be in the rotation and who should be emphasized and all of that. And so you think about what's going on over the last several weeks and months with this team. There was a lot of ammunition for these guys to essentially be at each other's throats. And I think they were. And eventually I think the ownership group looked at it and said, we have the greatest player in the history of this franchise, and we're wasting it with you guys having this ego-driven madness that's going on behind the scenes right now and all of this disagreement. Like, what the hell are we doing right now? Let's knock this stuff off right now. So, yeah, Tyler, while you're right, it's unceremonious as all get out to get rid of Michael Malone. I think also the ownership group probably looked at it and said, we've had it. You guys had your chance, and you're wasting the career of the best player we will ever have.
All right. That would be the last straw argument, basically. What, in your guys' opinion, was the last straw?
Oh, I think it's simple. I really do. I don't think there was some sort of meeting where Michael Malone mouthed off. I really think they were probably both sat down maybe 3 months ago and said, hey, Calvin Booth, Michael Malone, get on the same page, or at the very least, stop bickering, okay? And I think it kept going, and it kept going, and it kept going, and now we're losing,
so
and now it's getting louder.
It's a Jeff Bridges situation.
And now we're whispering to our friends, and now we're saying things to this guy about that guy, and it's getting back to that guy that gets back to Josh, that gets back to Stan. And they said, enough. We told you to knock this off. That's my theory.
Okay, and the last straw would simply be the 4-game losing streak. Well,
the last straw is seeing the writing on the wall of this team's not winning anything right now. I took a screenshot and I tweeted out, okay, a few minutes ago. I want to make sure I get the numbers correctly, okay? 30 points per game, 12.8 rebounds, 10.2 assists on 58% shooting from the field, okay? He's averaging a 30-point triple-double, and this team is about to crap out in the first round. Everybody can see that that's exactly what's happening right now. As an ownership group, how do you sit and look at that and say, things are going great right now? There's no way they possibly could. And again, look, I don't want to misconstrue this. This sucks for Michael Malone. This is awful that an unceremonious exit happened for the greatest coach in franchise history. Michael Malone's a legend. He's a Nuggets legend, and he will be forever. And it's terrible that it went down this way, but also you can't waste this. You can't waste what we're seeing in front of us. And he just turned 30 this year, and the ownership is looking at it and saying, we need to be getting more out of what's happening right now. And right now, instead of working collaboratively to make that happen, you two are at each other's throats.
Nate,
and that doesn't work.
Great job as always. You'll have plenty of time to chew on this with Andy starting in just a couple hours. And I know you were probably dialing in on Zach Veen getting called up. It's when you want to compare his slash line to Jordan Beck, it's unbelievable.
Can I tell you guys something? When I was sitting, both my wife and I were at the dining room table. We were both working on our laptops. I was literally working on a segment for today of the top 5 stupidest records in sports. It's just gonna be a little 2-3 minute goofy thing we were going to do.
Yeah.
And she's like, I just got a push notification that Mike Malone got fired. I was like, what?
Yep.
So yeah, I set that segment on fire.
Yeah,
Maybe catch that next week.
Good news. You don't need a rundown for today, buddy.
Hey, Nate, it's always have a good one in your pocket. You know, July's right around the corner.
That's right. It'll be here before you know it. Thanks, guys.
All right, pal. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, Nate and Andy at 3 o'clock. But your reaction, we're looking at Twitch. We're on the app. The Voice of the People is there for you. Brought to you by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. On YouTube, great example of why you should subscribe to our YouTube page so you get notifications, and we're looking at you on Twitch as well. So we got you. We got you covered as we react to this huge news with Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, both out. It's PhD on 92.5. Jason Kosmiski, the voice of the Nuggets, joins us right now with the stunning news that the Nuggets have relieved, according to the memo, Michael Malone of duties and will not extend Calvin Booth. Cause this is the latest ties for the latest this has happened since 1981 and Hubie Brown. What is your reaction to this monumental news?
Actually, DMac, I'm not really that surprised, to be honest with you. You know what? I give props to Josh Kroenke. I think that we all knew within the organization or people that are close to it that both Calvin Booth and Michael Malone probably wouldn't be here next year. And now with the 4-game losing streak and you're knocking on the door of a play-in tournament, if you feel those people are not going to be here next year, then you might as well do it now and see if we can get some sort of juice here heading into the playoffs.
So do you think that there is anything strategically X's and O's that can change with David Adelman that's going to make a difference?
It's not.
So then, hold on real quick. So then it really doesn't have anything to do with juice, right? Because that's how I feel. I don't feel like it has anything to do with juice because I don't think there's anything that could happen.
So have you ever been on a professional team when they trade somebody big or bring somebody in new and you don't have a little bit extra energy?
Sure.
That doesn't give you any jive?
So here's what I'd say about that. And I think we saw it with the Raiders last year. Okay. When they brought in Antonio Pierce, you saw a rebound effect. Okay. You got rid of a coach that everybody hated. There was a major rebound effect. I do not believe rebound effects happen if the coach is loved. Now, you would know that answer more than I would. If that coach is loved in that locker room, I do not believe in a rebound effect.
Let me ask you this. Are you happy with where the Nuggets are right now?
No, of course not.
Okay. So if you're going to make a change in the offseason, why not roll the dice and do it now 3 games before the playoffs?
I'll give you one reason, and maybe it doesn't matter. Respect to the greatest coach in the history of the franchise. Do it in the offseason when it's a little bit easier and it makes a little bit more sense. Maybe that doesn't matter, but that's a reason.
Yeah, and I do wonder, cause see, I guess I look at it maybe a little bit differently. Like, I don't see the Broncos fired Nathaniel Hackett because the season was a dumpster fire and things were over. And to your point, we're gonna do this anyways. Let's move on. Okay, that's why that happened. But, I mean, the Broncos season was in the dumpster. It was ridiculous. Listen, I get it. It hasn't been going great, but you still have the MVP. You still have a lot of great players, and you're in 4th place for the time being. We'll see how tonight turns out. But it's not like you don't have a shot at the playoffs, that you're in it. And I feel like it's more of a, I think there's something else we can do with this season. At least that makes more sense to me. So I guess I am shocked. I'll just be honest. I am surprised by it. I did not see it coming.
Well, I mean, so I just go back to my original statement is that you are not moving forward with these people, right?
Well, all right, just to be devil's advocate here. What if Michael Malone got it turned around to the degree and they made it to the Western Conference Final and they lost to Oklahoma City in 5 games and, bummer, but look what we did in the playoffs. We beat Houston just for the sake of, and maybe we beat the Lakers. Somehow they avoided Minnesota. But we made it to the Western Conference Finals and we fell a little short. Same result, you think?
I mean, just by me, just by me being there, it's like I look at body language and like, dudes, when we won the national, when we won the title, there's guys talking on the bench like, Jeff Green, KCP, Reggie Jackson, like DeAndre Jordan. All these guys were engaged, right? Like everybody is talking about everything at all the time. And we don't have that right now. We are not an engaged basketball team.
When did that start happening, Kaz?
I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest with you, DMac. I think maybe, like people say like dudes that win the championship 2 times in a row, that's amazing to me because the amount of energy that takes in order to get that done is that's why, it's so hard to do. It's so hard to engage dudes. And right now, the basketball team is not engaged, right? Okay. So I know Tyler's not going to like this, but if you're not going to move forward with these two guys anyway, right? If in the summertime you're going to get rid of Malone, you're going to get rid of Calvin Booth. Okay. If that's your theory, if that's what you want to do, and by the way, I don't disagree with that, why not do it now and to see if you can somehow save these playoffs and get juice back into the organization? I know Tyler doesn't like that argument, but I mean, what else are we going to do? You know what I mean? I mean, there's got to be, right now is now, right? We can go through the preseason. We can go through summer league. We can do all that stuff down the stretch. But right now is now. The main thing's the main thing.
Do you think there was a final straw?
I don't think so. I think it was, I just think it was like built over time. The season didn't start off great. Like, you have one guy not talking to the other guy. They're not on the same page. And then it slowly builds and it slowly builds. And, when you think of the word team, what does that mean? Is it just the 12 guys on the bench and the coaching staff? Or is it everybody on the plane? Or is it, what is your definition of team? And I just think we just lost the sense of team somehow down the stretch.
What do you think that was the disconnect between Malone and Booth, Kaz?
Well, normally, and I don't know this for sure, I just know this from the George Karl days.
Okay.
And in my opinion, the best coach in Nuggets history, is that, the coach defines playing time. That's the only sword he has, right? He gets to decide minutes. And then what I've seen happen before in my 30 years with the Nuggets is when general managers tend to push playing time on the coach. And that's kind of like it's like a holy grail. You can't really do that. And so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I've never had any dialogue of this with any person involved. But normally, when the disconnect happens between the general manager and the head coach, it comes down to playing time.
Oh, nobody's more experienced with this team than you, Kaz, so I incredibly respect your opinion. So when you say George Karl is the best coach of all time, you do put him ahead of Michael Malone. I'm curious why.
Well, I get it. I mean, Malone won a championship here, and so I understand that argument. But I just thought that, when you look at George Karl, what do we call this? Psychological warfare. I mean, think about those teams. I mean, we had Melo, Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, J.R. Smith, the Birdman.
Iverson, yeah.
Iverson was on that team.
Yeah.
Chauncey was.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's crazy.
You had a lot of very interesting personalities on that basketball team. And then when they hired him, I remember when they hired him. We were in like some ballroom in Milwaukee, and he came in halfway through the season. And you guys have to check the stats for me, but I think we went like 29-3 after that. I mean. Did they win a championship? No. I mean, we can all remember the inbound pass, against the LA Lakers. All the Nuggets fans will remember all that stuff. They should have won, but they didn't. But I just think from a team standpoint, like George had everybody on lock, right? It wasn't just the players and his bench. It wasn't just his medical staff. It was everybody. It was everybody on that plane was part of a system, and that's what I kind of miss the most.
Go ahead, Tyler. Sorry.
How much, if any, of this do you think goes back to the offseason and a potential difference of opinion on what to do with Jamal Murray?
I don't think much. I mean, it's hard to gauge that. Like, back in the old days. Like when we started doing this thing is when, like if you're talking about injuries, when the team doctor said you're fit to play, you're fit to play. And now everybody has their own personal doctors and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's much time. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not in the locker room. I don't get to be around that very much anymore. I don't know. I'm to be honest with you, today is an excitement for me because I think this is gonna jump this team a little bit here, and as opposed to spiraling down into what could have been, now we get to find out what will be. And when you have the best player on the planet going forward in the playoffs, I think it's a good thing.
So today gives the Nuggets a better chance to win.
I think so.
Okay.
Don't you? I mean, do you guys agree or not?
Like I said, I totally respect your opinion. I'm still trying to process it. Seriously, because I don't know. I really don't know. And I'm curious what difference it's going to make. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I'll say it comes down to this, and I already said this at the beginning. I do not believe in a rebound. I don't believe in any juice. If that locker room loves Michael Malone, I think it'll go the opposite direction. If there was frustration, if there were people venting, if there were people that were fed up, then okay, I could buy into the juice factor that this might help.
And doesn't that begin and end with Nikola Jokic?
I mean, if you guys like numbers,
sure.
In Sacramento and Michael Malone's coaching record without Nikola Jokic, he's 61-100. You know what I mean? So, like, if you're not going to move forward with these dudes anyway, let's see what – I mean, we're talking about this right now, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, we were all pissed off and we're all in the dumps about, my God, we're going to be in the play-in, right? Okay.
Could be, yeah.
So if the four of us right now have energy, then I got to believe that's got to translate.
Great stuff as always, Kaz. We'll look forward to you on the call pregame at 7:30, your call at 8 p.m. Against Sacramento. And it ain't boring, brother. It ain't boring being this NBA live. So thanks, Kaz. We appreciate it.
You boys.
All right. Jason Kosminski right there. Oof.
Well, you had a different opinion.
Yeah.
Certainly of mine. I shouldn't speak for anybody else. And I don't think it's insane to think that Stan and Josh Kroenke have the same opinion as Kaz. You know, it's not my opinion, but you make this move. In theory, you'd like to think you feel optimistic about something if you do make the move.
Hey, Kaz is entitled to his opinion. It's more than, valid. I mean, look what he's done. George Karl, a better coach than Michael Malone?
I don't get that.
Okay.
There's people on the there's people on the text line that agree with him.
Okay.
There are people that are calling every time I say that Michael Malone's the best coach in franchise history, it's driving them nuts. How do we define success?
Championship.
And like I don't even think this is debatable. like what do you play the game for? To win championships.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Simple. It happened. It's done. You win by default.
Vic Lombardi is talking with Josh Kroenke. We will have audio of that interview. Plus, we will have Vic Lombardi joining us when that's done. YouTube, like and subscribe. We're seeing your comments. You can go back and listen to any part of the show. This happened actually during Raj and Mike Sanford. Not trying to push you away from us, but, it's a great way to sort of see like when it happened, how it happened. We have your reaction on Twitch, on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. We're locked and loaded for you here today with the stunning news that Michael Malone has been relieved of his duties. The Nuggets will not extend Calvin Booth. More of your reaction coming up next here on PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you are losing your hair, there might be a few people inside the Nuggets organization losing their hair today. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Just commit to getting your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair. It's going to work. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best. And here's what I love about Advanced Hair. They believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Vic Lombardi will join us in just a second, but it's time for another keyword as we give away tickets for Friday night's game against Memphis. Won't that be an interesting environment? The keyword is Graceland. Graceland. If you want the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is to sign up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. Again, that keyword is Graceland. Your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you have 25 minutes to get that done. Vic Lombardi just got done with an interview with Josh Kroenke. He joins us now. Vic, what is your reaction? Let's just start here. What is your reaction to what happened, and what was your biggest takeaway talking with Josh Kroenke?
The reaction when I heard the news this morning, I was on number one at Rolling Hills. I just hit a tee shot farther than I've hit one in a long time, and I was about $188 out on a par 5.
Do you know it's the details that matter?
Don't act like you didn't finish the hole. Don't act like for 1 second you didn't finish that sucker out.
I was told to be at Ball Arena pronto. And to be honest with you, Tyler, I thought I was getting fired. Something I said. So I immediately got off the track, but not without getting my ball first because those pro fees are expensive.
Yeah.
And my immediate thought was, wow. I mean, how can you not think, wow, right? It was a shock to hear that both of them were relieved of their duties is a shock to the system. The timing is not as much a shock as some people assume.
Okay.
People are wondering why now? You know, why with 3 games left? Well, the reason why now for me is pretty simple. Because I think Josh Kroenke and the executive team there believe that there's enough talent on this roster to make a push.
To win now.
There's enough talent on this roster right now, the same roster that won a championship 2 seasons ago, to make some noise in the playoffs. And I asked Josh, you know, among the answers, and we're going to have this interview shortly. They're posting it. I asked him, okay, so what are your immediate expectations for this team? And he thought about it for a while, and he made it pretty simple. Play hard, which is, you know, a novel concept. Play hard and have fun. The one thing that, you know, we've talked about on this radio show, on our radio show at least, I saw a joyless team the last few times out. I saw a team that looked stale, a team that at times it felt like they didn't want to be there. And, you know, you played pro sports, Tyler. I know it's a job. I know it's a business. But we all get in this business because we love what we do.
Mm-hmm.
We love it. It's a passion. It's not a job. It's a passion. And once you feel like it's a job, once you feel like you're punching in, then it becomes an uphill climb. And I think that's what they saw. And when you get to that level, you got to get out of it. And that's why it happened now.
Okay, so let's say something magical happens, and they at least get out of the first round. They go on a little bit of a run here. Is that because they're relieved to not have Michael Malone in the room, or is that because there is something strategy-wise that changed?
Maybe both. Maybe, I mean, there's no relief. I mean, I don't want to use the word relief. I think the word is change things up a bit. Things got stale, and it was pretty obvious in the way they played. Before we move on, I want to say something off the top here. Michael Malone is the greatest head coach in Nuggets history, and I've seen all of them. Doug Moe before Michael Malone had the longest streak, the most wins, all of that, and he put some serious numbers on the board. Michael Malone not only eclipsed both of them in total wins, but he won this city a championship. So let's not bend the rules here. He is the greatest coach in Denver Nuggets history, and it will stay that way for many, many years to come until somebody exceeds what he's done. But I believe in pro sports, there's not a single coach out there on any team, in any sport, whose message remains fresh for the long haul, whose message still hits home for the long haul, especially if the players in which you're delivering that message to, those players don't change. And I think the message needed to be fresh. And this is why you make a move like this now. That's what I believe.
When you talked to Josh Kroenke, did you ask him about any, if any, involvement or information with Nikola Jokic with this decision?
I did not, because I could tell you what the answer to that question will be.
Okay.
You don't make decisions like this based on what your players tell you to do. I mean, I'm sure they speak all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I've seen them speak. I've seen the exchanges. You speak to your franchise players. You advise them. They advise you. These kind of decisions aren't made based on their whims. At the same time, they're not made without their knowledge either. So I can assure you that players are sort of in the know. They know what's coming, when it's coming. At the same time, they don't do something because a player wants it. See, I think that's where there's a lot of people out there that suspect, well, the Nuggets will do whatever Nikola Jokic wants. That's not the way this works. Nikola Jokic gets paid $50 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
He's a player on this team. Now, an all-important player, but he's a player on this team. He is not the team. He does not make these decisions. This is not LeBron James and the LA Lakers where you're running the whole show. This is not that case in Denver, nor should it be.
Okay. Yes, agreed. What if they can't? What if they told Nikola and he said this is the worst decision you're ever going to make in the rest of your life? Don't do this.
Well, let me ask.
Don't do this.
Let me ask you a question. When Peyton Manning was running the show in Denver, do you think he liked the decisions the Broncos made the year they won a Super Bowl?
No, but he definitely was not running the show that year. He was running the show with John Fox. He was not running the show with Gary Kubiak.
Exactly. Did they win a Super Bowl when he was running the show?
Yep. No, I'm sorry. No.
Exactly. Players should never run the show. Players should have input. Great players should always have input. Always. They should never run the show. And I think Nikola Jokic had input here. Now, what he told them remains between them. I have no idea. Do you think they're going to tell you that?
Do you think Jamal Murray's situation, both with contract and current injury status, had anything to do with this decision happening now?
I don't know. That's a great question. But you mean to tell me then, I think what you're inferring, if Jamal weren't hurt, Jamal plays the last 2 weeks and maybe they win those games, of course that has an impact. If Jamal plays and they beat Minnesota, they beat Golden State, they beat Indiana, we're not in this situation.
Let me back up just a second. If this is the playoffs, would Jamal be playing right now?
I don't know. How do I answer that question? You're in the same room I'm in. I don't know the answer to that question. I think he tries to play. I think if it's a playoff situation, he'll put himself out there. But if you're asking me, is he fully healthy right now? I would say no. He's not fully healthy. But then the definition of what is fully healthy,
well, that's right.
That comes into play.
And Michael Malone made a big defense of that just the other night, pregame. He did. He kind of went off on it. Like, for anybody who out there who thinks this is just, nothing, no, he's hurt. This isn't just something you can get through. He's hurt. Malone said that. That's why I bring it up. Because there is speculation. Well, how hurt are you hurt? Like everybody's hurt. Like everybody's got something. Who's not hurt at this point? And, the Jamal situation, obviously, last summer was a big issue. It's been an issue this whole year, Vic. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
With Jamal.
We're talking about this, and it's a difficult subject matter for me because I'm close to the situation, as you well know. When you know so many people in the organization, there's going to be a lot of lives touched by this. There's a huge coaching staff, a training staff, a strength staff,
right.
The rest of the operations staff, the other GMs, the other assistant GMs, the scouts. There are endless amount of people. When you remove both the GM and the head coach in one fell swoop, there are a lot of people walking on eggshells right now, and rightfully so. So this is going to impact an entire organization, not just two people.
Mm-hmm.
That's the surprise for me. The surprise, I sort of had the suspicion, and I'm sure you did, somebody was going to go if this season went south. Somebody was going to go, right? I did not expect both to go before the season ends.
I did not either.
But I think that decision was made because they see something we don't. They see opportunity here with what's left of the season.
I'm struggling with the opportunity with the rest of the season, but I do agree with everything else you just said right there. And I think what it comes down to is you've got a coach that I think the players like. I think they all like Michael Malone. I don't know. Maybe fingers are getting pointed all over the place. Maybe there is a rebound effect. They're just relieved the dude isn't in the room. I'm going to be fascinated what happens in 6 months, a year, because stories start to come out over time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're going to hear what it came down to. These guys just wouldn't stop fighting. Michael Malone and Calvin Booth just would not stop arguing. we told them to knock it off, or we told them to get on the same page, and it never happened. And I bet when this thing is all said and done, that's what it really comes down to more than any other strategic advantage that you think you're going to get moving into the playoffs.
Is arguing and not talking the same thing?
I think
Yes.
the term you're trying to use, Tyler, is the
Communicating.
parent looking in the back of the seat saying, I'm going to pull this car over if you guys don't cut
Yep.
it out. And that's
Yep.
exactly, the car was pulled over today.
Okay, Vic. Are you walking back to the golf course or?
No, I'm sitting in front of where I'm going to be dining at my mom's house, and then I got to go back to Altitude. We're going to do a special tonight at 7:00 on Altitude TV.
Okay.
So my golf round is kaput, but next time I play, I will place my tee shot 188 out right in the middle of the fairway where I rightfully hit it.
Well, we'll look forward to your show being the last to be able to react to this huge news tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when you join Kaner, who works a little bit harder than you guys every day.
Hey, again, I wanna express my deep gratitude and thanks to both Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, who did something that's never been done in the history of Denver sports. They helped usher in a championship to the local basketball team. After a half a century of trying, they got it done. And
Yeah,
I
you
know
were
it
supposed
didn't
to
end
retire.
well. I know it didn't end well for them, but every Nuggets fan, you could say what you want about those two gentlemen. I will forever be indebted to them for what they did for this city and the parade we enjoyed in this city. And you as a Nuggets fan should do the same. You should feel the same way. It's never going to end well, man. This is pro sports. This is not, we don't live like Elway and Manning where you can retire on your own accord. It never ends well in this damn business. It sucks.
Well said, Vic. Nice job, my friend. And
All right,
we'll look
boys.
forward to your interview with Josh Kroenke. That will air as soon as it's available to us. And we'll look for that special on Altitude TV tonight. Thank you, Vic.
Thank you.
All right. Wow. So we got some different points of view there, Tyler, from Kaz and from Vic. What's your takeaway? What's your reaction to this huge news?
Well, I'm really eager to hear the interview. That's going to be fun. I think it's very revealing, the words that Josh Kroenke said to Vic Lombardi. When Vic asked him, what is your expectation for the rest of the season? Try hard, have fun. It tells you everything you need to know. The dudes were broken. The dudes didn't want to play. The dudes were not trying hard, for the record. There's an implication there. They were not trying hard. And there's damn sure an implication in there that locker room, that building, that room was just toxic enough that I hope these guys could take a deep breath and have fun.
Well, we certainly saw with the Russell Westbrook interview. That did not look like anybody was having fun or, something was wrong. This ain't right, whatever it is. Michael Malone said it's easy because usually when they win, they gather together, family on 3-1-2-3 family. Michael Malone said it's easy to say family when things are going well, but can you say that when things aren't? Which implies the answer would be no, right? I mean, that's a little bit of a breadcrumb if you were looking at things.
Yeah.
That things behind the scenes were not connecting. And that whatever was happening when things were going poorly wasn't really there. Also, how about when Nikola Jokic said, it's not a light switch. You can't just turn it on. This is who we are. He said that a few games ago too. And then you just have the staggering numbers of what Jokic has done recently, all in losses. To average more than 40 points in a triple-double for the last 3 games. Never been done 3 losses. Nikola Jokic has scored more than 50 points in 4 games, including the playoffs, all losses. Nobody else who's ever scored more than 50 points of note in a game hasn't won a game with it. Rick Bucher on Fox Sports earlier today said it's staggering to think what he's done without any help, any all-star help, which perhaps goes to the fact that the Nuggets didn't make any moves, Tyler, at the trade deadline, whereas it was a whirling dervish with the Avalanche, right? Look what was going on there. How about that for a juxtaposition in the same building with the same ownership group? Nobody's having these worries about the Avalanche right now. The Avalanche are just stuck in standings purgatory and just are hoping, everybody is healthy for the playoffs. Then we're going to face Dallas, and here we go. And you may get the bolt of the most electric lightning when Gabe Landeskog potentially returns to the ice. The the arrow's pointing up for the Avalanche with expectations.
Yeah. And I do see some people in here saying that Jared Bednar's next if they have a first-round exit. I don't know about that, but
I will tell you this, being in that building a lot, the vibe could not be any different, Tyler,
I don't know.
between both teams, just for people to know out there, if you're speculating that. I'll tell you this, man. I am shocked by this. I don't know how I would describe the replacement of Jared Bednar. I mean, shocked wouldn't even be the right word. I don't know if I have a word for what that would be if I'm shocked by this.
Agreed. Totally agreed. I think there's one other angle, and it's a small angle here, of why do it now? Why do it before you get to the offseason? Why not let Malone just ride out the year and see what happens? And if I had to weigh the importance of this, I'd give it like a 3 out of 10. Okay, maybe they really just do like David Adelman. And they really legitimately think he's got a crack at being the next head coach of the Denver Nuggets. Let's give this guy a shot. Let's see what we got. Let's just see if we can get a little bit more information here. And I think that's a reasonable take if you do have legitimate interest there. If there's not legitimate interest there, well, it doesn't apply at all. It's a 0 out of 10. I think it's just a small factor of many things that add up into this.
Well, it was interesting having Kaz on and then Vic, because Kaz was more like, hey, man, these guys aren't coming back anyway. Let's just move on. Let's get to the future right now. Whereas Vic said, after talking with Josh Kroenke, that there's a belief that there's something that can be done, meaning there's juice to be had, whether it's with a different way. But Kaz said there's nothing you can do differently in terms of, say, the rotation, that sort of thing.
And I'm sorry, I've dug my heels on this, and I don't mean to be annoying, but what do you expect Josh Kroenke to say? We've got no hope for the playoffs? We're doing this because the season's over? Of course he's going to say that we're doing this because we think it gives us the best chance in the playoffs.
The timing is fascinating. The fact that this has not happened in the NBA this late in the season since 1981. I mean, we thought the replacement of what Jenkins there, right, with Memphis was stunning.
By the way, how you could feel when Mike Malone's coaching Memphis?
On Friday?
Sure. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be?
Yeah.
God, that would be. Can you imagine if Michael Malone was
How's
on
that going to feel?
Well, they play Memphis on Friday. Friday, right? Friday at home.
Mike Malone's
we're
not
giving away
be,
tickets for that.
He's not seeking a job more than an hour once the free agency actually opens up.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine if he was on the bench for Memphis? Oh, my Lord. Imagine if he was the head coach for Memphis.
Shout out to Marky. Marky gave me that one.
That's a good one. And a reminder, our keyword is Graceland. All together. If you want the first shot.
Not Raceland, because people heard that wrong. Graceland.
Somebody thought Memphis, it was Raceland, like a horse, not Graceland.
Apparently multiple people heard Raceland.
People do not associate Memphis with Graceland.
I'm sorry you can't pronunciate.
Graceland. Famous place. Google it. If you want the first shot of
home
playoff,
of the Beatles.
If you want the first shot of playoff tickets in each round, John Paul, Ringo, and George hanging out there at Graceland. The best way is signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. You have 7 more minutes, and we'll have another keyword at 2:20. More of your reaction, and we will go all sorts of questions. We'll frame it as no dumb questions, but I don't know if there are any dumb questions with this today. That's coming up next. More of your reaction to the stunning news about Michael Malone and Calvin Booth both being let go by the Nuggets just a couple of hours ago. Voice of the people on the app. We're looking at the text line, Shot Mazda text line, at YouTube as well as Twitch. And, hey, Tyler, the old-fashioned way. Just give us a holler, 303-504-0925. We've had a lot of time to react to this.
I'd love to take a couple callers.
Yeah, let's get to it, 303-504-0925. Danny, hang on. You'll be first up. Last night, a kid from Houston did not realize he needed to shoot the ball and threw it down and stared at the ball. And that's how that ended.
Was that not the worst final offensive possession you've ever seen?
It was not good, that's for sure. Congratulations to Florida. Our guy, Kevin, who we talked to, he won. He was the best entry out of thousands with Florida, Michigan State, Houston, Arkansas, Duke. He won the grand prize. That's 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at the Chop House, Denver Chop House, a new big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. You can check out where you finished at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. So thank you to our incredible sponsors, Evan Williams Bourbon. Bourbon produced the right way since 1783. The barrel matters. Found that out this weekend. Also to Brothers Barbecue. From 10 to 10,000 people, Brothers Barbecue Catering and Party Planning Team can coordinate the perfect event. And if you've got an event for 10,000 people, you have more friends than me. Visit them at brothers-barbecue.com. Oh, wow. Loads of calls here. Okay, here we go. Tyler, let's get into it. Danny, you're on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What's up, Danny?
Yeah, hey, I wanted to see if anybody else caught this. This was maybe a month or so. There was a back-to-back against San Antonio. And I wonder this firing if maybe the Cronkies maybe know a little something, but I haven't heard anybody bring this up, but it might have been a Freudian slip. Jokic was going through an interview and they were asking about Wemby, and he said, yeah, he's a good player. I'm looking forward to playing against him for a couple more years. I don't think he was just a figure of speech. I think Joker's done after this contract, and he's going to be Barry Sanders of the NBA. And maybe they just had to make a move because Malone's messages, I know Joker loves him. It seems like he does, but maybe his message is just getting old, and I love Malone.
Well, I appreciate it, Danny. Tyler, there's no doubt the window of Nikola Jokic, who is now 30 years of age, which isn't that old, but hey, it's a concern. They have no idea how much longer Jokic wants to actually do this.
No, we've gone down that conspiracy lane many times in the past. And I know, like, if Jokic called it quits one day and it came out of the blue, I don't think any of us should be entirely surprised by it. I actually don't. I used to feel that way. I don't feel that way anymore. I think Nikola Jokic is going to play another 7-8 years. And, maybe not 7 or 8. I don't know how many it's going to be. But I no longer am of the opinion he's going to be some surprise retirement.
I think the Joker will play as long as he's enjoying playing.
I agree.
The money obviously doesn't matter. I think he's incredibly competitive. I think he loves winning. I think he loves basketball despite, some other weird things about body language and this, that, the other thing. Just being around this guy this long, I think that's all a bunch of malarkey about, he doesn't this, he doesn't that. The guy loves playing basketball, and he's an unbelievable competitor, and he's in great shape. Look what he's doing. The fact that he's probably not going to win the MVP this year will go down in history. Like when people look back on this season 20 years from now and compare the numbers between SGA and the Joker, it is really going to be like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
It's going to be like that. Let's go to Charlie. Charlie, you're on 92.5. What's up, Charlie?
Hey, I've been listening to the show all day since the news came out. I was meant to be in class, but I ended up fading that. I can't help but think, does this not start with the Cronkies not spending any money in the offseason and not going and getting a trade at the deadline? I think Booth also was a big problem, but I don't know how this all came down onto Malone as well.
Well, you realize they did spend a lot of money. You realize that, right? With the Jamal Murray contract. They spent a ton of money.
Right. Was it the right guys? Are they surrounding Jokic in his prime with the right guys, as we've all talked about a ton? But for 10-year head coach, most wins in history, you guys have gone down the list, just won us a championship. I just don't get how they fire him right now before the playoffs. Does it not start with the front office, the ownership?
Just out of curiosity, what class did you skip to make this phone call?
Intro to government, kind of a joke anyway.
Really? Yeah. Exactly. It's not missing out on anything. Listen, man, it was a big well, I forgot about the AG deal, because that happened actually quite a while ago. But yeah, that was this year. And Jamal Murray was a big deal.
Yep.
I think
they spent money, but to his point, I think his point is, did they make the right decisions? Should they have chosen not to pay Jamal Murray? And to answer your question, that's why Calvin Booth got fired also. Okay? So both guys went down. This is not one guy going down, taking the fall, falling on a sword. Both guys went down. And ownership is telling you the entire building ain't right.
Let's go to Sam. Sam, you're on 92.5. What's up, Sam?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good.
Hey, man, so I just kind of want to pick up on the conversation. And in my opinion, I just don't see anything good that can come out of doing it at this time right now. I've listened to all the opinions, and Kosminski was on there trying to make good points, but this guy deserves better than that. Our only championship in the history of our team, and just to kind of leave on such a bad note, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and it has to leave a bad taste in.
Oh, that wasn't me. That was my guy. Sorry about that. Yeah, we lost you. You can call back if you want.
I think it's tough. It's tough. And there's a very fair argument that Michael Malone did enough to earn the right to go out in the offseason with a normal firing. That's a fair argument. And I get that. Look, man, I think the Kroenkes respect the hell out of Michael Malone. I don't think they enjoyed this moment. But there is another side to it. And in professional sports, even though I'm closer to that argument, I am, because I do think Mike Malone earned a lot. Maybe the right to go out in the offseason. You don't owe anything to anybody. The one thing you owe something to is to the fan base to put the best product on the court. That's what you owe.
Well, we'll hear from Josh Kroenke relatively soon. He did an interview with Vic Lombardi. Vic joined us to talk about that. There's a special on Altitude TV. But we'll have that, Dan, at some point, relatively soon. It'll be on the air as soon as we get it. We promise you that. Let's go to Manny. Manny on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What's up, Manny?
Hey, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up?
Hey, man. First of all, I just wanted to say real quick, I've only listened to 92.5 ever since you guys left that competitor station. You guys are the best, man. So keep doing your thing. Hey, I just wanted to say, do you guys think this would have happened if Russell Westbrook makes that layup at the end of the Timberwolves game?
Oh, wow.
Because I just felt like that sucked the life out of this team, out of everything we had going. If you can't beat the Timberwolves, you can't beat them, you're about to beat them,
right? And
then it all falls apart at the end.
And
isn't that where our old GM's at now? So,
Manny, so I'm not trying to interrupt you because it's a brilliant point. It's an incredible question. And let's just be clear with it. It wasn't just the missed layup, right? It was the, foul at the other end. It was that whole Wow, Manny, that is one hell of a question.
So here's the question to properly answer it. Are we assuming that everything afterwards still happened the same, meaning it wasn't a spiral effect, or is the question because he missed that layup,
everything else happened?
Everything else spiraled.
Right.
100%. Yeah, I mean, it's just,
That's a good one.
You can never know what would have happened, but maybe there's a new energy on this team after a win like that.
Well, you bring up a question that we have asked, and did that Minnesota game break them? Mm-hmm. Did that game break them? We know how emotional it was, and we saw the next day with the Spurs game, which they were very competitive in and had a shot to win. And then they were competitive against the Warriors, and I thought they were going to come back and win in their last game, against the Pacers. So,
yeah,
were they broken by? Oh no, it's a great question. Thank you, Manny. We really appreciate it. Wow, if Russell Westbrook makes that layup, does this happen today? Do they play better against the Spurs? Do they have a different result against the Warriors?
Remember the movie Butterfly Effect?
Yeah, sure.
There you go. Butterfly Effect of the missed layup and the foul three.
Well, we know based on the 53 minutes that Jokic played against Minnesota and how Malone stressed it, that game, we talked about it. It was more than just a regular season game. Clearly it was.
Yeah, my take on it at the time, because I remember you asking me, did that game break the Nuggets? I said, nope. They were already broken. They were broken going into that game, and you can see it going down for weeks at a time.
So what you're saying is all that happened in the Minnesota game as a result of what everything was amping up towards.
So I guess, what was our last caller's name? I'm sorry.
Manny.
Yeah. I guess my answer to Manny would actually be fun question, great pinpoint. It's always fun when you can pinpoint a moment. My opinion, the team was broken before that, so no, that was not the actual moment.
We have full lines. We'll get some more of your calls. We're looking at the text line. We're looking at Twitch. We're seeing you on YouTube. Appreciate all the feedback and the reaction to the Nuggets letting go of Michael Malone and Calvin Booth on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When it comes to the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatments for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Okay, let's get your life back in order with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you even last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. More of your reaction to this huge breaking news with the Nuggets coming up next. Why were Michael Malone and Calvin Booth let go today? The timing is the biggest question.
Who made the pyramids?
Clearly the aliens.
But that's kind of how I feel about this thing, honestly. Like, okay, you make sense. There's a strategic reason why they're doing this because they think that it's going to give them the best opportunity to compete in the playoffs. I don't think that's what Josh Kroenke said, for the record. I didn't hear him saying anything about competing. I didn't hear him saying anything about making a run in the playoffs. He said, I just hope these guys have fun and they try hard. Those were his words, okay? So I just keep digging further and further away that there was a breaking point. There was some breaking point. And I don't mean to imply that Michael Malone and Josh and Stan had some F-off meeting. No, that's not what I mean. I just think that there was enough that had been adding up over time, and if you really put me on the spot and you had to make me totally speculate today, and this is pure speculation, I would say they were probably told, hey, get on the same page or at the very least stop fighting. And as things go bad, when things spiral, we've all been in that environment, stuff rolls downhill, right? And you start pointing that finger, and maybe they're not even talking to each other anymore, but maybe they're talking to their buddy. Their buddy's talking to their buddy. That buddy finally talks to Calvin. Calvin gets something back, whatever, through the back channels. And this gets back to Josh and Stan Kroenke. They're like, enough. This building's broken. We don't like it. To the degree, we're going to do it at what feels like a pretty reasonable time to do it. We're going to do it with 3 games left in the season.
To me, the timing is critically important. Like, if you just wanted to move on from these guys, you could certainly just let it play out, and it's the end of the season, and hey, man, that would be one of like a million type of situations.
Yep.
Happens all the time that way. All the time. To me, the only thing that makes sense with the timing is they do think they have something to play for.
Do Josh's words change your opinion on that at all?
Well, I kind of I'm sort of going with I think they've got something to play for, and they're trying to get the most out of it, rather than the season's over. I don't feel that's what the Nuggets feel. I don't feel that. I don't feel they're doing this. So I respectfully disagree with Kaz that, hey, we're going to get rid of these guys anyways. Why don't we just get to it? I think there's something else that they think can be done to be successful this year. Hey, listen, when the Broncos got rid of Hackett, I mean, it was broken beyond broken. And we heard rumors and stories about the night before the Rams game where things were getting like kind of crazy out of control and disrespectful to ownership. And look at their performance when Baker Mayfield lit him up. I mean, it was embarrassing. With Josh McDaniels, Tyler, I know being around that. Like, that was embarrassing because of the cheating that they had going on in England, and they had just had enough. They were embarrassed by Hackett. They were embarrassed by McDaniels. I don't think this is frustrating, losing 4 in a row, but I think they were a long way from being embarrassed. No, I just believe, this is my own opinion, but I just believe they think they can win.
Yep.
Using a different strategy. I don't think this is about embarrassment. In fact, reading the statement and the glowing words that were said about Malone and even Calvin Booth, they're in high regard. They're not humiliating the team. I just think the team thinks they can get more out of the season. That's where I stand on it. That being said, I'm shocked. I'm flat out shocked. I would have never ever have guessed this was coming right now. I certainly would have thought in the final 3 games, we'll play it out, we'll see what we got, we'll go from there. And I really don't know how serious the Jamal Murray injury is, although I think he's a critical component to any kind of success they would have.
If you would have asked me yesterday, what's going to happen at the end of the Nuggets season? My answer probably would have been Calvin Booth gets fired. They do everything in their power to trade Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. That would have been my answer. Not on my answer would have been Michael Malone gets fired. I don't know how many people, I know there are people, including Kaz, who's like, yeah, this thing's been coming. He was on the way out. It was happening no matter what. It was just a matter of time. So let's do it now. Okay. Just my opinion. It felt like, as of recent, Let's use some logic here. Best coach in the franchise history, just won a championship 2 years ago. How much grace does that buy you? Calvin Booth comes in. We don't make any moves at the trade deadline. There was a big deal made for Jamal Murray. It just felt like a lot of the frustration was coming from upstairs, and that's where it was going to go. Now, here's a fair text on the text line. They say Josh Kroenke said that he wants the team to try hard and have fun. Read between the lines. Show me you want to be here. Not one person is safe. And that's a fact. That is a fact. I mean, there is one person. There's one person. His name's Nikola Jokic. Outside of that, the statement has been made. And when people get fired, everybody in the building is now on alert.
I'm seeing a text here, too, on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Ramona Shelburne, maybe, Dan, you can help out with this. Ramona Shelburne reveals how dissension between Malone and Calvin Booth led to both getting fired.
So that keeps coming back to my take.
Yeah.
That's what it really comes down to. When we hear about this in a year, and give it a year, give it 6 months, the truth always comes out eventually. They'll be tight-lipped for a while. Eventually the truth comes out. Sean Payton has 2 lattes. What you're going to read about, not the 4-game slide. You're not going to read about a competitive advantage going into the playoffs. This was our best opportunity. What you're going to read about is a fracture between Calvin Booth and Michael Malone.
Yeah, and if it's people scrambling and it's all sort of intrigue in the palace behind the scenes, and this is where we do not know. Maybe we'll find out. But this is where we just don't have all the information at our fingertips. So we'll give you our opinion the best that we can with the information that we know. We'll take some more of your calls here. 303-504-0925. If there is any more breaking news, we're happy to share it, and you never know what's going to come out here, as I'm seeing ESPN reporting on it as we talk. So we'll keep our eyes. It's a little tricky as we're on the air live, but we'll keep our eyes and ears out, and you can help us too. So let us know, because you might be in a situation to tell us more information. Let's go out to Jose. Jose, you're on 92.5. What's up, Jose?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I think, Tyler, you and I are pretty much on the same page. I love Mike Malone. Wish the best for him, and, grateful for him bringing our city a championship after 50-plus years waiting or whatever. But when you've got arguably the greatest player to ever touch the court, at least at his position, having the greatest season in basketball history, and you're barely limping into the playoffs, there's no excuse. If we could even just get the defense and the bench to be halfway decent, we are a championship contender. And that, to me, speaks to the commentary about the effort or lack thereof that I've seen. And I was calling this, and I'm a huge Nuggets fan. I'm a season ticket holder for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I was calling for this 2 weeks ago. I said that when we lost to the Bulls, I was at that game, and it was like, this thing, it's in a bad way. We need to blow this whole thing up. The one area where I do disagree with Tyler is when we talk about, who is owed what. The biggest debt owed is to that big man in the middle, the basketball god, and that we don't continue down this path of creating a basketball Barry Sanders. That's my biggest fear. And so this needed to happen. Love Mike Malone. Thankful for the championship, but we got to blow this thing up, and we got lemons, and we got to make some lemonade out of it.
We will find out tomorrow night. The game will be right here on Altitude, 8 p.m. against Sacramento. We'll hear from probably Scott Hastings later today with Nate and Andy. He's on the team plane going there. So what's that like? What's that reaction? So we'll have you covered on all of it. Vic sat down with Josh Kroenke. We'll have that for you as soon as it's available, but they'll have a TV special on that at 7 o'clock tonight as well. So we'll have it covered for you top to bottom. Let's go to Adrian. Yo, Adrian, what's going on?
Hey, fellas, I've been a DMac maniac for a long time since I damn near died on the radio drinking hot sauce. But anyway.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, Adrian.
So did anybody ever think that when the comment was made about copying the San Antonio Spurs, maybe there's a little bit of a cop-out, softness, not really seeming to have this sense of urgency to win it again last year? And in my opinion, that just kind of showed the lack of urgency to win, especially having a guy like Jokic, who is, in my opinion, top 3 player of all time. Whereas the Avalanche, at least they try and go out and do something, whereas the Nuggets just kind of sat on their hands.
Yeah. Well,
and
Adrian, if
really didn't attempt to do much.
you listen to the show, which we thank you, Adrian. It's very nice of you. Tyler, we did talk about, like, there seemed to be a malaise with the Avalanche. We talked about that before the Miko deal. And it didn't feel right. And it was kind of weird. Guess what? That's all way gone. I'm around the Avalanche, what I feel is a revitalized team, an excited team. They've lost a couple of stinkers here and there, but it's because you can't create a sense of urgency where it just doesn't exist, as they're in just standings purgatory. They can't move up. They're probably not going to move back. You know what I mean? Like, hey, by the way, they win tonight. They play tonight at Ball Arena. They win tonight. They're locked into the 3. Period. There's an crazy outside chance they could move to 2, but they couldn't do any worse than 3 if they actually win tonight. That's where the Avalanche are at.
Mm-hmm.
Where their final 2 games of the season in LA, at LA and Anaheim, seriously, this weekend might mean absolutely nothing. 0. So they've had a time to sort of get their head around. It's been a bit of a pressure cooker here for the Nuggets.
Well, here's my take on the trade deadline deal. And it was fun to see what the Avalanche did. And yes, we compare and contrast all the time because the Avalanche made a billion moves. But we talked about this also with the Nuggets. They were hamstrung. I mean, their hands were tied, I should say. And you had a deal with Jamal Murray that was just signed. You had a deal with Aaron Gordon that was just signed. And you had a guy in Michael Porter Jr. that was very, very difficult to trade. So the reality for the Nuggets, by the time it came to the trade deadline, there really was not a lot that they could do. The mistakes were not made at the trade deadline. The mistakes were made earlier in the season. If you don't believe that Jamal Murray is the guy, if you're thinking about trading Jamal Murray, well, then you made a mistake in giving Jamal Murray that contract, because once you gave him that contract, you legally were not allowed to trade him until after the first year. You legally were not allowed to trade Aaron Gordon until after the end of that first year. And Michael Porter Jr. has always been a very difficult dude to trade because of his injuries and everything else.
Wow, what a day here. More of your reaction on the way. And we look forward to hearing Vic's conversation with Josh Kroenke. Congratulations to Florida for winning the championship in our Not Another Bracket contest. It was our guy, Kevin Schur, who had the best entry out of thousands, the grand prize package, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Denver Chop House, a new big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue. So you can find out where you finished at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. So thank you to Evan Williams Bourbon. Bourbon produced the right way since 1783. Also to Brothers Barbecue, from 10 to 10,000 people. Brothers Barbecue catering and party planning team can coordinate the perfect event. Visit them at brothers-barbecue.com. And we have another key word, as it is a Nuggets playoff push Ticket Tuesday. So our final key word for tickets to give away for Friday's game against Memphis. Will that be interesting? Coming up next.
I mean, I'm afraid my phone is going to blow up as we're talking on the phone right now because it really is like a shocking move. This guy won a championship 2 years ago, and he's one of the best coaches in the NBA. Obviously, the Nuggets have hit a rough patch here at the end of the season. They're 3-7 their last 10 games. They're not heading into the playoffs with the right kind of momentum. And this is a team that has designs on championships. And I wrote a story earlier this year about how do you maximize Nikola Jokic's prime. In the beginning of the year, Calvin Booth told me, he's the general manager who also was fired today, that they believe they have 6 or 7 years of his prime. And they're right in the middle of it. And so you have 2 or 3 years where you might have to take a step back as you try to afford a team like this. But then you do that by developing young players. And the crux of the fight between these two people, Michael Malone and Calvin Booth, was whether or not you play those veterans or you play those young players. And when you play veterans, that's how you win as a championship team. That's how you continue to finish at the top of the Western Conference, which is so tightly packed together, as we all know, in this final week of the season. But in order to win for the next 6-7 years, you got to play the young guys. And sometimes you lose games when you play the young guys. And there was just never an ideological alignment between Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. And I got to be honest, I'm shocked that both of them are gone, but I'm not shocked one of them are gone.
Okay.
I thought at the beginning of the year there was no way this holds. And instead, they just cleaned house completely.
That is Ramona Shelburne from ESPN. We'll react to that in just a second. We'll also hear from Shams in just a second. Also later, sooner than later, Vic Lombardi with Josh Kroenke, all still to come here, as we're reacting to the stunning news that Michael Malone and Calvin Booth were both dismissed from the Nuggets just a couple of hours ago. We do have tickets to give away for the Nuggets-Memphis game on Friday night. The key word this hour, final hour for us, is barbecue. So, and that's BBQ, Tyler, BBQ. Just BBQ. If you want the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is to sign up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. Again, BBQ, you have until 2:45 for that. What other thoughts are you having here as we absorbed this news for the past couple hours?
Well, just listening to that, I did have one thought that we haven't brought up, okay? What should roles be once the season begins? What should the role of the GM be? What should the role of the head coach be in season? What should the role of those two guys be in the off season? And did we start intermingling more than we should? And I don't know the answer to that, right? I mean, in a perfect world, it seems like, okay, GM, man, I'm starring in the offseason. Let's go. Yep, I'm starring at the trade deadline. Let's go. Yes, we've got a vision that the head coach and I have come up with together, and we're constantly in communication. But once we get to the regular season, kind of feels like it's time to pass that baby off. Kind of feels like what are we even arguing about right now?
Mm-hmm.
You know, is it even a healthy situation for a GM to be trying to influence playing time once the season has begun? And I don't know how much of that was going on, but it feels like there was a lot of that going on. I don't know that that's a healthy dynamic at all.
It's reminds me of the movie Moneyball. You know, what's the point of me building this team this way if you're not going to play the guys the way I intend to have them play?
Okay. Was there a scene in that movie? And I don't think there was. What's the point of you hiring me as the head coach unless you're going to let me coach this team the way that I need to coach this team?
Kind of. Philip Seymour Hoffman, who plays Art Howe, basically says, hey, the lineup is mine. Like once it's together, I get to decide what happens.
Yeah.
And Brad Pitt, who plays Billy Bean, is like, that makes absolutely no sense. That's ridiculous. And that's where he trades a player, say, okay, if you're not going to do it my way, this guy's no longer on the team.
I guess call me old school. I'm more in the camp of once that season begins, GM, get the hell out of the way.
But what's the point of putting the team together if you're not going to utilize why you put the team together in the first place? But that's
sometimes you put something together and it doesn't work out the way you think it's going to.
You know, it's kind of like Sean.
So it's real easy in the offseason to have a vision for a team. Yeah, we drafted Jalen Pickett to do this. We think Julian Strother is going to do that. You know, and all of a sudden we get into the season. Oh, we kind of like what we're seeing on Pickett here. Let's go.
Did you find it interesting that Pickett, not Russell Westbrook, started the other night?
I did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you find it interesting that Jalen Pickett was in the game except for the last 45 seconds. Russell Westbrook was taken out about 6.5 minutes to go in that game. Close game.
Sure.
And Westbrook was taken out for Jalen Pickett.
Sure.
And Russ was put back in, just following the bouncing ball here of breadcrumbs. He was put back in with 45 seconds. And guess who Jokic was trying to get the ball to? Russell Westbrook, and threw the ball basically out of bounds when Christian Brown on a basic handoff goes the wrong way. Critical point of the game. The Joker turns around, throws the ball to where he thought somebody would be, and the ball just harmlessly goes out of bounds. It was a moment of, from the world's greatest player, of team complete incompetence. I mean, it's going to be tough for those kids from Houston last night to get over the fact you're down by a bucket and you couldn't get a shot off. Well, listen, man, being in the Ball Arena, it was pretty frustrating, Tyler, with the game on the line that the Nuggets just threw the ball out of bounds. And when you look at the play, it looked like this is like the Keystone Cops here, man. This is not an organized team.
Mm-hmm.
And there's Jamal Murray in street clothes again for, him not being healthy. Then you go in the locker room, and there was different reaction from everybody, but I'm telling you, Russell Westbrook, I don't know how he got changed so quick. Other guys are just sitting in their locker. Tyler, he was ready to go. And he had to be told by the league, you need to stick around and be available for the media, where we got the interview. Oh, there's so many signs that this thing is just falling apart.
Yep.
But still, after all of that, and we talked about that from top to bottom, did you think this was going to happen?
No.
Today?
Absolutely not. I thought Memphis was nuts. I thought they were insane. And here we are with 3 games left doing the exact same thing.
It's wild. It's wild. All right, more of your reaction. We have a couple of open lines, 303-504-0925. That's the same as the Champ Mazda text line. Great reason for you to subscribe to our YouTube channel to get alerted of all the breaking news and get in that conversation. And we thank everybody hanging out on Twitch. Record numbers that we have there today as well. You guys are the best. We really appreciate it. Let's go to Asish. I hope that's how you say it, my man. You're on 92.5. What's up, brother?
What's up, DMac
Hey.
and Tyler? How are you guys doing today?
Doing fine.
Excellent. So the first thing I want to say is thank you to Michael Malone for all he did in the last 10 years. But DMac, you mentioned that you were shocked today, but
yes,
me and you have been texting back and forth throughout the season. Early in the season, you were on the Russell Westbrook train.
Yes.
But recently you came onto my side, which was that I think Russell Westbrook is a liability. And basically...
All right, can I just say where I was on this? I was reporting and reacting to the way things existed at the... It's not like, with all due respect, I didn't come over to your side. I was just telling you what was going on as it was going on. I think in today's society sometimes, Tyler, people think of that like, oh, well, you're this way or you're that way. Sometimes I can just literally describe to you what is happening, and if things are changing, I'm also going to describe what is changing. That's what I've been doing this year, my man. The fact that I ended up on your side, I guess, isn't an indication that I changed my mind. I've just been literally reporting about what's going on.
So my philosophy behind that is before All-Star break, we had an 8-game winning streak, right?
Yes.
And that was around the time Russell Westbrook was injured. And Jalen Pickett actually showed that he is capable of being a backup point guard. I thought he was Monte Morris 2.0. We know about his defensive liabilities, but we also know what he can do well on the court. So I don't know why people are shocked about this, because there was a drift around the time of the Olympics between where an article came out where we knew about the drift between Malone and...
Well, hold on. And I appreciate the call. We have so many other calls. I appreciate it. The reason people are shocked about this is it hasn't happened, Tyler, since 1981. A firing this late in the season. Listen, if you just wanted to blow out the general manager because, nobody would really raise an eyebrow there, right? Everybody would be like, well, yeah, I mean, wow, it's kind of weird. But both guys, 3 games left in the season, And this hasn't happened since 1981?
In the midst of a playoff run.
This team isn't embarrassing. This isn't like Hackett and McDaniels.
Embarrassing's relative, though.
Fair.
That's very, very relative. They're a competitive basketball team that still has a chance to make a little bit of noise, maybe win the first round. But I would say this is very embarrassing for having Nikola Jokic on your team.
Let me back up. Very fair. It's a team in a playoff hunt, unlike the Broncos were with Hackett and McDaniels, who had taken the team to depths, not even considering the playoffs. Let's go to Tony. Tony, you're on 92.5. Hey, Tony.
Hey there. Thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener. Appreciate you.
You got it.
I just wanted to give a moment and keep it short and sweet and thank Michael Malone for all the good that he brought this franchise over the last decade or so. Really exciting basketball, brought us to the championship, and I think he deserves a great deal of thanks from everyone in the city.
All right, my man. I like Michael Malone. I've always liked Michael Malone. I was looking at those banners the other day, Tyler, in the arena. You know, one of them has got, and I'm sorry I don't remember the exact number, 400-something, of Doug Moe. Like, it's not his jersey number. It's his amount of wins. I caught myself looking up at that, and I'm like, wow, yeah, I mean, inevitably, if you're going to hang that up there,
you have to put Michael Malone up.
You have to put Michael Malone up there. And I was like, wow.
As he deserves to be.
Yeah.
And as he deserves to have nothing but gratitude. And it's a shame because here's how this is going to go down. Michael Malone will have a disdain for the Denver Nuggets for the rest of his life. That's the way it's going to go down. And that's really, really unfortunate. And over time, these things can heal. But look how long that took with Mike Shanahan and the Denver Broncos. You know, there is not going to be much love here between Michael Malone and the Denver Nuggets for a very long time.
Let's hear from Shams. And that's a great point. How long did that take to heal with Mike Shanahan and the Broncos?
10+ years.
It was a while, right? Remember that?
I don't know if I'd even say it ever really healed. It de-thawed.
He eventually came back to training camp.
And he eventually was honored at a game.
Yeah, eventually. But it was a long time. And those harsh feelings about Shanahan, you could argue, led to Kyle Shanahan not being hired. You could connect some of those dots too.
Yep.
Even though we've heard reports about how great and brilliant Kyle was in that interview.
So just think about that for a second. And I don't know if there's any way to avoid it, whether you fired him now, whether you fired him in the offseason. It is what it is. But what a shame that is, that a guy that we could not respect and love more, there's going to be bad, deep-rooted feelings for a long time.
Let's go to Shams and hear his latest report. Dan Tanner, go ahead.
The Denver Nuggets have done a full clean out. They have parted ways with both Michael Malone as head coach and general manager Calvin Booth. I'm told Josh Kroenke and Nuggets ownership informed Malone and Calvin Booth in a meeting today that both are being fired and let go. And this is stunning because we're just days away from the end of the regular season, days away from the start of the NBA playoffs. This is tied for the, really, for as far as a firing, this is tied for with Hubie Brown in 1980-81 season for the deepest into a regular season we've seen a coach get fired. Michael Malone is the winningest coach in Denver Nuggets franchise history. He led that organization to a 2023 NBA championship. And the Nuggets, from my understanding, just believed that they needed a full culture reset. There's been something of a Cold War brewing between both Malone and Booth over the last couple of years. And Malone is really the established coach in place there. And now the fact that he is out, it is stunning across the NBA.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I mean, we're going through this live with you, but I'm not going to move away from my feelings of still being stunned by it. I suppose as we talk about it, it's oh well.
The only person
no kidding,
we've talked to today that was not just flat out jaw dropped stunned was Kaz.
Yeah,
Kaz was like, "Yeah, this has been coming. It was a matter of time. I can't believe it took this long."
Let's go to Paul. Paul, you're on 92.5. Hey, Paul.
Howdy, guys.
Hey.
Malone was my guy. I go back to the ABA. I grew up in Denver. We live up in Eagle now. My son and I have driven up and down I-70 and beat down snowstorms.
Okay.
To go to go to Nugs games.
Sure.
My take is that I wonder if people are comparing, or Josh is looking at the situation in LA, and they're saying, well, look, the Lakers got Redick, and look what Redick has done. But people forget that what made the Lakers great in this run was Pelinka, and they got a couple of really good defenders. Finney Smith is a lockdown defender. Lockdown. Goodwin, who came along in the trade, is a good defender, two-way player, but a really good defender. We don't have that. I've heard people talk about, the roster. And if you look up and down this roster, and fellas, I love the Nugs, but the Nugs have made some blunders. MPJ is at best a spot-up shooter who doesn't play defense, and when a good defender is on him, he can't score. They locked up how much money with MPJ? Lots.
Yep.
Was it $50 million?
Max contract stuff, yeah.
Jamal, without Jamal, we don't win the championship. But we saw what happened in the Olympics. Was probably an argument that went on there with Jamal, and that is looking like it was a bad deal. So you got a lot of money tied up in a couple of players who didn't pay off. Regarding making moves at the trade deadline, as Tyler alluded to earlier, we didn't have any moves to make. The 3 contracts we could have had to trade were untradeable. Now, lastly, you say, well, we need to get some of the young guys in. Are you really going to tell me you're going to put AG on the bench and put in Hunter Tyson? Have you watched some of our, some of these guys, they're not ready and they can't shoot. We just have some guys. The one move that I think they should have made earlier, and I agree with everybody, is Pickett. Pickett is a good player, and he probably should have got the minutes ahead of Westbrook. But guys, Calvin has just made some moves that didn't work out, and it's Calvin that should have gone, not Malone.
Appreciate the call. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, I see this on the text line, Tyler. Could you please address why they just didn't fire Booth, and why maybe not a few years ago, since Michael was doing a pretty damn good job? I think it's a fair question to say why both. Yeah. Why both today?
Tell you why. Stan and Josh Kroenke are tired of being the parents that are listening to the kids fight. And it was a package deal. And you wouldn't shut up, and you wouldn't shut up, and you wouldn't stop talking, and he wouldn't stop talking, and we keep hearing about it. And we're sick and tired of it. So we're done.
We're turning the car around.
We're done.
We really are turning the car around.
We are not going to Elitch's.
But we really are not going to Elitch's.
No.
We're not going to the swim park.
There's no ice cream.
There really is no ice cream.
I don't care if you change your behavior.
Like kids in the back of the car, though, when they get that warning, they know if they just shut up for a second or two, parents are going to cave, right?
Yep.
Parents didn't cave this time, did they?
It was a package deal. They went down together because they couldn't figure out how to work together.
Okay.
But to that point, that's why I always thought it was going to be Calvin Booth and not Michael Malone. I always thought it was going to be just one. I didn't think it was going to be both. And I thought it was going to be the guy that was not around for a championship. And I thought the guy that just won a championship 2 years ago was probably going to survive.
To me, what today signals, as I just think about it deeper, Booth was going to get blown out, period.
Yes.
I think they think there's something that can be salvaged, which is why Malone was blown out today. So I think there may be different circumstances, although they do line up together, as it turns out. Because Booth, so to what Kaz said, hey, if you're going to get rid of somebody, okay, I think that's the case with Booth. With Malone, I think it's just slightly different. And by the way, to back my point up, the words in the press release are different for Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. Nuggets relieve head coach Michael Malone of duties, will not extend Calvin Booth. That's not an accident. I think they're saying
it's a formality. That's all.
Okay, but they view it slightly differently.
No, it just means the one guy we didn't have to fire because his contract was up. So we don't have to get HR involved. We don't have to go through any legalities. We're just not extending you. You did your job.
We'll see what Josh Kroenke has to say with Vic Lombardi. We'll have that for you as soon as we can. But it does lead me to believe I am going to buy into this, that they think they can do something here. I believe they think they can. Hold on one second. For the rest of the year. Okay. We're getting some breaking news here. All right. This is from, I think, my guy, Matt Moore, right? Nikola Jokic was informed of the decision earlier today before it was announced, per sources. Jokic had not requested a change in front office or coaching, though his evident frustration with the season played a part in ownership's decision-making process. This is from my guy, Matt Moore. So, who's a regular Nuggets reporter. He's been doing it for many, many years. I'm sorry. Did I cut you off there? I felt like you had something else you're going to say.
It's all good.
Okay. More of your reaction coming up. Any more breaking news, we'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I know you're not living in a hole. You've seen the rates rising up. It's getting more expensive. That's why you want to go to Phil Long Ford. They locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles before those rates start rising up. That means that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. It's one-stop shopping with over 1,000 vehicles. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for life since my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because they always treat me with respect. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's going to happen to you as well. With an award-winning service department, remember to keep that new vehicle serviced at Phil Long Ford, and I promise you, you're going to love your ride for a very long time. Let them know Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
If there is one upside to the Nuggets losing in the first round, is that the last time they did that, the Avalanche won the cup. So I'll take that on a trade-off.
All right. That's the glass is half full, I suppose. Tonight, we have the Avalanche against the Golden Knights. If they win tonight and get the 2 points, they cannot be caught. They can't do any worse than third. St. Louis lost yesterday, so there you go. So that's that. Game's on ESPN, by the way, but we have the game for you. 7:30 puck drop, 7 o'clock pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Congratulations to Dan. Who we got?
Seth Pringle.
Pringle
is our winner.
Well, way to go, Seth. He wins tickets for Friday night's Memphis game. Won't that be interesting? And the Nuggets have a ton to play for, so way to go, Seth. A reminder, if you want your first shot at playoff tickets, best way is to sign up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. Thanks for everybody who entered in our Nuggets Tuesday playoff push. Tyler, where's your head at? What's your thoughts with this huge news? We got a couple more calls, but curious where you're at.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten over the shock of it. These guys not like Michael Malone? Do these players not like Michael Malone? Have they lost respect for Michael Malone? That's the only angle that I could figure out of why you would fire him now.
Is
today.
respect and liking the same thing?
No. Respect is more important.
Okay.
For sure. Oftentimes they go hand in hand, but they don't always. I've definitely had teammates that I did not like, but I respected. And the reason I go to that is I'm just trying to figure out the real reasons. Why do you do it now? And I know you feel like there's some competitive advantage. I can't figure out what competitive advantage there's going to be. You still got the same roster. You still got the same depth issues off the bench. You still got your same Russell Westbrook problems. I guess you could do a couple things semantically different here and there. I guess we'll know one thing. If we see the Denver Nuggets smoking cigars in the locker room after they beat the Kings, then we know that they hated Michael Malone because that's what the Raiders did when Josh McDaniels got fired. And obviously I don't mean literally smoking cigars, maybe. But if you see things like that, if you see this just joy and this energy on the court that you've been missing, which is what Josh Kroenke asked for, all he said with his expectations for the rest of the season, I want to see these guys trying and I want to see them having fun. If you can visually see that, I think it's fair to say these guys did not like Michael Malone anymore.
Well, we'll see, won't we? We'll find out tomorrow night. And then Friday, and then Sunday, and then that's it. We'll see. Tonight's actually a big night because there's 4 teams tied with the Nuggets that all have a game in hand. They all do. So there'll be a lot of things sorted out after tonight that are out of control of the Nuggets players and coaches. So we'll see. It's a good night to be sort of scoreboard watching. A couple more calls, and then we'll hand it over to Nate and Andy to continue this reaction. Jackson, you're on 92.5. What's up, Jackson?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Anybody that wasn't paying, the only way you didn't see this disaster coming is if you weren't paying attention. Calvin Booth said right after they won the championship, we're going for 3-7, not back-to-back. That's just a completely flawed approach for any GM. So it was very easy to see coming down the pipe, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, Jackson. Appreciate the call. One more. We go to Matty G. Matty, you're on 92.5. What's up, Matty?
Hey, man. So I'm a while ticket holder. There's a couple of issues that I've been seeing, and I discussed it with Vic before in the court and so on and so on. You know, I love Coach Malone, okay, but the way he babies Jamal, I mean, he's been doing this for like 3 or 4 years now. It was like worse than watching an episode of The Bachelor. Do you love her? Do you love her? I don't know. Is he going to play tonight? I don't know. And it's always a game time decision. It's ridiculous the way they treat Jamal to the rest of the team. And then on the off season, they didn't do a damn thing to help out with for Joker. They had a chance of Zach LaVine. They had a chance for Luka.
Mm-hmm.
And Luka clearly stated he wanted to play with Joker. And the Nuggets didn't do a damn thing about it. I'm pissed off.
Thank you, Matty. I appreciate it. It was interesting, Tyler, on Sunday, being there before the game for the pregame press conference. And I was really taken aback when it was like, hopefully Jamal will be ready for the playoffs. Like, I'm like, what? And then there are a couple of muggles there who are like, oh, somebody should have asked, maybe even Dan said it, if this was the playoffs, would Jamal be playing? Okay. I mean, it's an interesting question.
Well, the answer to that is usually if it's humanly feasible, then the answer is yes, he'll be playing. Nate Kreckman had a theory that it was just a hot take that we're not going to see Jamal Murray the rest of the season. Playoffs be damned. What if he's back tonight? What if he's back or tomorrow night? What if he's back in the last game of the year? What does that mean? Does it mean anything?
It's hard for me.
Does it mean that Michael Malone was allowing him to sit back and now somebody else is telling him you have to play?
Listen, this is just my opinion. It's just my take on it. But when you're in a season when you just can acknowledge without any debate whatsoever, we've got the best player in the world, the end. Like, what a way to start a conversation. Nobody's debating that. I mean, even people who are going to vote for SGA will probably acknowledge, yeah, but Jokic was really the best player, but, we're doing something different. Well, then it comes down to who's your second most important player. And it was pretty obvious over the course of the summer with the prolonged contract negotiation with Jamal, something was up, right? Something was going on. And then when he gets here, it never felt kind of right. He wasn't really in shape. Once he got there were some really nice moments, but again, the injuries piled up. And now this hamstring injury that seemed to come out of nowhere has him tapping out for the rest of the year. It feels to me, Tyler, everything with what has happened is connected to Jamal Murray.
Yep.
And I'm not blaming Jamal. I'm just saying it all seems connected to him.
Well, and here's the question. Did the Cronkies have a strong opinion one way or the other in the offseason? Did they have an inkling whether they wanted to sign Jamal Murray or whether they did not? Were they talked into it? Does that affect anything that's going on right now?
I don't know. I don't know that. No clue, no idea. But it's a proud sports organization. It's a championship organization. And it was hard to miss. I mean, you'd be blind if you missed what was going on in that building. Literally, one thing was happening completely differently with the Avalanche team as was happening with the Nuggets team. I mean, how could you miss it? And the results have been kind of shockingly different as we get down here to the end of the season. But I don't think you try to throw away a season. I still think you want to play the season out the best that you can. And this decision is made today, and we'll see, Tyler. Do you think the Nuggets are a better basketball team this afternoon than they were this morning?
Absolutely not.
Why?
I think Mike Malone's a good coach. And I don't think the teams get better with 3 games to go by losing their coach.
Well said, my friend. Well, we'll continue. And don't forget, Nate and Andy will have Vic Lombardi's interview with Josh Kroenke. They're coming up next. The conversation continues on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Breaking news here on SportsCenter. The Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone and general manager Calvin Booth. Sources told ESPN's Shams Charania. Hired in 2015, Malone is the winningest coach in team history, while Booth was elevated to GM in 2020. The duo led the team to its only NBA title in the 2022-23 season. The move comes with the Nuggets fourth in the Western Conference, but having lost 4 straight.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Oh, welcome to a Black Tuesday on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer produces the program. We are with you today until 6 p.m., and we have news to discuss on our fine radio show here today. You know what's funny, Andy?
That drop? What? Is that Pet Detective? I don't remember that part. The old Gregorian monk?
That was When Nature Calls. That was the sequel. Yes.
Right.
Very good comedy sequel, by the way. I will stand for Ace Ventura 2 When Nature Calls. Very funny movie.
You might have to play that over again.
That was
Spring.
good.
That caught me off guard.
That one might hit us again at 5 o'clock.
Grade school.
It's funny. My show notes today, and I got the Word doc, I got the notebook. I just any place where I scribble the stuff down on the day that Calvin Booth and Michael Malone were fired by the Nuggets, and my notes are funny because I have my pre-firing and my post-firing section of my notes. Do you want me?
Yeah, where were we going before the big news drop?
Let me tell you.
What changed the course of the show today?
Let me tell you what I wrote. This literally, you can see, okay, on my notes right here, Malone relieved of duties. And this is sort of the first paragraph of something that I wanted to talk about today on the show. Let me just read to you directly from my notes that I put together this morning before the internet exploded and the Nuggets fired everybody. I wrote at the top, header, Nuggets problems.
Okay.
This is where we started today.
Yeah.
4-8 over their last 12 games. Just gave up 125 points to the Indiana Pacers without Pascal Siakam. Last 12 games. Ryan Blackburn had this note this morning. Last 12 games. The Nuggets are 17th defensively. That will not surprise you in the slightest. They're 17th in offensive rating over the last 12 games.
That gets you.
That's damning.
Yeah.
That's bad. This is where I wrote, no conference finals, Malone could get chopped. Spoiler alert. Calvin Booth, expiring contract. Spoiler alert. First 3 players they would probably look to move, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter, Aaron Gordon. And then I wrote Malone relieved of duties, and then the tenor of the notes changed. But I was preparing to have things really are not going well right now. We should probably discuss the bigger picture ramifications of everything that could go down. And Josh and Stan Kroenke just cut to the front of the line and simply said, nope, we're not doing it anymore.
No, I'm with you. It wasn't even funny. I have lunch with Leggy quite often, as you well know. That's no insider secret there. So I was on my way to lunch. I'm listening to Coach and Raj, and I'm thinking to myself, when I heard the morning shows drop my kid off, when Vic's talking about, man, they could fall to 5th. They could flip-flop with Minnesota.
Oh, they're 7th in the West right now.
Yeah, really, when you look at
it.
The seeding doesn't say it, but if Minnesota wins tonight, all hell breaks loose, right? And so I'm thinking, this is all, you just start thinking about all the things that you're going to talk about. What do they need to change? When are we going to start talking about? When does that topic get broached? And again, look, I still say this, and Nikola Jokic is one of one, and he may just decide to will you into something the way that John Elway once did.
Sure could.
Because this has been a John Elway type season out of Nikola Jokic, carrying a team that's probably not as good as he's made them look. That said, I had a buddy text me as I'm at lunch, and it just said, Michael Malone fired? Is this true? And I was like, I'm thinking to myself, Did you listen to a podcast? Have we done that podcast yet? What are you talking about? Then I finally realized, wait a minute, Michael Malone's been fired?
He has been. And Josh Kroenke sat down with our pal Vic Lombardi earlier today, and we want to run this audio right now. This is on the Nuggets social media channels, but 3.5 minutes of Nuggets owner, governor, guy in charge, head honcho, big cheese, all that good stuff. Josh Kroenke discussing today's news. Michael Malone out, Calvin Booth out, with our own Vic Lombardi from Altitude. Here we go.
All right, here with Josh Kroenke. Always a tough day to make tough decisions like this. What was the thought process in making this decision now?
This wasn't a decision that was taken lightly or taken as in a reactionary fashion to anything specific. Having observed our group over a very long period of time, what I would say is that, having observed that group over a period of time, there were certain trends that were very worrisome to me at different points in time. But they would get masked by a few wins here and there. And, in the world of professional sports, when winning and losing is your currency, winning can mask a lot of things. We went on an eight-game win streak right before the All-Star break. But since then, I think we're 11-13. We've lost our last 4, and we're trending towards a direction that I thought would probably be a very near end to our season in the near future. And so all that taken into consideration, wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. And I think that, after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, from that point forward, I think that, I became comfortable with the thinking of, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decisions today.
So doing it with 3 games left and the playoffs ahead, hopes of a spark. Maybe it does something for the team.
Yeah, hopes of a spark. I think that there's more to that group than has been accomplished so far. How much more is in that group? I don't think that, I know the answer to that. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. But I think I have a belief that there's more in that group that can be accomplished, and I look forward to seeing what they can do.
Who calls the shots here in the short term?
David Adelman will be moving into the head coaching role for the interim. And have a lot of confidence in him. I think that the decision, outside of the decision, there was thinking around 2 separate things, involving with the timing of it all. I think that, the awkwardness of the timing with only 3 games left and then the playoffs looming. But, it came down to 2 factors. And those 2 factors were side by side in my thinking, which is, 1, I have a complete belief and trust in our group of players that are in there. And I have complete trust and belief in our assistant coaches and their ability to step up into different roles. And maybe if their voices are a little louder in certain areas, maybe they can squeeze some of that juice that I've been talking about.
What are the expectations after the playoff run for these positions? How do you assess it then?
We'll be going through a full search, when the time comes. And I look forward to that process when the time comes, but hopefully it doesn't come for a very long time because, again, I do believe there's more in that group, and we're not done with this season just yet.
Okay, worrisome trends that were masked by wins here and there. We're going to squeeze the juice out of this season. Really, I think the biggest thing that he said in terms of the timing, Andy, was we were going to do this anyway.
Well, and that's key.
Why delay the inevitable?
Yeah.
We were going to do it anyway. And so why not just make it happen now? Get this thing started. Not see if we can capture, again, Josh used squeeze the juice, lightning in a bottle, whatever it may be, to move forward with, and they'll conduct a full search after this. So David Adelman, I would assume, as a candidate for the job, will have every opportunity to possibly move into the head coaching role, and this is kind of step 1 of his audition process as the interim coach for the final 3 games of the regular season, and then whatever happens thereon after that. But Yeah, it very clearly what Josh Kroenke has observed is a team that he is looking at it and saying, we have a generational talent at the height of his powers, averaging a 30-point triple-double, and all the vibes are atrocious around our basketball team right now. It should not be this way.
Yeah, it shouldn't be this way. You and I talked about the vibes yesterday. Look, we listed out a litany of problems yesterday.
Yeah.
Were there adjustments on the defensive end? Okay, why do you keep having bad rotations? Why do you keep leaving open corner threes?
Mm-hmm.
Is there something you can do to help the players? Now, again, this is on everybody. This is not a one-guy problem. Malone was not the problem singularly.
Make no
Booth
mistake.
was not the problem singularly.
When something like this happens, and this is not to downplay the dysfunction that existed between Malone and Booth at the top of this organization, but anytime that a coach gets fired, the players did that.
Well, and look, I mean, just you speak a little coldly on days like this, which I hate to do because it sucks.
Because we're nice guys.
Well, it sucks when you have to break up the championship team.
It does.
It just stinks. It
End of an era.
reminds you that you are not that team anymore.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of somberness that goes along with that, and not even talking about the human element of someone losing their jobs. But look, Josh Kroenke sat at a podium last year and basically kind of, in not so many terms, said, I want to see everybody work together.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't had a unity. We're all sitting here, all three of us. I need to see a unity. And Shams Charania had a report on NBA Today saying that unity never found itself, and Josh clearly was done with it because now it's affecting things, okay? So you have to make the moves that you have to make. And the bottom line is, like, I've seen 1,000 people express the thought, you're throwing in the towel on this season. I think Jokic has shown you. Now, again, he's Nikola Jokic, and I never count anything out with that guy.
Of course.
But he showed you he is beat up, and Superman's back is sore. He's not going to be able to keep carrying it the way that it was going to go. And I'm just going to tell you, folks, I've been around. I've covered sports professionally for 25 years. I've seen a few seasons go this way. I hope this fire, I've never seen anything like this. But you and I talked about the vibes, Nate. The vibes of this team remind me of the vibes of the 2014 Broncos. You know what happened to that team? John Fox got fired as coach. Gary Kubiak was brought in, and the defense got completely changed to something else. That's what happens when the vibes get bad.
And we haven't really talked that much about Calvin Booth. Expiring contract.
That's an easy move.
Everybody saw this coming, okay? But Calvin Booth said over and over again, I am the steward of Nikola Jokic's legacy. All right. It's funny. I went back today and I reread the interview that he did with The Ringer back in October of 23. It was after they had won the title, but before they blew it last year. And Booth got big mad at the Ringer for printing some of his quotes that were in that story, which were harsh. Some of them were harsh, specifically the way that he talked about Michael Porter in that story. But like he's talking about, our team is tired. It's going to be tough to do this year, but we're trying to do a San Antonio thing. I am the steward of the legacy. I am trying to win, 3-6, 4-7. We're hoping to win 3 or 4 championships out of this. Well, there's no possible way that if you're the guy signing the checks, that you're looking at what's happening right now around this organization and thinking to yourself, we're on that path. You're not. At the moment, you absolutely are not, and that is despite an all-time great season from Nikola Jokic. And in the midst of all of it, there is dysfunction between the head coach and the general manager. There's a lack of alignment within the organization to take advantage of the greatest player that will ever suit up in a Nuggets uniform, and that's exactly what he is. And you got a few years left to be able to take advantage of it. And this ownership group decided, hey, we've got a generational talent right here, and let's not just pee it all away. And so they made the change today, and it's harsh, and it's cold, and it's tough, and it's 3 games remaining in the regular season, and the timing is rough, but it's pro sports, and nobody gets to walk out on their own terms. We got a lot to do today on the show. Vic Lombardi coming up at 4 o'clock. We're going to talk to the voice of the Nuggets, Jason Kosmiski, coming up here in just a moment. He is obviously following all of this very closely, as this is the team whose games he calls. So we'll be talking to Kos coming up here in just a few minutes. We have got keywords for you to get in to win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets, and David Adelman in his home interim coaching on this particular stint debut. That was all casually said by me right there. But we'll have tickets for the Nuggets and the Grizz coming up here on Friday, so we'll do that today on the show. Your text messages at 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. All of it to come on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Black Tuesday. Malone and Booth out. What now for the Nuggets? Kaz joins us next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here to tell you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and let's talk about low testosterone. Now, this is something you hear a lot about. You've probably been hearing a lot about for years, but what can it actually do for you? Do you have any of these symptoms or any of these problems like bad sleep patterns or unproductive workouts, low sex drive, decreased energy, brain fog? Do you assume it's just age? That was my problem when I started. I just figured I'm old and this is how it feels. This is not how it has to feel. Go and talk about your situation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They do have experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health problems. They've successfully treated men for low T, and men have seen their amazing difference in those treatments that can make a difference in their life and your life. You want to get your sleep back? You want to not deal with brain fog? This can even be a contributing factor in depression. Don't let that happen. It's real easy. Go over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you'd like to take a quiz and learn more about the symptoms, you can do so. It's a 10-question quiz. Takes about 2 minutes with yes and no answers. That's at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Then make your appointment. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider that will review your results, and you can decide together whether to start on testosterone. That appointment's only $99, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of your the day of your appointment, your visit is free. They've got 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including up in Fort Collins and down in the Springs. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, if you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, optimistic, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. We have got a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Grizz. That's the Memphis Grizzlies coming up here on Friday night. If you would like to be entered to win a pair of tickets to that game, go ahead and text into 303-504-0925. Right now, your keyword this hour is actually an acronym, BBQ. BBQ. Text
spicy
BBQ to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you're entered to win a pair of tickets to see the game coming up on Friday night, the final home game of the year. David Adelman making his debut at Ball Arena as the interim coach of the team this time around. He's coached at other various times here before. Jason Kosmiski will be on the call on Friday night, as he will be tomorrow night in Sacramento as the Nuggets take on the Kings. He's the voice of the Nuggets, and he joins us right now on a Black Tuesday edition of the show. Kos, Malone out, Booth out. Before we get to the why of it all, let's just start with sort of your reaction to this news, because in many ways this is the ending of a Nuggets era.
Well, first of all, Arsenal won today, 3-0.
So you're in a good mood.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No, I get it. And, I saw this coming, Nate. I think a lot of us did, is that, the reaction to the firing is like one guy didn't talk to the other guy didn't talk to the other guy, and then, and so it tumbles, right?
Nobody won the Game of Thrones, so to speak, Kos. They just said, let's get rid of all of it.
Right, exactly. And I get what Josh is saying too. And I've talked to him today as well on a private conversation. And I get it. Like, here's what the message is, right? Is like, you're not going to go – if you decide you're not going to go forward with either of these two dudes, okay, so you made that decision, you still have the best player on the planet.
Yep.
So let's try and figure out, like, if we get rid of him now, can we still win? Can we make a difference in the next 1 month? And I think that was a strategy going forward.
All right, guys, I'm trying to be sensitive to your job, which I know, you can't always reveal everything, right? How about that? I work on a broadcast crew. I get it. You talked about creating something better to help things going forward over the next month. Could this be, can everybody relax a little bit now, at least for the next month, would you say? Will tension at least be out of the room?
I mean, I don't know if there was any tension. I just think, Andy, what we need is like some sort of a wake-up call.
Right.
I mean, you've seen the body language of this team, right, in the last 2 or 3 games?
We talked about it yesterday, guys. Those are not good vibes.
Yeah, so, like, now let's wake up. Like, we got a shot here. I honestly believe that in my heart. I honestly believe this, is that I think the Denver Nuggets can get to the Western Conference Finals. I really believe that. And if they get there, can they go further? But what we were doing was not the case of where we want to go. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, there's given the current state of this team and sort of where they're at, it didn't feel like it was all that terribly likely to happen. And really, I mean, guys, we're talking about what has happened over the last several weeks. Let's not forget, okay, this organization basically made a decision today. It is time for a full course correction. For the general manager and the head coach, the two most important decision makers within the organization, below Josh and Stan Kroenke, are these two individuals. And the team has said we're going to move on from them. And if you guys think about the last couple of weeks, do you remember Dan Hyatt, I think it was last week, he gave us the note that the Nuggets had gone 13 consecutive games with a different starting lineup. The amount of injuries that have happened to this team have forced rotational changes, have forced different guys that have to go out onto the floor. And any issue that may have existed between Malone and Booth in terms of these are the guys I like, these are the guys I gave you, these are the guys that I think should be getting minutes right now, all these issues are only going to be exacerbated over what has happened over the last couple of weeks because clearly there is no clear direction and clear agreed upon plan because the rotations were all over the place. Guys' minutes were all over the place. There was no consistency, and it just looked like a damn rudderless ship. And to your point, Kaz, it trickled down into the locker room, onto the bench, and quite frankly, onto the floor.
No, and this is like as much as I hate game ops, you will never talk to anybody that hates game operations more than me. but they do this one thing, like on the big screen, and Jamal Murray says, at this point of the season, it's not about X's and O's. Mm-hmm. It's about who wants it more.
Yeah.
Right? That's what he says. Okay. So I agree with this. Wow, I'm agreeing with game ops, man. This is
it's a weird day for everybody, Kaz.
But I actually agree with that statement. It doesn't matter who draws up what, right? Mm-hmm. Now it's about what. And you have the greatest damn player on the planet, and you have a really, really, really good supporting cast. And everybody was dying. This entire team was dying. Like, we're talking about going into the play-in tournament. Now, because of this, I don't know how long it's going to last. I really don't know. But at least we have some sort of a jolt. We have some sort of an interest in the rest of the NBA season for the Denver Nuggets. And I don't think we had that 5 days ago.
All right. How do you think they react to this the next 3 days? Because, again, it is about want to, but you also got to be healthy. It just feels like this team's also a little beat up. How do they balance making this push to stay out of the play-in?
So you're bringing up the Jamal Murray thing again, right?
Well, no, but I mean,
this is all I've heard for like the last 3 days on this program, right? Are you talking about Jamal Murray?
It's a fair question.
Jamal
the guy's
Murray's
out with a
hurt.
hamstring
yeah,
injury.
I'm worried about that, but I'm also worried about like Aaron. Aaron doesn't. A number of guys look like they're battling the bumps and bruises. Frankly, Kaz, not just Jamal.
Andy, it's the playoffs, man. Either get busy dying or get busy living. You know what I mean? This is why you're here.
All right, then tell me what you want to tell me about Jamal.
He's fine.
Okay.
He's 100% fine.
Why hasn't he been playing then, Kaz?
I don't know, man. Nowadays it's so hard because like in the old days, like in the Jim Gillen years, right? Mm-hmm. You'd have a team doctor, right? And then the team doctor would say, he's clear to play. But nowadays it's different. So you fast forward 20 years and everybody has their own personal guy and their own, whatever. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're asking me why is Jamal Murray not playing? I can't answer that.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure.
I'm not on his team or in his circle, but here's what I do know is that Jamal Murray's a gamer, and when it comes time, whether he's healthy or somewhat healthy, I think he'll play. I mean, I know he'll play.
Yeah.
Have you ever met his dad, Roger? I mean, these guys. He will play. So the Jamal Murray argument is, in my head, a non-factor.
Mm-hmm. So you think this is just there's extra precaution being taken right now? Because let's be honest, Kaz, there's two schools of thought on this when it comes to the coaching change, right? And the timing of it all. Could you look at it and simply say, we don't believe Jamal is going to be back? This team's clearly not going to make a deep playoff run without Jamal Murray, so just make the move now because we were going to make the move anyway because it was going to lead to an early exit, meaning we got to make the change now? Or is it the flip side of, as Josh Kroenke said, we got to squeeze the juice. We think Jamal is going to be back. Let's light a fire under this thing and let's go.
I 100%, Nate, think that Jamal Murray is back.
Good.
And he's fine. By the way, I have no reference on this. I mean, I don't talk to the sports and science staff or whatever they call themselves nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
I have no reason to believe this other than I know Jamal Murray, and this guy is in my head. I mean, maybe you're putting thoughts in my head like, oh, maybe he's not ready.
Right.
Hey, how often do you listen to the show? You said this is all you've heard for 2 days. Are you one of our? Are you a P1?
Have you been texting angry things to us,
what's
Kaz?
your number? I gotta look your number up now because there's been some pretty dang things. Are you texting nasty stuff to me there, Kaz?
You guys actually made me think about this.
All right,
but okay, but in my head, there is no chance Jamal Murray's missing playoffs or the rest of the way.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, I honestly don't think that's a thing.
Okay. You know what? I like your belief in the hamstring muscle or tendon or ligament.
But hang on. But wait, am I wrong on this?
I mean,
wait, Kaz,
I don't know.
It's a tough week for him to have to miss. He's as tough a guy as we know.
And
I'd like to believe he's ready to come back, pull off the cape or pull off the suit and become Superman in the phone booth. But dude, they showed him on the sidelines. He was not psyched he was not psyched in a sweatsuit the other night when they needed a shot against Indiana. I'm concerned about the long-term thing of this. That's all.
What about this year?
No, I mean long-term as far as can you come back for the playoffs? I'm talking about this year.
Do you think this is a thing?
I'm worried that he's actually hurt because they're falling to the playing game.
5 straight games he has not played, Kaz, and it's been questionable, no. And then Malone comes out the other night, the guy who's not the Nuggets coach anymore, comes out and says he's hurt. So where it is a bizarre situation. Like I want to agree with you on this, Kaz. I want to be able to look at it and say Jamal Murray is as tough an SOB as this organization has ever had, that this guy is a gamer, that this guy will come back and will play. And he often comes back and he toughs through it when he is in these kind of situations to the best of his ability. It's just like, it's wild to me that he has been out as long as he has, if it's not this serious at this time of the year with everything that is on the line that ultimately results in the coach and the GM being out. Therein lies my questions, and I think Andy's questions as well.
Wow, man, that's a great dialogue right there,
Thank
Dave.
you.
Man, that's solid, bro.
Afternoon drive, Kaz.
Kaz, when this is all said and done, I'm gonna sound like Champ Kine. Why don't you come in studio and we'll all do a show for an hour? What do you say?
Actually, I you know what? Here's what's funny is that we just fired a coach and a general manager.
Yep.
Right? And we're talking about a point guard's hamstring.
Pretty important point guard, though. Pretty important hamstring, I'd say.
Well, and because you can't help but wonder, would this have at least held off had the I don't know. Look,
yeah.
No,
we don't know.
I get it.
All this could be different if they were all healthy. All this could be different if Deron Holmes played. Who knows?
I get it. I enjoy the spirit of sports talk radio. I love you guys. I seriously do. But just from a basketball mind, I don't see I don't see Jamal Murray missing any playoff games.
Okay.
Good.
That's what we needed to hear.
Yeah. I tell you what, man, we're all climbing on board the SS Kosmiski right now. And we're here
I just
to
hope
have
it's not
you.
the minnow that Gilligan's crew got in, my man. That's all I'm worried about. That's all.
I know the guys miss a lot of games. I get that.
Yeah.
And so is Aaron Gordon, by the way.
Yeah.
He missed almost half the season. But Jamal Murray, to me, is just he's such a gamer that I don't even understand why. Well, I guess I understand it. But to me, this is a non-topic. He's going to be there. Nugget fan, listen to me. Jamal Murray will be back.
Guys, we've got a radio show to do, and we need them to be worried with us up until it doesn't happen. Otherwise, there's no need for our existence. But we appreciate you coming on.
All right, man.
All right, there he goes. That's the voice of the Nuggets, the great Jason Kosmiski with us right there, who says, do not worry. Jamal will be back.
You know me. I don't care who the hell's telling me to not worry. I'm worrying. I'm a man. I'm 50. If I want to worry, I'll worry.
Captain Anxiety is concerned
Hey, by
right
the way,
now.
still not enjoying the season. That conversation may live on. You know what sucks about that? Nate Kreckman tried to be the positive light in the world.
I did.
Nate Kreckman tried to shine sunshine down into Nuggets Nation.
I did, and I am. Mm-hmm.
And I told you, guts and knots. It was like I had that chemistry test back in the day that I didn't study for. I figured I'd wait till the night before. It's just chemistry. How hard could it be? Oh, wait, I can't even understand what the hell I'm reading here.
Chemistry sucked.
Yeah, it did.
I didn't.
Well, how do you think I ended up here? I wish it didn't suck. You know,
you could be
I'd
a chemist.
I'd be making a lot more money. I'll tell you that.
You could be working in the Nuggets sports science department, healing the hamstring of Jamal Murray.
What chemistry were you doing
right now? It's not important. Okay,
yeah, listen, Drago.
Hey,
that's not the kind of chemistry I'm talking about.
There's always stuff they don't test for. Okay, Andy.
They're always ahead of the curve. Just read Game of Shadows. It was unreal.
Stay ahead of those testers.
Yeah.
That's the entire job. Thanks for stopping by. Spirited debate with our buddy Jason Kosmiski today here on the show. I would say the hamstring of Jamal Murray is pretty damn critical in all of this.
Yeah, and muscles.
I would argue right now that is it a ligament? Is it a muscle? I don't know which one it is. Either way. That thing that runs down the back of your thigh, that thingy, that's my scientific term, pretty critical, and I would say played a role in all of this. I literally wrote this down on the sheet, by the way, when it comes to this. If Russ makes the layup against Minnesota, does this happen today?
Nate, I tweeted after the game the other night when they lost, what game? It might have been the Golden State game.
Yeah.
When I was in my feels and frustrated. I had tweeted that I'm curious how we're going to look back on the week that was concluded on Sunday.
Yeah.
That started with the Minnesota game. And I said, if this thing goes up in flames, and it feels like it could, and all of us, I did not think it would be happening within a week's time.
Flame on!
We would be, the match was lit against Minnesota, period.
Yeah.
That is where, because that was the team. They all put a lot on that game. Michael Malone put a lot. We're all trying to find the breadcrumbs of how he got here. Mm-hmm. That might have been one of the big ones where he flat said, I want us to beat Minnesota. You need to do it. And they didn't. Joker tried to.
You have to take advantage of Jokic's prime.
There's just no choice to it.
And you have to make sure Nikola Jokic is happy with what is happening around here, because don't forget that part of the volatility of the NBA business. Will today make Nikola Jokic happy? We'll discuss that very question next.
What's your biggest concern with this team right now?
I mean, I don't know. We just maybe we just I really don't know actually. I don't know. I don't know what's the concern.
You don't want a generational talent, the greatest player in the history of the franchise, the greatest player in the future of the franchise, the greatest player that will ever wear a Nuggets uniform. You don't want that guy to sound like that a week before the playoffs start. It's a bad sign. You know, we talk vibes. The Golden State game, Andy, it was look at the Warriors. They trade for Jimmy. Draymond's healthy. Steph's rejuvenated. Boom. They get Pajemski in there raining threes all over you. They're in a pretty good mood. Yeah, vibes are good right now with the Golden State Warriors. And they trounce the Nuggets in that game. Then you come back and you lose a game at home against Indiana when they didn't have Pascal Siakam. Bad vibes all over the place. And Nikola Jokic is just sitting there going, I don't have any answers.
Yeah, well, not only bad vibes, but again, and look, we could put the video up if we wanted to. I believe it was from the Golden State game, but it might have been through Indiana. He had one each night where Nikola Jokic is visibly frustrated. The one I think was Golden State late in the game, sitting on the bench. He's between Chanchar and Saric, and he is he's clearly not happy about much. He keeps pointing to the key. He keeps pointing to the floor. I got to imagine there's some sort of strategical thing he doesn't agree with that he's complaining about, or maybe it's who knows?
Maybe he mentioned defensively, this isn't working. Why don't we try anything else?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, you can't, where it starts to fall on the coaching is when the exact same thing keeps beating you. Why haven't you used, I get it, you can only coach the players that you got, but clearly what you're trying to implement does not appear that it's working. You and I have been talking about the corner three killing this team for 3 months. And now all of a sudden down a stretch here, you can't rebound. You don't offensive rebound well. Nobody. Now, again, is that all on the coaching? No. Players have got to go decide I'm going to run to the hoop and go get in the paint and put my body on somebody and get them out of there and get rebound positioning. There's part of that too. But you've had no defensive answers for things. It's just, you just get to the point where you got to shake something up. Now, we're all shocked it happened right now, but I think you've mentioned it. If it's going to happen anyway, Josh, I get who mentioned this. If it's going to happen anyway, maybe that was Jason beginning of the interview. Might as well just do it now. If you've made the decision, I guess that's what Josh told Vic, and we'll play that the interview with Josh again in the 4:00 hour. But if you've made the decision, this is what we're going to do, then what's the point of waiting?
I mean, in some ways, there's a similarity to what the Broncos decided with Russell Wilson. We know there's no future here. What's the point of delaying it?
So don't get hurt.
Yeah, dead money it is.
You know, look, Rob Trigilio pointed out to me, I want to give him some credit. This also gives the Nuggets a chance to jump in and get a look at the coaching pool. Because guess what? Next week, when the season's all said and done, there'll be a bunch of other teams doing this too.
Sure.
And now you can just openly not have to hide it, not be unethical about it, I guess. You can just go ahead and start looking for your guys.
We said the other night the vibes were bad. It turns out the vibes were awful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Worse than you and I thought.
And you know, the battle of head coach Michael Malone versus general manager Calvin Booth, it trickled down into the entire locker room. And I really do think that the disagreement between front office and head coach, which you desperately need alignment in those spots, it started to play itself out on the floor. And here's a perfect example of it, okay? So did you notice, let's use the Minnesota game, because that was the loudest Russell Westbrook disaster of the year. The missed layup at the end of the game, the decision to go shoot the layup, I actually agreed with him on it. But the miss the layup, come down, foul the shooter, put Nickeil Alexander-Walker at the line, let him make free throws and win the game from a double overtime battle on a night in which Jokic went for 61 points. All right, that's an atrocious loss. The other night against Indiana, okay, that was the next game that they would play with a crunch time component to it, and Jalen Pickett closed the game. Now, I know Westbrook was on at the very end, but there was something key that happened, and I went back and rewatched it today. Pickett had a turnover with about 1:02 left in the game. All right, they ran a two-man action with Jokic and Westbrook, with Jokic and Pickett, and Pickett got downhill. He had a layup. It would have been a contested layup, but he had a layup nonetheless. He didn't take it. He stopped. He turned. He picked up his dribble. He looked for Jokic. Couldn't find him. Couldn't get the ball to him. Threw it away. Bad turnover in a 2-point game. Critical possession right there, okay? Now, Calvin Booth, he wants Jalen Pickett on the floor in those moments because his philosophy is we got to play these young guys. We got to develop these guys, Malone's always going to lean towards the veteran, so he's going to want Westbrook out there in those moments. So it was, both sides got their win in that instance. Westbrook against Minnesota, Pickett against Indiana, and guess what? They both lost. They were both wrong.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about the disagreement between coach and general manager, the Kroenkes opted out of picking sides. They simply just said, no, we're going to fire everybody. You're both wrong.
Yeah, because here's, now look, I'm sure they talk to each other as much as they've had to. We've all probably got a terse relationship at work we could relate to at one time or another.
Mm-hmm.
I've told you I had one host I had to call every morning that I almost thought about going into lawn care than continue to do that job. So I'm sure we can all relate to something like that, okay?
Hey, you're still here coming to work every day with me, and I appreciate that.
That's
so
right.
Thanks,
well,
Andy.
You weren't the guy.
Okay.
I was just the producer. Anyway, listen, you and I just laid out all the moves yesterday.
Yeah.
About how is this still? How do we not have a big man that you're comfortable putting in there that actually gives Nikola Jokic legitimate rest? How do you have a bench that seems to shrink to 2 people all the time, every year when we get to this point of the year? You know how you guys clearly aren't talking to each other. What blows my mind about all this, Nate, I've got an ESPN article open right now about the Denver situation. They've got 5 different insiders weighing in. Everybody in the NBA knew that Booth and Malone hated each other.
Yeah.
That is no longer
poorly
in-house.
kept secret.
They are not. This wasn't kept under wraps.
Yeah.
Everybody knew it. So how can you run anything properly as a franchise when the guy in charge of getting you the ingredients and the guy in charge of making the recipe aren't talking to each other?
This is the point, and that's exactly the point that I was making to Kaz. Because inevitably we're sitting here and we're talking about guys that I brought up Jalen Pickett, okay? Jalen Pickett and Russell Westbrook, who's the backup point guard, all right? I'll bring up the name Zeke Naji for you, okay? A guy who Calvin Booth gave him a 4-year contract extension, averaging $8.9 million per year. And again, you would look at those guys and say, well, those are end of the rotation or backup players. Why does that figure so heavily into this? But to me, it screams the heart of the very issues that existed between them was an inherent disagreement over who they wanted and who they wanted to play. And what the philosophy was and the direction that they wanted to go. I copied this. This was from The Athletic, okay? Sam Amick and Tony Jones were doing the reporting on this. Jalen Pickett is a good example of this, according to league sources. Booth was dismayed that Malone went with Russell Westbrook over Pickett down the stretch of multiple games last week. On a macro level, Booth and Malone disagreed on several things. This is it right here, is like there is not alignment on what you guys have decided to do. Calvin Booth, and he's talked about it before. He talked about it with the Ringer. He's talked about it in other places of I want to play the young guys and I want to build them and develop them. And I drafted these guys for specific skill sets and player profiles that they bring. And I want to turn these guys into viable NBA rotation players. And given our salary structure, this is the only way that this is going to work. And Michael Malone, who is a coach who wants to win every single night that he goes out there, because that just burns inside of him. That's ingrained in him. That's who he is. He just wants to win the game that he plays that night. And he views it as, I'm in a championship window and I got Nikola Jokic and I don't have time
for Kenny Pickett to not take a shot that was there to be had.
Jalen too. And so that's
Jalen
the stuff that just makes him insane. And like when you go back and again, I know I'm making a lot out of one pick and roll, but it was with 1:02 left in a 2-point game and the last game before these guys got fired. And I'm telling you, if Russell Westbrook was on the floor, he would have shot the layup. I don't know if he would have made it, but I know that he would have shot the layup. I know that he would have been able to make better entry passes to to Nikola Jokic down in the post. There were possessions where Pickett picked up his dribble and couldn't get the ball to Nikola Jokic. Like, that's job number one. Is you've got to be able to make an entry pass, and it's not easy against NBA defenders, but guess what? Russell Westbrook can do it, and Jalen Pickett can't. And again, therein lies the inherent philosophical difference and disagreement between those two guys. And instead of picking a side, the organization just said, we're finished.
And I don't necessarily disagree with it, frankly, because it's funny that you would bring up that Jalen Pickett, that bobble, because the minute I saw it, I thought he will not play in the playoffs because of that right there.
Exactly.
He just lost his spot in the playoff rotation.
Right.
That's the first thing I thought.
And that's a problem.
That is.
That's a problem when those kind of things are getting determined at this time of year. And with Jamal Murray out, you don't know exactly what the plan is, what you're doing with the other two dudes because of ultimately warring factions inside the organization. And then you look over at Nikola Jokic and averaging 30 points and 13 rebounds and 10 assists a game, and you got to wonder, what are we doing for this guy right now? What are we doing for him right now if we don't just have an automatic plug-and-play plan that is not settled on April the 7th or April the 6th, whatever day it was a couple of days ago? We're going to talk to Vic Lombardi, who sat down with Josh Kroenke earlier today. Vic, who prowls the huddles down on the floor, who has seen the coaching up close, who has talked extensively with Calvin Booth on a day in which Booth and Malone are out. Vic Lombardi reacts to the news with us next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. The April 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction begins to close tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That's Wednesday morning at 9 a.m., meaning you still have tonight to go to roller.bid and check out some of the outstanding items that are available for auction right now. Pickup trucks, plow trucks, utility trucks, SUVs, sedans, former city and county vehicles, well-maintained and ready to be bid on right now. I don't know about you. I'm a van guy. I respect and admire a good van. Well, right now at roller.bid, there is a phenomenal selection of all of these cargo vans, transit vans that are available for you to be able to bid on right now. There is a great deal on this 2018 Ram ProMaster City four-wheel drive cargo van, less than 100,000 miles on this thing. And right now, the current bid is under $4,000. Go to roller.bid. Check it out right now. It's roller.bid to hit up this city and county government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. Do it right now. Roller auction, roller.bid. Nuggets owner Josh Kroenke spoke to Vic Lombardi earlier today. We ran the audio in hour number 1. We will re-air that coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. You will want to hear directly from the owner of the Denver Nuggets, and Josh Kroenke explains the timing of the move and what the Nuggets are hoping to accomplish by doing this 3 games before the start of the postseason. Vic Lombardi sat down with Josh earlier today. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Vic, hell of a day today. We're calling it Black Tuesday here within the Denver Nuggets. But before we just get to the why of all of it, what was your overarching reaction to this happening today and Malone and Booth both being out?
Initial reaction was shock, like everyone else. The shock of the now, the shock of the timing, not the shock of the decision, to be totally honest with you. I did believe in my heart of hearts that something was going to happen eventually with one of those positions. Something. I did not expect both to happen at 11 a.m. this morning. That was news to me. And, again, I was summoned to Ball Arena, and I figured, well, that's it for Vic. I just got fired for something I said on the radio. And it was a completely different story. And it's something that, guys, you've been in this business long enough. Both of you have. This is pro sports. It makes no sense. 2 years ago, we're sitting on a stage at Civic Park celebrating the first ever championship, celebrating 2 guys who helped make it happen, a coach who helped cultivate a culture, a GM who put together the missing pieces to give this team what it needed, that extra oomph. 2 years later, it all comes crashing down. I'd like to tell you it's an aberration, but it happens in sports. The Lakers fired Frank Vogel a year after they won their championship. Milwaukee, they fired Budenholzer. What was it, a year after they won their championship?
I believe 4 of the last 6 title-winning coaches, Vic, have been fired in the NBA.
I just never seen a massive sweep like this. That's what gives this one some uniqueness, clearly. It wasn't one person. And I like to believe that, as I told the PhD crew, this is like Dad in the car saying, if you guys can't get along, I'm going to pull this car over. Well, today the car was pulled over.
So, Vic, and Josh told you we played the audio. For those that missed it, we'll play it 2 more times before it's up. We'll play it once an hour, your interview with Josh Kroenke, so everybody can hear from the owner himself. But he said he wants to squeeze some juice out of this. Can they fix some defensive strategies? What can they do to get that juice squeeze he told you about?
Well, that's news to me. It's never a good thing when you see players arguing over defensive assignments, and we've seen that the last couple of games, right? We've seen players openly animated arguing over what to do defensively. And I don't know who's accountable for that. I don't know how many people are accountable. But ultimately, it's the head coach who has ultimate accountability if it's not fixed. Why did this happen now? I see 2 reasons why it happened now. Number one, maybe they want to give Adelman a look and see what he can do. Number two, they need some message to everyone in the organization, including the players, that, hey, man, we have higher expectations here. No one's safe. Not even the coach, not even the championship coach or the GM. And you guys got 3 games and a postseason to show us who wants to stay on board, because it hasn't been pretty. The last 2 weeks, I've been in a lot of locker rooms and I've seen a lot of huddles, and I mentioned this on the air yesterday. They look stale. They look joyless. There's no joy. You got to have joy when you play sports. Otherwise, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's dysfunction in Jokic's prime, which is it's dysfunction within the locker room, but ultimately, Vic, I think a lot of it trickled down to the Cold War that existed between Malone and Booth. It was an organization that has not been aligned, and one of the results of that has been a roster that has been put together that doesn't have everybody on the same page, that doesn't have a cohesive plan for how they want to develop this whole thing. We were talking about this right before the top of the hour. Like, in the last week, You've closed with Westbrook. You've closed with Pickett. You've lost with both of those guys. How is there not a better plan at backup point guard? It's a silly thing today, but also to me, it's indicative of the bigger issues that are going on with this organization right now of they don't have an idea of what they want this thing to look like. And ultimately, ownership just said, well, then forget it. We'll get rid of both of you guys.
Well, it makes you wonder, how did they make it look so damn easy 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Right? No matter who they trotted out there, they made it look easy. There was cohesion. There was communication. The defense was connected. You hear that word all the time. I can't remember a game this season where the defense looked connected. It looks disconnected. It looks lost. So this is a coach who always pushes defense, and he did it from day one. He's done it. That's the core value here. They have enough offensive firepower to be the number one team in the NBA. If they play a lick of defense, is how you win a championship, and it was never there this season, not once.
I went back and I reread Booth's comments from the Ringer, the controversial Ringer piece from last year. But one thing struck me in it, and it's funny when you go back and you read some of the comments now. Like in that piece, Calvin Booth talked about Christian Braun is the Bruce Brown replacement on this team. Like he steps up then into that role, which at the time he was because KCP was still here. And then this year, KCP exits. Christian Braun moves into the starting five. You're taking away your defensive leader, the best defensive player on your team, the guy that is the glue on the defensive end of the floor. But then you have to wonder, okay, well then who replaces Bruce Brown now? Like as Christian Braun keeps moving up, there was nothing behind all of that. And Brown's still a young player and developing, and he's not going to be what Bruce Brown and KCP are to begin with anyway. It just, again, it screams to you didn't reinforce the back end after the stars at the very top of the roster, and it freaking shows out there.
It really is a chicken or egg dilemma, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it the roster, or is it the way the roster was coached? Is it the structure, or is it the way the team was placed on the court? I mean, you can find an argument for both. You really can. I like to believe that the initial issue was the roster. It really, in my eyes, it's hard to replace perimeter defense. And you could say that losing KCP offensively, all right, big deal. But you lose one other guy who can defend on the perimeter. The greatest weakness this team possesses is the inability to stop guards from penetrating, from probing. Because once a guard gets past you, everything's broken down.
Yeah, you're scrambling.
Now you got to rotate. Yeah, you're just scramble mode. And they didn't scramble well. And that caused an upheaval. So you lose a player like that, by hook or by crook, you're not going to be better because you had two of those. I mean, in the championship season, if somebody wasn't playing defense, think about all the options you had. You could throw Bruce Brown out there. You can throw Christian Braun out there. You can throw KCP out there. You had defensive options on the perimeter, and that's something they just don't have on this team.
Vic, here's why I appreciate this, and this is more broader, the broader side of things. But you and I grew up in a time where John Elway, and Jokic to me looks more and more like Elway every day. Just an incredible guy, bringing a lot of teams along that probably don't deserve to go as far as they certainly wouldn't go as far as they do because of him. But you and I, when I look back, I still can't believe he didn't get one of the early ones, because the team around him was never right. He dragged him to the Super Bowl, and he never had what he needed to get over the top. Even if they pull this thing around, if they've got to face Cleveland or Boston, I don't believe in my heart of hearts they've got what it takes to pull an NBA title off, even if Jokic goes nuclear over this playoff run because of the shooting those teams possess. Do you at least appreciate the fact that there's urgency in Jokic's prime to try to fix this instead of just trying to solve one little thing here, one little thing there?
Well, I'm going to be blunt here, and I'm sure some people disagree with this sentiment. I appreciate the fact that ownership recognizes the time and the time capsule they're in. They recognize that, hey, man, this dude is 30 years old, and he's something this game has never seen, and the clock is ticking, and we don't have time to sort out spats. We don't have time. So if you're not going to sort it out, I will sort it out for you. There is something to that. So everybody's always been complaining, oh, well, they're blowing the Joker era. They're not helping him out. I don't know if this is help, but it's an action. It's certainly ownership recognizing Something has to happen.
Well, look right across the hall, and look, there's different decision makers when it comes to those two organizations. But look
There's
at the
also
Avalanche.
different cap rules.
Yes, but look at the Avalanche, though. You have the prime of Nathan McKinnon, a Hart Trophy winner, and you have the prime of Cale Makar, a Norris Trophy winner, and this organization said, we're going to do something about this. This goaltending is not good enough. The depth on this team, the second line center, and they made that flurry of moves, and look at how well the Avalanche are playing right now. The Avalanche realistically look like a team that can make a deep run in the postseason. The Nuggets don't look anything like that right now, and again, you have a generational talent directly in front of you. Do not waste the opportunity. Yeah, is the timing ideal? Not really, no, but something needed to be done with where this thing was headed.
And something was done. And sometimes it's a gamble. It's a risk. Sometimes you make a move like this and you don't recover right away. Sometimes you do. Maybe they find a spark. Maybe they don't. But I think we can all agree. We could sit here right now and say the last month of Nuggets basketball has been the worst month since when? Since when? 2018?
Yeah.
Would you guys say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So something wasn't jiving, man. And they had to address it right away. And they did.
Vic Lombardi, everybody. Sat down with Josh Kroenke earlier today. We'll play that audio coming up in about 7 minutes from now. Vic, man, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We know you've had an extremely busy day, but we'll be tuning in tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. So thanks, bud.
All right, boys. Have a good show.
All right, Vic Lombardi right there. Tomorrow morning, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starting at 7 a.m. Vic will have much, much more to sort of digest and stew over. It's so funny because, we're talking about when the news came down at 11 a.m. this morning or whatever time it was, and we were all stunned, As the day's gone on, Andy, and we've just sort of settled into it, you go back, and I go back to the first thing I said today on the show, just writing down all the problems with the team, and you're just like, you know what? I get it. It sucks. I wish Michael Malone wouldn't have had such an unceremonious end to his time as the head coach of the Nuggets. I wish that, in a nicer world, this team goes into the postseason and they go as far as they go. Not winning an NBA championship, most likely, but you can look at it and you can say, all right, man, we gave you a shot. We don't like the direction that this thing is going. Thank you so much for everything you accomplished with this. And I think that everybody would have felt a little bit better about it. But go back to what Vic said at the very start of this conversation. It's pro sports. It's not nice guy business, okay? And the organization simply said, guillotine falls right now. And we're changing this thing at the moment and sending a message through that this is simply not acceptable, what is going on right here, and we need to do better by Nikola Jokic and this team.
Jeff Legwold has said it a lot. Now, it's always in the parlance of football, but I can't remember what coach told him a long time ago. If you know you're going to make a change, you do no good by putting off the decision.
Yep.
You need to handle it. Once you've made up your mind, it's time to just get it done. Because look how miserable. Everyone has acknowledged how miserable everybody has been.
Yeah. So winningest coach in franchise history is the greatest coach in Nuggets history. Is it rough? Is it disrespectful? Yes, it's all of those things, and it's also the job that Michael Malone signed up for. And he gets it as well as anybody. I'm sure he's as PO'd as could possibly be about the whole thing, and I'm sure it kills him that this thing didn't go the way that it needed to, but also we saw the direction that it was heading. We're going to play the audio of Vic's conversation with Josh Kroenke from earlier today, and then I want to dive back into, and Vic brought it up, the roster. What were the biggest missteps along the way where we got to this place? Malone and Booth both out today. We're reacting to it on a Black Tuesday. Kreckman and Lindahl, another keyword, by the way, for Nuggets and Grizzlies tickets coming up on Friday. Don't forget, we still have a basketball team, and they still do have games to play. So we'll give that to you coming up next as well. It is a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. Play-in push ticket Tuesday. If you want to get the first shot at playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. The text number is 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text in the keyword right now along with your first and last name, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Grizzlies coming up on Friday night over there at Ball Arena. Your keyword this hour is blues. Blues.
Do you like Memphis barbecue while you listen to blues?
I like Memphis barbecue while I watch the St. Louis Blues.
I hate you.
Why'd you pick the name of the Avs rival?
Because
Andy?
I was thinking Memphis.
Memphis
Blues, baby.
Okay. Memphis Blues is what he was going for. Okay.
Memphis barbecue, Memphis Blues, and then we'll see if the last one makes any sense.
All right, 303-504-0925. Andy likes the Blues, so text in Blues right now to 303-504-0925. So earlier today, Josh Kroenke sat down with Vic Lombardi. We played this in hour number 1. We want to bring this back again. This is the owner of the Nuggets explaining why today was the day to make this move. Michael Malone fired. Calvin Booth will not be renewed. Here's Josh Kroenke and Vic Lombardi from earlier today.
All right, here with Josh Kroenke. Always a tough day to make tough decisions like this. What was the thought process in making this decision now?
This wasn't a decision that was taken lightly or taken as in a reactionary fashion to anything specific. Having observed our group over a very long period of time, what I would say is that, having observed that group over a period of time, there were certain trends that were very worrisome to me at different points in time. But they would get masked by a few wins here and there. And, in the world of professional sports, when winning and losing is your currency, winning can mask a lot of things. We went on an eight-game win streak right before the All-Star break. But since then, I think we're 11-13. We've lost our last 4, and we're trending towards a direction that I thought would probably be a very near end to our season in the near future. And so all that taken into consideration, wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. And I think that, after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, from that point forward, I think that, I became comfortable with the thinking of, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decisions today.
So doing it with 3 games left and the playoffs ahead, hopes of a spark. Maybe it does something for the team.
Yeah, hopes of a spark. I think that there's more to that group than has been accomplished so far. How much more is in that group? I don't think that, I know the answer to that. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that. But I think I have a belief that there's more in that group that can be accomplished, and I look forward to seeing what they can do.
Who calls the shots here in the short term?
David Adelman will be moving into the head coaching role for the interim. And have a lot of confidence in him. I think that the decision, outside of the decision, there was thinking around 2 separate things, involving with the timing of it all. I think that, the awkwardness of the timing with only 3 games left and then the playoffs looming. But, it came down to 2 factors. And those 2 factors were side by side in my thinking, which is, 1, I have a complete belief and trust in our group of players that are in there. And I have complete trust and belief in our assistant coaches and their ability to step up into different roles. And maybe if their voices are a little louder in certain areas, maybe they can squeeze some of that juice that I've been talking about.
What are the expectations after the playoff run for these positions? How do you assess it then?
We'll be going through a full search, when the time comes. And I look forward to that process when the time comes, but hopefully it doesn't come for a very long time because, again, I do believe there's more in that group, and we're not done with this season just yet.
Andy, in the interest of squeezing all the juice out of this roster that they possibly can, David Adelman is going to move into the interim coaching role now, and perhaps be the next head coach of this team. He has tenure. He has been with this organization since 2017 when he was hired away from Orlando staff. He has lineage. He is Rick Adelman's son, who is a Hall of Fame NBA head coach, one of the winningest coaches in the history of the league. David Adelman is well-respected inside the locker room. And, when you talk about him getting this opportunity, and he's going to be a candidate to be the next head coach of this team. He's had other head coaching interviews before. He has familiarity, institutional knowledge, all of those things. He is 100% going to be a candidate going forward. But like Josh Kroenke said at the end of that interview, they're going to do a full search. But when you talk about, okay, Adelman's now going to get a shot in the big chair, and if he is as well liked and well respected by the guys inside the locker room, that can be one of those places where you find that spark, that cohesion of, hey, let's make sure that we give David a real shot at this whole thing and make sure that it is evident he is respected, he is listened to, and he is a viable candidate to be the next head coach of this team. It could be one of those things that actually ultimately does give them the bump. But in the hopes of trying to find that spark, of squeezing the juice, as Josh Kroenke put it, what chance do you give this roster of being able to do that right now?
Again, it's the X factor is Nikola Jokic, so I don't count anything out. And if he decides that
that's the X, Y, and Z factor, by the way.
If he gets everybody together in a room and just says enough, it's his team.
Yep.
You want to keep playing with me? Show me.
Yeah.
Show me something. Right? Because I saw a frustrated guy that was probably frustrated with a lot of guys the other night. Then they've got a chance. Like, I don't know if there's going to be a long playoff run. I think they've got a chance to at least avoid the play-in. Okay? Maybe get a week off. Maybe reset. All right?
You got to beat Sacramento tomorrow.
You got to win all three.
Than.
Go after winning all three.
You got to beat Memphis on Friday night, who will be on the second night of a back-to-back, and you got to beat Houston on Sunday, who should have the 2 seed locked up already and may just play their backups.
Look, you're better than you should be better than Sacramento.
Yep.
Okay.
50-win team.
And as you said, you're getting a tired team on a back-to-back night. They've also been through a lot of weird stuff at the end of the year.
Yep.
They
also fired their coach.
Yeah, maybe the new coach bump. I don't even know if they've gotten it. Maybe that's wearing off. But
Johnny Finger Guns isn't helping.
Yeah, I give you a puncher's chance to get to have your normal playoff run. But again, do they get past the second round? I don't know. Who's that matchup? I don't know. Maybe this is about to be one of the most incredible sports stories any of us have ever told in Denver.
Happen.
With Jokic on your team, it's always if Jokic, let's say it's Jokic and Murray does come back to full health. Let's just take Kaz's take, and he's going to be healthy and ready to go, and off we go, and you just go do the dang thing because everybody just sees a month left in this thing. Let's just go do it. Maybe it happens. I'm not betting on that, but maybe it does. All right, can I give you some other names?
Yeah.
So you keep bringing up David Adelman right now. If you go to bookies.com, this is from Adam Thompson. They sent us an email. But they produced a list of names, so why not?
Offshore betting on the next Nuggets.
Betting.
Coach, here we go.
David Adelman is the favorite at plus 400.
Okay.
They then go Chris Quinn, Heat assistant coach.
Okay.
No reaction to that one. James Borrego.
Mm-hmm.
Pelicans associate head coach.
Albuquerque's own.
Now, here's the one that I kind of mentioned to you in a break one day. Listen, this is further proof that you and I knew this was probably going to come.
Mm-hmm.
I asked you, if they do ultimately get rid of Malone last week, how about Mike Nori from the Timberwolves? He's on the list at plus 800.
I'd interview him.
I would absolutely talk to Mike Nori. We know that Nikola Jokic likes him, right?
Yep.
They list Nate Oates, Taylor Jenkins, Dan Hurley, the UConn coach.
Kind of cool.
All right. Nate Oates, the Alabama head coach.
Yeah.
Dave Jorger, the Bucks assistant. Doc Rivers is on this list. I don't know why that ended up there, but Doc Rivers?
I don't want to watch a Doc Rivers coach Nuggets team. That's one. I veto that one immediately.
It's a weird add to the list.
And I'm not saying he's a bad coach. Here's my problem with Doc Rivers.
Go ahead.
Okay? And this goes back to the Lob City clips. It's nothing but whining with the Doc Rivers team. It's all they do is whine. And, like, I feel as though if Doc Rivers were here and were coaching Nikola Jokic, Nikola, who is, as you know, Andy, my favorite athlete on the planet, has a tendency to at times get a little whiny over there.
Sure, with the refs.
Yeah, I don't need him leaning into his worst impulses there. So I'm good on Doc.
Wes Unseld Jr. Do they revisit that?
Yeah,
That's the last name on the list.
Former Nuggets coach, yeah.
In the field. Now, Wes Unseld would be 8 plus 1,800.
If Brooklyn fired Jordy Fernandez, former Nuggets assistant, I would assume that he would get an interview. I don't know if Brooklyn's going to fire him or not. That they may not.
Texter earlier suggested, do you think about Chauncey if he's available?
I think you absolutely think about Chauncey, who's done a very good job in Portland. Quinn Snyder, I think, very, very good NBA assistant coach, somebody you got to think about right there, who has been a head coach, who has coached against Denver for many years. Right now, Scotty Brooks is an assistant on J.J. Redick's staff in L.A. If this team needs some serious no-nonsense, Scotty Brooks would provide that for you. Okay.
That's all right, Nate. Very fascinating thing to say. And as you know, the natural cycle of the news day goes, this news did break 5 hours ago.
Yep.
All right, let's roll with that. You and I talk about it because sports are all the same. Usually football, you can see it from a mile away. If they had the players coach, they're going to go back to a little more of the old school guy, the accountability guy.
Sure.
I felt like Michael Malone was a little of both. He would be the players coach and stand up for his guys, and there all seem to be some kumbaya. But then there's a lot of time where he's calling them out and he's getting a little, red-faced at the podium.
I honestly, Andy, and I think some of that is all a part of the stew of what made Michael Malone such an excellent NBA head coach, was that he could straddle both of those worlds, that there was a no-nonsense element combined with the undying loyalty to his players with everything that they had been through, especially guys like Jokic and Murray that had been with him for so long. I think ultimately when it goes as long as it did with Michael Malone, I don't think it's about messaging. I don't think it's about philosophy. I don't even think it's about personality. I just think it got stale.
Guys have heard the speeches.
Totally.
Guys have heard the threats.
Right.
Guys know the rhythm.
Guys know the way you're going to run a film session. Guys know it wore off.
Well, and proof, Nate, of what you're talking about is a couple weeks ago, he called out the defense. He called out the effort. How bad do we want to be in this thing? And they came out with... he would always get a bump after those press conferences, at least the next game, maybe two, right?
Yeah.
There was zero change in emotion, effort, feel after he's done it these last couple times.
As far as we know, there have been no other staff changes as far as we know.
Not that has been reported.
Okay, not as has been reported because, Ryan Saunders is the team's defensive coordinator, so to speak. There's some serious issues with the defense. Okay,
no, that's fair.
Is he staying in that role going forward right here? That feels like a place where some shakeup could be necessary. Maybe somebody that can penetrate and have a different message to be able to give to the players, because very clearly these players, I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're not buying into the defensive plan right now.
No, and look, the Nuggets have a fairly large coaching staff.
Yeah.
Sure, that'll get pared down a little bit too. I mean,
there's a lot of voices that are in there, but yeah, right now, Flip's son, Ryan Saunders, how much is his message resonating? It doesn't appear to be terribly well. I don't know. What it'll be interesting to see. And Katie and Vic and Demps, who kind of, work as the sideline reporters, will be the ones who'll be able to talk about, like, are there going to be other changes in roles in the coaching staff? Again, I don't think Josh Kroenke wanted to get into those specifics, and quite frankly, as of the time when he had the conversation with Vic earlier today, they probably just didn't know. Like, if you're going to put Adelman in charge, are there going to be roles that are going to change within the coaching staff?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad you brought it up. So real quick, let me give you some nuggets from, no pun intended, from Shams Charania on NBA today. Because there were some questions on PhD. Maybe they cleared it up. I didn't get to hear the whole show. I was trying to gather as much information I could once we all found this went down. There was a question asked on PhD, did the players know what was going on? When are they going to find this out? When are they going to get addressed?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Shams said that the players were addressed before this trip.
Yep.
Josh met with the players. He told them what is going on. So he's already had the meeting with them.
Yeah.
Then I imagine he went and did the thing with Vic. They probably then all headed to the airport or whatever. So that's been handled. Something else that Shams said that I'd forgotten about, and maybe we all shouldn't be so surprised by this. Remember, you and I often talk about the shows we were doing at this exact point in the season prior to the magical, fun championship run.
Yeah.
And Shams had pointed out something I kind of forgot about because that's what championships do.
Oh, they were terrible.
They weren't good down the stretch, and he said Malone would have been fired had he not won the championship 2 years ago. That was Shams' verbiage in his report.
You had waited for years to finally have a healthy company of players to go into the postseason with, and then they had it, and then they steamrolled through the postseason at 16-4.
So there was a hint that maybe the message had grown a little stale.
It was get it done now. Okay.
Yeah, you either do it or
right. You had 2 consecutive postseasons of not having Jamal Murray. You got embarrassed by Golden State the year prior to that. It's time to make it happen.
And now you've had 2 second-round exits. Well, you've had one second round exit, and boy, we're hoping for second round right now. The way this thing feels, right as we sit.
Optimistically speaking.
By the way, you got the Blues?
The word is blues. 303-504-0925. Text blues plus your first and last name. Blues plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you are entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Grizzlies coming up here on Friday. Really quickly, I did want to note this. So I've got the statement printed directly in front of me that the Nuggets had sent out earlier today, Andy. First off, 4 paragraphs on Michael Malone, a paragraph on Calvin Booth, which I thought was interesting. Secondly, the announcement that they were relieving Michael Malone of his coaching duties starts with this phrase, and I want to open up more of my texts and emails to people with this. It is with no pleasure that we announce that we have relieved Michael Malone of his head coaching duties. I'm going to start using that more often. It is with no pleasure.
Andy, it's with no pleasure that I answer this call right before our show.
It is with no pleasure that I attend this meeting with management right now. What? No. Anyway, Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Calvin Booth. We spent a lot of time talking about Michael Malone. Let's not forget Calvin Booth out as well. Where did he go so wrong? We discuss next. So I guess Tommy Balcetis, as the assistant GM, is now the de facto GM of the team. I mean, you do still have to start preparing for the offseason. That's something that you have to do. And David Adelman is the interim coach. A name to keep an eye on when it comes to the general manager search for this team, Andy. And it'll, I would assume that they would hire general manager first and then head coach. I would think that would be the direction that you would go in. But give me a name, Andy. What's out there?
All right, this is an interesting one because I like this guy on TV a whole lot.
Yep.
But we've got from the Wall
Stephen
Street
A.
Journal.
Smith would not be a good general manager.
Well,
for the
I was going to
Denver
go
Nuggets.
Kendrick Perkins.
Ah,
he really
okay.
seems to love the Nuggets and what they got going on. Evan Sidery writes for Forbes, but this is an interesting name. And he, for whatever reason, he put it out there. A name to keep an eye on is Bob Myers, the former Golden State GM that put those championship teams together and now does work on ESPN. And if there's a guy, the guy that I heard the loudest say, you cannot waste the years of what we are watching. This is as special comes, and he knows the pressure that comes with it because he had another one of those special players in Steph Curry.
Yep.
It's Bob Myers. He knows Vic talked about it. Is this fair? It's not necessarily fair. I understand why Calvin Booth wanted to get some young guys that he could try to groom and coach into better players and try to help Nikola down the road. But Nathan McKinnon said it when they acquired all the veterans at the deadline. It's tough to win with young guys. He just flat out said it at the podium. And you and I that day said, wow, that kind of applies to the Nuggets too. So Bob Myers is a guy that knows how to get it done. That's a name that intrigues me greatly. I'm not going to tell you I know a bunch of GM names out there,
Architect
but I know who that guy is.
Of the Golden State Dynasty, Bob Myers. I'd love it. Sign me up. Yeah, I'm in. That dude knows. That dude knows what the hell he's doing and also would walk in the door understanding the urgency of the situation. Calvin Booth out in addition to Michael Malone today. Calvin Booth had an expiring contract. I mean, word was earlier in the year they were working on a potential contract extension for Calvin Booth, and then they didn't.
Right.
And Calvin Booth is out as of today. Let me go through a quick list. Somebody put this together, by the way, on Reddit. So shout out Reddit. Honestly, man, you get some good stuff on Reddit. You get some crazy stuff on Reddit too, but you get some good stuff on Reddit. And somebody put this together. Just a quick list, rundown of transactions by Calvin Booth. Okay. Traded Bones Highland and 2 second-rounders for Thomas Bryant in February 2023.
A guy that barely played down the stretch, and now we saw him hurt us the other night with Indiana.
Bones hasn't turned into a good NBA player, but, man, you had to give up a couple of second-rounders to unload him, but you brought in Thomas Bryant. All right?
Nuggets, there's going to be a theme to what you just said.
Seriously, Nuggets win a championship. All right, traded their 2029 first and the draft rights to Maxwell Lewis for the draft rights to Julian Strawther, Hunter Tyson, and Jalen Pickett. Allowed Bruce Brown, Jeff Green, and Thomas Bryant to become unrestricted free agents and sign elsewhere. I mean, saying you allowed Bruce Brown, he got 2 years and $45 million. You flat out couldn't afford him. Jeff Green and Thomas Bryant were choices, and the team moved on. Offered Reggie Jackson 2 years, $10 million, including a player option in July 2023. Why did he give everybody a player option?
I don't know.
You're going to hear player option more.
I don't know.
As we go through this. Reggie didn't work, by the way. Here's a good one for you, Andy. Extended Zeke Naji to a 4-year, $32 million deal, including a player option in October 2023. Player option. Another player option. All right. That move. I want to talk about that move for just a quick second. And shout out to my dude, Adam Mares, who is the best. And I heard Mares explain this one time, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it. That makes sense. It doesn't make this a good move, but it makes sense. All right? One of the problems the Nuggets had was they had a bunch of really high-priced talent, and then they had a bunch of guys on rookie deals. They didn't have anything in between. And you need the in-between in order to be able to facilitate trades in the NBA because of salary matching. So the thought of signing a player to a deal in that neighborhood makes sense. There's a problem. Here's the rub. Zeke Najee was so bad that nobody wanted to trade for him.
Yeah, but you remember, even then we were kind of like, wow, Zeke, really? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
It was a bet on the ceiling. It was a bet on the potential.
Moore was going to show up, which Moore has not.
And then injuries and a lack of belief from the coaching staff and perhaps misuse of the player by the coaching staff has led to Zeke being the current mess that he is, which is a player that cannot find his way in the NBA and a team that is stuck paying him $8 million a year.
With no hope of anybody picking it up, because you got to imagine they made a few calls about it.
Exactly. It's funny how many times going into the trade deadline over the last 2 years when, we've had the conversation of like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if they could trade Zeke? Here's the problem. Somebody has to want the player.
Yeah. Every rumor you read, especially this past deadline, was you're going to have to take Zeke if you want to get this deal done, and people weren't interested.
After the Zeke thing, traded the draft rights to Ryan Dunn, the 28th pick, and 3 second-rounders for the draft rights to Deron Holmes, who was the 22nd pick. The Holmes thing's terrible luck. He tears his Achilles.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to see. He looked like a great athletic player. He had an incredible debut, and then he gets hurt.
That's so far we've counted 5 second-rounders shipped off.
5 second-rounders.
Allow KCP and Justin Holiday to become unrestricted free agents and sign elsewhere. I don't think Justin Holiday's even on a team right now. The KCP thing, that's the classic what if. What if the Nuggets had decided to enter the second apron? What if they had made that call?
Right.
Okay. And you would say, well, it wouldn't have allowed them any flexibility, and the answer is, well, they didn't do anything.
They haven't done anything with the flexibility. We all backed the move when I thought you might do something at the deadline that you did not do.
Hold on.
Have we done did you do the Reggie Jackson?
We're getting there. Traded 3 second-rounders and Reggie for cash consideration.
That's now 8 second-round picks.
You don't have.
Gone.
Which, again,
to unload guys you didn't want.
Just so everyone's clear on this, you might look at it and say, well, who gives a crap about a second-round pick? You're not wrong. And don't give me the Jokic was a second-round pick. That's once in a lifetime. That's it, okay? That's it, all right? Most second-rounders turned out to be next to nothing. However, they are necessary ammunition in trades.
They're the tip.
Yeah.
You leave when you make a trade.
Well put. You need that stuff, and the Nuggets kept giving everybody their second-rounders to take their problems away. Offered Dario Saric 2 years and $11 million, including Andy, a player option.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, by the way, I assume Dario will pick up his player option, because why wouldn't he? It's free money.
Yeah.
Offers Russell Westbrook 2 years, $7 million, including a player option for next year.
Now, I will ask you, does Russ get out of this? Does he decide, I don't want to be part of this?
Maybe, but if he wants to play basketball, I would think this is where he would have to do it.
Depends on who the new coach is.
That too. But if he wants,
I'll be curious to see the rotations under Adelman.
It's a good question. Extended Jamal Murray 4 years, $208 million in September of 2024.
And this was the one that I asked you last year. This is not a Johnny-come-lately take, and I will remind everybody, Jamal Murray has been one of my favorite players on this basketball team for a long, long time.
And I have been an advocate of this extension ever since it was done.
But I had asked you, why not make the guy earn the extension this next year with the new rules? We talked about this last fall, and the overwhelming look, it was an NBA. The NBA attitude is you can't disrespect a guy. You can't. But see, I think the NBA needs to get rid of some of these attitudes, and you got to go a little more NFL. I am going to take advantage of your contract year now with these new aprons and all this other crap, and I'm going to make you earn it a little more.
What's funny about it is that, number one, I think you're comparing apples and oranges there. But that said, you do that with the idea of, well, you don't want to sully the chemistry on a championship winning group.
Well,
how'd that turn out?
Here we are.
Right. How'd that turn out?
Look, it's tough to revisit takes under certain conditions.
Totally.
It's like the Russ thing. When you traded for, the Russ Wilson thing,
yeah,
we just need no more Russes, I think, in Denver sports for a decade.
Get him out.
Get the stink off the name. But, again, you give the extension after you made the trade because you don't give up everything in the trade if you're not signing the guy to an extension. And you're right. I understand what you're saying. Had Jamal not been hurt, then, of course, he gets the extension. But he was starting to break down a year ago, including in the playoffs. And now here we are.
Bruce Brown, KCP, Jeff Green, Reggie Jackson, Thomas Bryant, Bones Highland, Justin Holiday, Ryan Dunn, Maxwell Lewis, 8 second-rounders and 1 first-rounder.
Do you have any left to trade Sarge, Nick?
Got any third-rounders? Dario Saric, Russell Westbrook, Julian Strother, Hunter Tyson, Jalen Pickett, Deron Holmes, and don't forget they do have cash considerations to consider. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day.
I'd like to consider some cash.
From the firing of Malone and Booth.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the high five.
The high five, the 5 biggest stories of the day around the firing of Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. Mark Springer has combed the internet today, and he's found some stuff, some angles, some rumors, some whatnot. We're going to entertain all of it coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, Kreckman and Lindahl, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the firing of Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. Yes. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Denver Nuggets with a John Tesh soundtrack. Go ahead, Spring.
All right, let's do the high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Lots of notes. We'll try to fit as much as we can into this high five. As today, the Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone, and they will not extend GM Calvin Booth's contract. Just days before the end of the regular season, David Adelman, the Nuggets' lead assistant, will take over as head coach for the remainder of the season. Josh Kroenke, the owner and governor of the Nuggets, talked with Vic Lombardi today, and here is what Josh had to say as to why now.
You know, this wasn't a decision that was taken lightly or taken as in a reactionary fashion to anything specific. Having observed our group over a very long period of time, you know, what I would say is that, you know, having observed that group over a period of time, there were certain trends that were very worrisome to me at different points in time. But they would get masked by a few wins here and there. And, you know, in the world of professional sports, when winning and losing is your currency, you know, winning can mask a lot of things. We went on an eight-game win streak right before the All-Star break. You know, but since then, I think we're 11-13. We've lost our last 4, and we're trending towards a direction that I thought would probably be a very, you know, near end to our a very near end to our season in the near future. And so all that taken into consideration, wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. And I think that, you know, after talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. And that, you know, with that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, well, what is the best decision for this group right now? And, you know, from that point forward, I think that, you know, I became comfortable with the thinking of, you know, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can. And that's where we arrived at with the decisions today.
Yeah, the read was that the locker room has quit on Michael Malone. And that a change has to get made, and it's time to go ahead and do it right now, and that's what the Nuggets have ultimately decided. Again, is the timing great? No. Does this suck that the greatest coach in franchise history, the winningest coach in franchise history, the only Denver Nuggets head coach to have ever slipped a championship ring onto his finger, is no longer going to be here, and that he gets canned in season with 3 games to go before the start of the playoffs? Yeah, it's awful. It's also indicative of just how badly things had gotten of late, and the fact that very clearly they didn't see a path towards this thing improving. And what I saw in losses against Golden State and Indiana over the weekend is that I don't see a chance for this thing to get any better at the moment. The metrics are bad. Defensively, they're 20th in the NBA. They've been atrocious of late. Offense has slipped to 17th. Their offensive rating is 17th over the last 12 games. That's not a team that's ready to go and contend in the postseason. They needed to change something.
Yeah, oftentimes in sports, we feel like we see something on TV that you'll find out later, oh, it was this, oh, it was that. What we're finding out today is every bad vibe that came blazing through the TV was dead on right.
And Malone has said recently, I can't get my guys to listen. He has said that in so many words. Well, that means
Not
a change
your
has to be
problem
made.
anymore.
And I appreciate his honesty and
Yeah.
all of that, but it also means they need to get somebody where the coaching, the message, the film, the scheme, the philosophy is getting through, and maybe Adelman can do that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's hear from Chris Broussard, who is an NBA insider now with FS1. He said this.
It's our buddy, Chris Broussard, friend of the program.
Had him on the show. He was on his FS1 show, First Things First, and he said something that Shams Charania had said on ESPN today. He corroborates that Malone would have been fired had they not won the championship in 2023. So you'll hear that in here, in addition to some interesting notes on the situation that Chris Broussard has after talking with Nuggets team sources. Broussard was asked his reaction to the news that Malone and Booth were fired today.
Well, obvious shock. I mean, I think even people that wanted him out, like,
I'll leave that nameless, but everybody was shocked, right?
Shocked.
So I made a few calls, and here's what I'm told. This has been brewing for a while. Like, the environment in Denver, I'm told, is toxic or has been. Because the GM, Calvin Booth, who also was fired, as you said, and Michael Malone don't get along. And I've been told weren't even talking to each other, okay? Michael Malone is an old school, hard-nosed coach, and that has rubbed a lot of the players the wrong way. And I'm even told if they hadn't won that championship in 2023, he might have been gone at that time. All right, but obviously they won it. So some players, he's just rubbed them the wrong way because he's such a hard-nosed coach. Not quite as hard on Jokic and Murray, but still coaches them hard, but not quite as hard on them, which also has rubbed some guys the wrong way, that he's not as hard on them. Now, I am told this. Brown? I'm told that Jokic liked Michael Malone. Like, he liked him. Now, of course, he saw sometimes he's a little too hard and bristled a little bit at it, but he liked Michael Malone. And so that is the situation that I'm told. I'm told the owner, Josh Kroenke, really didn't want to pick sides between Malone and Booth. It's all toxic, so you're all gone. And that's my reaction. Obviously, crazy time to do it. We'll get into what this means for the team and stuff. But that's some of the inside information I'm told.
Can't believe the max contract players get treated differently. Also, doesn't some of this kind of scream out, Andy, when okay, this is such a funny situation because two guys are getting fired for not liking each other. Okay, and not working well together, not getting along, and ultimately creating, as Broussard said, a toxic workplace right there. And I've heard things similar to that about what has gone on down there. Okay, fine. Well, now that they're both out, anything negative that you hear about Malone is going to be coming from the Booth camp. Anything negative that you hear about Booth is going to be coming from the Malone camp, because it's the NBA and people can't wait to just get out there and gossip about all this stuff now that they don't have the constraints of having to, actually work together anymore.
Yeah, I do find it interesting, though. I mean, I really want to know what players thought he wasn't being hard enough on Jokic. I am really curious, okay?
Was Peyton Watson just
you guys that arrived before, he used to hammer Jokic plenty, and then guess what? The guy turned in 4 MVP seasons.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's the only one that has seemingly showed up most of the year and has carried you to where you're at, because what we've seen...
There's not that many guys. That's the thing. There's not that many dudes.
Yeah. So I'd like to know who's complaining. I'd be real curious
Is Aaron Gordon going to be complaining that they're too easy on Nikola Jokic? I can't imagine that there is a world where that would happen. Nikola Jokic has helped make Aaron Gordon an awful lot of money.
Honestly, without Jamal Murray, you can't do anything either. Yeah. Listen, each guy has had now a 4-game miss. Look at how it's going.
Yeah, I'm not here to say that that's disingenuous or anything like that.
I'm sure some people feel that way.
Absolutely.
You better look at yourself.
Exactly.
That's all I got to say.
There's a bit of a standing earned right there.
Nikola Jokic is putting together a history that this season alone should be the MVP season.
He would be, I believe, 44% from 3 if you took out his heaves, in addition to averaging a 30-point triple-double the season that he has had right now.
We've seen without him.
Yeah.
You guys are in the lottery.
Yeah.
You're Cooper Flag territory, baby.
I wouldn't worry too much about what Nikola Jokic is up to right now. I'd look in the mirror at yourself. Go ahead.
I'd like you to identify yourself, because let's go ahead and shuffle the deck. Then that's fine.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, I got a few notes here, mostly pertaining to the battle between Calvin Booth and Michael Malone. First, a quote from Calvin Booth given to The Athletic. This is via Tony Jones of The Athletic, who we've had on the show. Calvin Booth telling The Athletic today, quote, "I am greatly appreciative of the opportunity. I don't have any regrets. I did my job to the best of my ability."
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think Calvin did the best he could. He did what he thought was the right course.
He believed in his moves.
The problem ultimately with all this, though, is you and the coach aren't on the same philosophy.
Right.
And if the coach isn't going to get the play, if you're not going to get the players the coach wants, and he's not going to play the players that you get, you end up where we're at.
Calvin Booth has a reputation of being a bit of a basketball savant, of being an excellent numbers guy, and a terrific evaluator of talent. and a guy with a very keen philosophy on what he wants his basketball team to look like. He doesn't want overlap in skills. He has an idea of how to build a winning group of basketball players. I think also Calvin Booth does not have exquisite interpersonal skills.
Right.
And I think that some of the interviews that he has done, he has said things about players that are harsh. We only got 9 real guys. We can't have too many me guys like Bones and Mike. One of them has to go, which he said to the Ringer. Like, there have been comments that have made over the years, and I think ultimately, like, that stuff has a cumulative effect of people looking over and going, did he really just say that about me? And so,
and the coach then going, so now I got to sue this for you.
One of the things that you have to be able to do as a general manager, Andy, is like, one, that's fine if you have the vision. I don't think you're wrong to have your philosophies on basketball, but then you also have to be able to sell that to people and get them on board. And one of the other dynamics that was in play there was you weren't always the guy that Malone worked with. Tim Connolly had that job before you did, and then when you make those changes, you just have to count on it being able to work for everybody. Look, man, Calvin Booth got Bruce Brown. A-plus move, okay?
Got KCP.
Traded to get KCP. Sent out Will and Monte to get KCP. A-plus move.
Drafted Christian Brown.
Excellent move in drafting Christian Brown. It's just like his, the follow-up acts haven't been there nearly as well.
No, it was like after those 3 players, none of this stuff coincided. You and Malone didn't seem to agree on a player from that point forward.
Very much so. And again, like, how does it all play out? Zeke in and out of the rotation. Pickett sometimes. Russell Westbrook sometimes. Like, what
What's
exactly?
Julian Strother's role?
Yeah, Dario Saric is on the team.
Yeah, why did you sign him?
Does he play? Why does he not play?
He's just there every game.
What exactly is he doing here? All of these things combine to say what exactly are we doing in building the right cohesion and rotation around the great Nikola Jokic.
All right, this according to Matt Moore, who writes for the Action Network on Twitter at HP Basketball. The Nuggets ownership was reportedly against trading Michael Porter Jr. Matt Moore writing, quote, trading Michael Porter Jr. was the most obvious pathway, but sources say not only was the market cool on Porter for multiple reasons, but ownership had said 2 months before the deadline they were against trading Porter.
Michael Porter's a Mizzou guy. Josh Kroenke has been a champion of Michael Porter the entire time and getting him into the NBA. And to Matt's point right there, shout out to Matt, by the way, is that it doesn't surprise me to find out the market was cool on Michael Porter.
That is the key sentence,
right?
It's not like they would have turned down. It doesn't sound like a deal that was really good, but if you're not getting what you think is value back, then now you got to be careful and not pull a Rockies where you overvalue your guys, which they're notoriously known to do.
But he's a tricky player to be able to move. Look, I was an advocate. I said, hey, if you could swing a deal for Zach LaVine, that might be the facelift change that this team needs right now. Would it have automatically made the Nuggets better? Andy, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I just know that there was a difference in skill sets that I think the Nuggets need right now. Ultimately, that deal didn't come to fruition. Ultimately, how close did it get between Chicago and Denver? We'll never know because ultimately they ended up doing that deal with Sacramento. And finally, Spring.
And Nate, you referenced this earlier in the show. According to The Athletic, according to Tony Jones, Sam Amick, and Zach Powell of The Athletic, Calvin Booth was reportedly dismayed that Mike Malone continued to play Russell Westbrook over Jalen Pickett. They write in their story, quote, Booth wanted Malone to use younger players that he drafted and wanted Malone to stray away from using veterans for so many minutes. Jalen Pickett is a good example of this, according to league sources. Booth was dismayed that Malone went with Russell Westbrook over Pickett down the stretch of multiple games last week.
Okay, this one, and let's talk more about this one coming back here on the other side, because I think it's a major indicator of the rift that existed right here. Plus, I have an idea that may have been a solution for this very problem. We'll do that coming up next. 303-504-0925 is the Champ Mazda text line. We got another keyword for you to get in to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Grizzlies coming up on Friday night. Yes, they still do have 3 games remaining in the regular season. There's also a bunch of games in the NBA tonight that are pretty critical for Denver's postseason standing. So we'll get into all that coming up here on the other side on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You want to be walking in Memphis, or at least walking to Ball Arena to see the Nuggets take on the Grizzlies on Friday night. It's a Nuggets playoff push ticket Tuesday. If you want to get the first shot of playoff tickets in each round, the best way is by signing up for the Nuggets Insider newsletter. Visit nuggets.com/insider to sign up today. Our keyword to text in right now to 303-504-0925 is walkin'.
Walkin'.
Not like Christopher Walken.
Don't spell it properly. Walkin'.
No G. Just WALKIN. Walkin'.
Walkin'.
Text it in right now, plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win a pair of tickets to go watch David Adelman and the Nuggets take on, who's their interim coach? The French guy?
Who knows?
Taylor Jenkins.
Yeah.
It is a French guy. I don't think I know how to say his name. Anyway,
By the way,
if you want to see a bunch of interim coaches go head-to-head on Friday night with the Nuggets and the Grizzlies, text in WALKIN right now, WALKIN, to 303-504-0925.
if you want an important game to feel like a preseason game, swing by Friday.
Will David Adelman be as good as Coach in the interim role? We will find out.
By the way, I hate that song with a passion. I'm not sure why I chose to pay homage to it, but when I think of Memphis, I think of that dumb Walkin' in Memphis song. Gotta hate that song. I really do.
Walkin'.
Just the rage.
Is the word. Anyway, Andy's going to go jogging in Memphis, apparently, to get all this out of his system.
I got nothing in my system. I'm good.
No,
I'm good.
No, you're emptied out.
Nah, you know what? And you're probably the same way. This has been a wild day. You and I haven't seen a day like this during our time together as a show.
Most shocking Denver sports news ever?
I would say so, just because of the timing.
Yeah.
Now, let's be clear.
I'm going to put this up there with the firing of Mike Shanahan.
Yes, I thought the same thing,
Yeah.
Nate. I thought the same thing.
This is on that level, but this is a different tier.
This is, but if we're really, really clear about things, this is something we saw coming. You and I have been talking about this in break for 3 weeks. Fair enough?
Calvin Booth not stunning in the slightest.
We weren't sure if they would with Malone, but
yeah,
you know,
it's become more and more evident of late. I did not think they would do it in season. I did not think they would do it 3 games before the playoffs. I really did not think that would happen. I would have thought Malone would have gotten a shot to coach out the string. But to Josh Kroenke's point, we played some of the audio in the high five. What's the point of waiting if you know the decision is going to be made?
Right.
Squeeze the juice out of what you have available right now. See what David Adelman can get out of these guys. See what kind of interim coach bump you can get out of these dudes. Light a fire, because something is severely broken with this team. Whether it's, Aaron Gordon, obviously letting Peyton Watson know this is not acceptable in a loud conversation on the bench. Whether this is Russell Westbrook pretty much being asked, what do you think the players' response to this is going to be from the other night of blowing that game against Indiana, and his answer basically being, I don't know. Well, that's not a very good sign for things. Aaron Gordon leaving to go to the locker room early at the end of the Minnesota game after his frustration was quite evident for everybody to be able to see, being the first one off the floor to head back to the locker room. Like, clearly the vibes are not good. Malone, Jokic sitting between Cancar and Saric and gesticulating angrily. Like, these are the kind of things that are not happening on a contending basketball team right now. There are teams in the NBA that are 100% going in the right direction. The Denver Nuggets are not one of those teams. So what was the point of waiting?
And look, man, it's just we paint some facts together. Stan Kroenke was sitting at the end of the bench a week ago, or 2-3 weeks ago. The Laker game.
Yeah,
he was sitting at the end of the bench. We've never seen him there.
Barely beat LA without LeBron James and Luka Doncic.
And then that Minnesota game we're talking about, Nikola Jokic's agent happens to be here. Now, look, the guy may be here all the time, but I don't hear about it too much when he is, and it was a weird time for it to show up. He shows up for a game when basically Michael Malone says, I want to see us get this one. I want to see us win this one.
It's funny, Andy. We did the segment a couple of weeks ago. I was on the concourse at the Thomas and Mack in Las Vegas. You were back here in Denver. And I had a great time doing that show that day. And it was fun because we were having the conversation of are you enjoying this Nuggets season? And I laid out all the reasons why you should. And here's the thing. I was right. And Josh Kroenke and Stan Kroenke clearly agreed with me because they make this move today. There are all these reasons you should be enjoying this season, but they're not. And with Stan Kroenke sitting on the end of the bench in that Laker game, clearly he's looking around and going, we have the best player in the NBA. We have the best basketball player in the world on our team, on the Denver Nuggets. He has won a championship. He wants to be here. He likes being here. Why is this all so painful?
Yeah. And why don't you add on to leads? Why don't you close teams out well anymore? Why do you not play so many guys? I've signed a full roster of guys.
Why
play 2 on a given night?
Why is this as disconnected as it could possibly be right now? And in other words, why are the vibes so bad on this basketball team? It should be better than this, okay? There are star players on this team right now, and the vibes are this bad. What the heck is going on? And I want to read a series of tweets here that I saw a little bit ago. And this is from our buddy Jeff Morton. We've had Jeff on the show before. Jeff Morton rules, okay? Longtime Denver Stiffs guy, Jeff Morton. And this is just a quick three-tweet thread. This is very interesting what he writes, though. There's a school of thought that if you surround Jokic with defenders who are not often very good at offense, you make his life easier. Honestly, that couldn't be further from the truth. You're basically asking him to do even more on the offensive end. On the flip side, if you give him another offensive player with this team as currently constructed, it does nothing to improve the defense. The league has changed in the 2 years since the title. Everyone has improved, and the Nuggets simply haven't kept up. This is why, in my view, we might need a complete facelift of the roster, or at least a big reconstruction, in order to reimagine this team, as you can't have the same core. Jokic needs a guy who can work independently of him, and more athletic talent around. This will take a while.
I don't like the a while part.
But he's kind of right about that, right? Like it's yes, you do have to get better defensively, but you can't add one-dimensional players. Well, guess what? Like really high-quality two-way, 3-and-D type wings and stuff like that. Those guys are hard to find. Those guys they don't grow on trees. And so, right now with this basketball team, the closest thing you have to two-way talent is Christian Braun and Aaron Gordon. Okay, I don't think those guys are going anywhere. I think those are core dudes. I don't think they leave. Okay, obviously Jokic is going to be here. Porter and Murray, those are the wild cards. How tradable is Michael Porter? I don't know, but if he doesn't make outside shots, he has almost no value to you. All right, and that's a killer. Beyond that, I think everything else needs to change.
All right, let me ask you a tough question since it's Tough Talk Day.
Yeah, it sure is.
Might your most tradable commodity end up being Aaron Gordon?
Very well could be.
You have to make a move to actually acquire a type of player that you're talking about, even though that would suck to see Gordon leave.
Very well could be.
But this is a guy that's still actually playing well. That has a digestible contract, I would say.
Ish, yeah.
Ish.
It's a big contract.
It is a big contract per year, but it's not a long contract.
Right. You know what his contract is? It's a Celtics type of contract.
Sure.
It's like that peg right below the max. So
it's not going to scare you off the way $200 million guaranteed for Jamal Murray might.
Exactly. When you got to look at a guy and be like, okay, well, I know he's a great player.
You're a great player, but are you healthy?
Yeah, exactly.
Or are you breaking down?
Can I rely on you in the postseason? Now, to be fair, and let's talk about the NBA for a moment. Most guys break down.
Sure.
Injuries do happen, but look around the league. All of the great players have dealt with some kind of debilitating injury. Basically, like. And I know people look at it and go, well, Jokic is durable. Jokic plays every single night. He's a unicorn. Okay?
Yeah, and there's probably a couple nights he shouldn't.
Let's
be honest.
There's a reason why he is the best basketball player on the planet. He always goes. And Jamal Murray, when he's healthy, perfect. Two thumbs up. I love Jamal Murray. And Jamal Murray gives the Nuggets exactly that thing that they need, that he can be the other piece to carry this team offensively that Jokic so desperately needs the help with. Like, there's a lot of guys on this team that, number one, are not good two-way players, and number two, they can't create anything without Nikola Jokic. And we all love Christian Braun. Christian Braun's not a creator, okay? He's an excellent player with Nikola Jokic. He's okay offensively without Joker. They don't have a dude that you can just put out on the floor, besides Jamal Murray when he's healthy, that can just do their own thing offensively.
No, and you saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Porter Jr. without Murray a couple nights ago. And matter of fact, it was out without Murray and Jokic. Remember after the Minnesota game, he's trying to do things dribbling the ball. It kept getting knocked out of his hands. You know why? He's 6'11".
Right.
That's a big dribble.
Yeah.
That gives 6'7" guys a lot of space to try to knock that ball away before it returns to your hand.
KCP could get his own shot off the bounce.
Right.
You didn't need him to do it a ton, but he could do it late in the shot clock. KCP could bail you out of a possession. Bruce Brown could create.
Well, you know what else he was? Bruce Brown was instant energy.
Yep.
Do they have an instant energy guy anymore? It was Peyton Watson for a minute, but things have gotten so erratic in his offensive game.
They have Westbrook.
Again,
there's a lot of energy there.
Erratic. You know what? It's funny because
I don't think erratic's a strong enough word.
Thank you. It's the one I'm allowed to use on the radio, so that's the one I'm going to go with. It was so funny because, again, I was talking to Jeb Putzier. Jeb Putzier loves the Nuggets, right? Checking in with him, and he's asking me about Westbrook. And, again, I use the analogy he's Darius Watts. Darius Watts is going to do everything athletically to get open, but he's probably not going to catch the ball. Russell Westbrook is going to do a lot of good defensive things and get the ball in his hands, and you can't – if you could just get him to get the ball back for you and had an automatic plan to get it out of his hands so he's not taking the shots, then he's perfect. But that's not how it works. And it was on perfect display at the end of the Minnesota game where he steals the pass and is faster somehow at the end of double OT. He's got juice in the tank to get down the court quicker than anybody else. And what happens? We're going to leave the layup short.
Just bone the thing. Mm-hmm. That's what happened right there.
And also, Nate, the other thing I can't figure out that just shows the kind of weird disconnect to this Nuggets team that has been a last 6 weeks problem in my mind. I know they've been bad at turnovers, but to watch, they have had multiple guys, Watson, Westbrook, Pickett did it the other night. Brown has done it a couple times where you're like, who are you throwing that pass to? What in your vision told you that pass you just attempted was either the right thing to do with the guy who's getting mugged by a defender or just throwing it to no man's land and no idea why?
You know what's interesting, and it's funny you bring that up because like it's something I've been wondering with this team a little bit lately, is this is a much more up-tempo Nuggets team this season than what it's been in recent years. And Christian Braun in the starting lineup is absolutely, and playing big minutes is a huge part of that. He's just a go-go dude, and he's one of the best transition players in the entire NBA. I think he's top 5 as a transition scorer in the NBA, which is how good he is at it. But I think like one of the things that it's created is the more that you up the tempo of the whole thing, well, then that is just going to lead to mistakes, right? Like in the way that you play. And what's weird about it, Andy, is like some of that stuff should have like cleaned itself up
over
the course
chemistry
of the season, and maybe it's just the urgency because they are so bad defensively that it's like we have to score on every single possession, and we're trying to beat opponents down the floor, and we're trying to win with numbers and win with matchups and catch them off guard, and in their urgency to play at the higher tempo, it just creates carelessness and more turnovers. And maybe you don't necessarily notice it in terms of point totals because of how many possessions they will have in a game, but you will notice it eventually just simply in the score because you've created more possessions for your opponent. And oh, by the way, you're awful defensively, so they're just going to score a ton.
They score, and when they don't score, they get the rebound and eventually score, sometimes 3 rebounds and eventually score. Look, if I had to give you 2 words.
And a part of that, Andy, too, is like it's this is, I'm not excusing them. It's one of their other problems leading to one of their other problems, okay? It's harder to rebound missed threes because
you don't know where it's going.
Exactly. Longer shots, bigger caroms, that opens up bigger opportunities for the offense to be able to pull down offensive rebounds. So it's like, okay, you're going to have offensive rebound struggles in that, but also why is that happening? Well, because your 3-point defense is so terrible that teams are going to shoot more threes, and also teams simply are going to play the math game against you. They're like, well, Denver's a low-volume three-point shooting team. If we take a whole bunch of threes, then we'll probably beat these guys. So you face a bunch of threes, you don't defend threes well, and then you don't rebound missed threes, and then you fire the coach.
They are sloppy and undisciplined.
Yeah.
Those are the two words that I would say to mark this season, especially the last 6 weeks. And when was the last time we called this team sloppy and undisciplined? Especially in the fourth quarter. Nate, they used to be nails in the fourth quarter. They'd get a run.
The clutch has been bad.
And you would not catch up to them.
Right.
Right?
Right. The clutch has been bad.
And there's no more. Now, look, the other night when Indiana got up 7, I felt like they're not winning this game.
Yeah.
I haven't felt like that in Jokic era that I can remember.
It
7 lousy points on your court.
Yeah, the clutch performances have been really bad from this team here of late. And to your point, this used to be a team that you could count on the execution in the closing minutes. But just, look at the Indiana game the other night, the way that they executed in the closing minutes of that game. It was just if Nikola Jokic didn't do everything, they couldn't do anything, which then just gets back to Morton's point of
got to remake the roster.
He needs help. He needs some friggin' help out there. And this goes back to what I was ranting about yesterday. When he has to do everything offensively, he does nothing for you defensively, which only makes you worse. You already have Porter out there who can't defend. You add on Jokic, who's exhausted, is not a great defender to begin with, and then he cannot defend. They can't stay in front of any guard anywhere. It gets broken down, you scramble, you get killed, you lose.
Well, and again, this team just feels beat up and broken.
There's that too.
Like, I do think Michael Porter Jr. is fighting through something. I think Aaron Gordon is just trying to will his calf to the finish line.
I think so.
And I got no idea what's going on with Murray.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not out there.
Kaz thinks he's good.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I hope Kaz is right.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Yep.
Because if he's right, if he and Jokic are right, start of the playoffs, and you can avoid the play-in and take a week off, who knows? We may see something incredible. But if you're doing the play-in and you don't get the week off, I don't have a good feeling.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. You got a couple of minutes left to get in on our last keyword this hour. Text in the keyword 303-504-0925 is the number, 303-504-0925 to enter to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Grizzlies on Friday night at Ball Arena. Your keyword this hour is walkin'. Walkin'.
No G, all one word.
WALKIN. Walkin'. Text it in right now, plus your first and last name, and you'll be entered. We'll announce a winner of the tickets before we are done. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. 4 of the last 6 NBA head coaches to have won a championship have been fired by the team that they won a championship with. To quote Jerry Seinfeld, what's the deal with that? We'll discuss next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Apple Air. Yes, Apple Air. Give them a call today. Let them know you need to get your system checked out. Well, they have got a great special available to you right now for $29.99. They'll come out and check out your furnace. Do you know your furnace is working even when it's not hitting, when it's not heating? Well, yes, or hitting for that matter. For just $29.99, Apple Air will give it a full checkup, no strings attached. That thing's got to circulate air all year long. And at Apple Air, they want to give you this great special, $29.99 to get them in to check out your heating system, to make sure that it is working properly, cleaned, functioning well, all those good things, because, hey, Apple Air just wants to say, let us in, get to know us a little bit. They want to show you the level of care and expertise that they bring to every single home. I had them install the heating system in my house, got a Daikin 2-stage high-efficiency furnace, last fall, and that thing works like a dream. House is as warm and cozy as can be, and Apple Air wants to earn your trust for the long haul. They've got mine. They should have yours as well. Book your $29.99 furnace checkup today at appleair.com or call 303-733-2813.
The experts that care.
All right, so Bennett Durando of the Denver Post Durando has a report up right now, kind of dumping out the notebook on everything that he knows about what went down today over there at Ball Arena. Malone and Calvin Booth both out. Couple of interesting notes from his report. Here's one, Andy. Nikola Jokic did not approach Nuggets ownership to request changes, a source told the Post, but he was notified of the moves in advance. His agent, Misko Raznadovic, visited Denver from Serbia last week, as you noted earlier in the show. So Jokic was, number one, he didn't request the change, but he was notified of the changes. So I was going to say he didn't see it on Twitter. Jokic doesn't have Twitter.
Yeah.
Booth was in the final year of his contract as GM. Took the reins as Denver's top decision maker after Connolly left, et cetera, et cetera. Since the championship season, this is according to Bennett Durando's report, Malone and Booth have clashed over the direction of the team, sources told the Denver Post. Those disagreements stem from both Malone's in-game lineup decisions and Booth's roster-building philosophy. In Booth's view, the path to more championships required investment in young players through the draft, especially to navigate a new collective bargaining agreement that placed punitive restrictions on teams with expensive payrolls. Malone grew frustrated with Booth's reliance on those young players to form a rotation in the middle of a championship window, often preferring to play veterans instead. 6 players on Denver's 15-man roster this season were drafted in the last 3 years using the 21st overall pick or later. This, by the way, echoes Tony Jones and Sam Amick's report from earlier. Booth wanted Malone to prioritize 2023 second-round pick Jalen Pickett over the last 2 years, sources told the Post, especially in cases when starting point guard Jamal Murray was injured. Instead, Malone often played Colin Gillespie last season, despite Gillespie being on a 2-way contract and ineligible to play in the playoffs. Malone also leaned heavily on 17-year veteran Russell Westbrook for minutes at point guard this season, despite his recent struggles with turnovers. Wow. So nothing, these are all things that we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And again, indicative of
some stuff.
The end of the Minnesota game, the end of the Indiana game. Here's another note. Multiple players lost confidence in Malone's messaging. By the time the Kroenkes made their decision, sources said, Malone seemed to sense it himself after a recent loss in Portland. He delivered what he described as a brutally honest address to the locker room about ongoing poor habits. I want to play some of the audio from Malone's postgame. This was back on March the 21st. The Nuggets lost in Portland. This is some of the things that Michael Malone had to say post-game after Denver lost to the rebuilding Blazers.
I really care. It's not my job to evaluate how they take things. My job is to be honest, and sometimes brutally honest. And tonight, it was a brutally honest message. And the guys that are fully won't hear it. You know, they'll say coach is tripping. And the guys that maybe do really care will, because they're not going to go back and watch their minutes, because nobody watches their minutes. Nobody watches film. So we'll have to show them the film. And I said, if somebody disagrees with me, please speak up. And nobody said a word. So, again, I'm not really concerned with how they took that message. My thing is being honest with how we just played. Just got blown out in L.A. Come here against a team that is down 3, 4, 5 starters, and you mess around with the game. That's what happens. And that's exactly what happened tonight.
Well,
that was kind of the last Hail Mary from Michael, right?
It was, and then we got that Can't Get Him to Listen to Me, a couple nights ago. Here's the thing, though, and they talked a little bit about it on PhD. There was a player meeting after that night on the Saturday, because for those that don't remember, the Friday night where he delivered that, they then went to Houston. They beat Houston on Sunday.
Great
sans
win.
Jokic.
Without
Couldn't believe
Jokic.
they did it. Jamal Murray went off.
39 that night. He was great.
But you know who played in that game? DJ. DeAndre Jordan. I do know that I think some players have been frustrated with, why are we always doing small ball? Why are we always doing weird rotations?
Yeah.
From what I understand, and again, I think PhD got into this, they kind of Malone and the players had a back and forth in Houston about, what are we doing? What is the attempt here? And so it bore fruits against Houston. Doesn't feel like that conversation stuck much longer than that.
It screams to, okay, General manager gives coach roster.
Yep.
General manager has idea, play these players, this roster, then develops into championship vision. Coach looks at it and says, I don't want those players. I don't like those players.
I'm not playing these guys.
That to me does not align with my championship vision of how I make this thing work around Jokic right now. Meanwhile, coach is going to have his ideas. Then players are going to have their own ideas. But in a certain way, I hate to use this analogy, but when the players are looking at it and going, well, mom and dad are fighting again, it's just like it's when you're playing for something that is not aligned, that does not have a clear direction and a plan for what it's trying to accomplish, it opens up everything for conversation. All right. There's always, I guarantee you, on every single NBA team, on the Oklahoma City Thunder right now, guys will go out for drinks or go out for dinner after a game, and they'll sit there and they'll talk about it, and they'll go, I don't know why coach did X, Y, and Z.
And they're winning.
They're
having the best season of anybody. It's still happening.
There's no way to make that go away ever. But ultimately, it's like there is that thing of you can't really argue with the results. Right now, everybody can argue with the results about a philosophy that is not aligned and not clearly laid out. And because it was impossible to ignore how toxic things had gotten within the organization of Booth camp, Malone camp, coaches on the staff that were not hired by this head coach, et cetera, that they're not agreeing on this whole thing either, so who are we to believe in right now? And it just all falls apart. And the crappiest thing about it, and this is where I really do give, and it's not just because I work for their company, this is really where I give Josh and Stan Kroenke some credit, is on a day like this, they looked at it and they said, it shouldn't be this way on a team that has Nikola Jokic.
No, you're right. And again, it gives you the chance by making this move right now. If you don't get the pop you hope, and maybe at least I'm hoping that in the hotel tonight, I'm sure they're shocked. There's going to be some worry, but at least the tension is out of the room. Okay?
Yeah, maybe,
and
yeah.
Look, this has been related to a divorce time. My parents got divorced. Guess what? Household was at least a little more chill the first few nights after the ultimate split happened.
Yeah.
So hopefully this puts a little chill. Guys are in a better spot. And maybe we see some of the old Nuggets that actually, liked to play basketball together show up again. Now, I don't know if that carries you through the playoffs. My money is on it probably doesn't. It also gives you a chance. We saw the tweet earlier. You get to go talk to Bob Myers, and you're not being kind of, not the way you'd want to treat someone else. You get to go interview other coaches now, and you get to start before anybody else does it when they start firing everybody next week.
I didn't know we were bringing the couch back today. Hey, if you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop into Good Times.
I'm just telling you.
For a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. Andy, you need some Good Times.
Listen, just because your parents are together, there's plenty of people know what I'm talking about.
Go get yourself a fish fry sandwich available for a limited time.
I'm here. It's all fine.
At Good Times.
I was old enough. I was like, hey, if the other one wants to leave, I'll live by myself.
Spring, who is our ticket winner today?
Our ticket winner is Alexander Stacy.
Alexander Stacy. Way to go, Alex. 2 first names, Alexander Stacy. Alexander has won a pair of tickets for David Adelman's home debut coming up on Friday night as the Nuggets will take on the Grizzlies. I'm sure he's interimed at some other home game somewhere along the way. I just don't remember it, so I'm going to go ahead and call it this right now. Way to go, Alexander Stacy.
Stacy's mom.
Well
got
done.
it going on.
Got it going on. By the way, as long as we're throwing out congratulations here, congratulations to Kevin Scherr.
Sure.
Kevin Scherr did win the Not Another Bracket contest as Florida won the national title last night in a hideous victory over
what
Houston.
What was that last shot? Wasn't even a shot. It's just like, oh boy, and then you let the ball go.
Russell Westbrook thought that was a bad possession.
Russell Westbrook wanted to know where your decision making was.
But Kevin